and is observed to be flat.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking for like
Listen,
knowledge. If you
we
have
can
any
come up with
about
speculation, right? Because listen, nobody's ever measured the sun to be 93 million miles away. Nobody's measured the sun to be 400 times bigger than the moon.
I think
Nobody's measured any of these.
because, like, if you calculate the light speed and, like, for example, if we in a certain point of the Earth we get light after, for example,
Okay, how
2
do you
seconds.
measure? How do you measure? It takes 8.25 minutes for light to get from the sun to the Earth. Does a photon have a little clock on it? It's
No, it doesn't.
no.
Okay, I get your point.
The reason why people conclude that it takes 8.25 minutes for light to reach the Earth is because people have assumed that Earth is a globe inside of a solar system.
Yep, and that the sun's a specific distance away from the Earth. It's all about calculations. It's not about measurements. These guys are just like making assumptions.
Yeah, it's physics.
It's all assumptions. Listen, and here's one more thought for you, okay? A flat Earth is not inside a space vacuum. There is no space underneath the Earth.
I don't know, bro. I think
Maybe
you have
we don't know that yet.
claim. No, I tell you something. If you have a claim, I think you have you have to have like narrative for that claim. For example, why do we get protected by the magnetic field? If we don't have a magnetic field in the flat Earth, how do you get protected then? Okay, that's the point. Another one.
Hold on. How do you get a magnetic field if the Earth isn't a globe? Listen, we already measured the Earth. Why is this question necessary, logically or just philosophically?
But literally, even people who
do you think they know why Earth has a magnetic field if it's a globe? They don't even understand that.
Why? But they literally have the magnetic field.
We're actually working on that project.
The flat earthers.
Why can't we have a magnetic field on a flat Earth?
Exactly.
Yeah,
why can't we? When nobody knows how a magnetic field is created on a globe, why should we have to answer how it's being done if Earth isn't a globe?
Because the magnetic field is like formed by the iron in the bottom of the Earth. That's why, like the nucleus of the Earth.
All the things, guys.
That's why. But for example, in the flat Earth, you can't explain that.
We can explain it, okay? You just wouldn't like the explanations.
Okay, how explain to me?
And your look, your explanation is just wrong and can't even be right. You understand that metal like iron loses magnetism at high temperatures. It's called hysteresis. So why don't you explain how you even have a magnetic iron core when it's supposed to be thousands and thousands of degrees and a liquid? So the magnetic domains can't even line up in the first place.
That's right. You need dipole alignment. And when everything is vibrating because it's excited due to heat and friction, those dipoles can't align and suspend a magnetic field. That's right.
And it's liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no structure.
I understand.
See, but hey, you got an explanation.
I don't know, honestly, but maybe I need to think about it.
You know what they say? The Earth is a giant electromagnet.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, what kick-started it in the first place?
I don't really know.
Right. Well, we demand an explanation. I demand an explanation from you.
No, I'm telling you, I'm not like.
Well, they say the magnetic field creates an electrical current, and that electrical current creates a magnetic field. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you guys, I'm not embracing a certain theory. I'm just open to like talk about it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you.
We're only concerned with one thing: what does the surface of the Earth measure? Because then we can figure out if the Earth is a ball or if it's flat. Looking in the sky and just imagining the Earth is like those things, or should be like those things, or other phenomenological ideas, that can't even prove the Earth is flat as a matter of logic. The only thing that can prove the Earth is flat or a ball is to measure the Earth. That's it. It's your only choice. There are no other choices. If I want to know how tall you are, I'm not going to look at the lights. I'm not going to look at the ceiling. I'm not going to ask your neighbors. I'm not going to look at other people to figure out how tall you are. I'm going to take a tape measure and measure you. That's it. It's really simple. People overcomplicate this.
Okay, but you know what? Even the flat earthers, they have some measurements of the Earth space. You know what? You know it.
Measurement of what?
The Earth space.
The airspace?
The Earth space.
Earth space? Are you talking about Jaren? Are you talking about that stupid Netflix one, dude?
Okay, I'll tell you what. For example, in people who embrace the flat, the spherical Earth, they believe that the Earth has 510 million square kilometers.
Yes.
And they're divided into like land area and water area. You know that, yeah?
Yeah.
The water is about 71 and the Earth is about 29. So they literally explain that.
We don't care about the surface area. How does that tell us the surface of the Earth is curved? It has to be curved, right? Not a straight line.
Okay.
The surface area don't matter. Okay.
I'll tell you something.
Let's do this. So if you were do you know how much the Earth is supposed to curve?
Yeah, he just told me about 66 feet. Yeah?
Yeah. Do you know how much that is?
About 10.
Like in meters? Like 20 meters? Is that it?
Yeah, he just told me. I just
yeah, so like 20 meters and 15 kilometers. It gets worse than that. So at like 30 kilometers, it's like 120. At 30 kilometers, or not 30, like 40 kilometers, it's 127 meters.
Okay, we're back to that point
now
again.
Think you're 3 times farther, but the amount of curvature increased way more than 3 times, right? And of course, it increased 6 times.
Look,
this is an exponential, brother. What I'm trying to tell you is the curvature is an exponential function. It should easily be visible from the surface of the Earth, or measurable, in fact, but nobody measures it or sees it.
But bro, how could you calculate it? The curvature that you're claiming. If it's 66 feet, how could you calculate it? You should have some physics for that, yeah? So how do you get it? Hello?
So we're not the ones claiming this. This is the geometric. This is the geometric constraint of the globe.
What does it mean?
Okay, so if Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles on average, then we can use the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon, and also we can derive the curvature rate and approximate it. Right? So we do this by using math, by using geometry, and we can fact check this by visiting astronomy websites, by visiting NASA. They will tell you the same thing that we're telling you right now.
NASA would say that.
Yeah, the drop, that over 10 miles, the drop is about 66 feet.
Could be.
Okay.
Not actually.
That's why the further you go in the sky, for example, in a tower, that's why the further you can see, like in the vision field. Yeah. And the later the sunset will, is it the same reason you're talking about? The same thing.
Oh, I mean, you see farther because your angle changes. I mean, that's just obvious. You didn't ever climb the tree because you were trying to look over the curve of the Earth. Okay.
Well, but even it's not.
But you could
It's
see
not
farther
about
from the top of the
angle.
tree, right?
But now we're not talking about the angle itself. We're talking about the later of the sunset. Like
What
the
about
sky
the sun?
is already. The further you go up in the sky, the later the sunset will be. The sun
Yeah,
is
and
already up there. Like we're not taking an angle over it. Yeah.
no, but look, but what's the sunset? It's when the horizon chops the sun in half, right? Cuts the sun in half, but the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. It's not the edge of the ball. It's not any of those things.
Okay.
You know how we know that? You know how we know that it's not that? Because the horizon moves without you moving. You can stay in the same place and go to the ocean and watch the horizon and see it move around, as in it'll be 3 miles, then 2 hours later it'll be 6 miles, and 6 hours later it'll be 30 miles. So if the horizon itself moves around, that can't be the Earth, unless the Earth is changing. Hold on, unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Why you interrupt me every time I talk? This 3 times in a row. Unless the Earth is changing size. Do you understand? Do you think the Earth is changing size?
Of course not.
Okay, then why does the horizon change?
What do you mean the horizon change? How can the horizon change?
One day it'll be like 3 miles away from you, and then another day it'll be 10 miles away from you. Now, when you calculate the curvature of the Earth, the first calculation you have to do is you calculate the tangent, which is the horizon distance. Okay? Now, if the first part of your calculation is moving around,
okay,
then what do you have? You can say, "Hey, man, we watched the sunset. It was cut in half by the horizon." Well, okay, what's the horizon? Well, that's the edge of the Earth cutting the horizon in half. Well, your horizon's moving around. So how's it the edge of the Earth? Is Earth changing size? Is it? No one thinks it's changing size. It just shows that what you think the horizon isn't true.
What is it? Okay, you're keeping moving.
The horizon is purely an optical effect created by a shallow angle of view to the surface of the Earth and the meteorological conditions of the day. That's it. Different weather, different horizon. Different elevation, different horizon. At high elevation, in fact, NASA says that the horizon is not well defined and that it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon from like an airplane.
Okay, I get your point. I get it, but it also doesn't explain, like, whenever I say that the further you go into the sky, you say that you change the vision angle, like you see further.
Yeah.
But
yeah, dude, I think you're looking at a checkerboard, right? Think of a giant checkerboard, right? And there's squares everywhere. And then the higher you go, the more squares you're going to see down that checkerboard. Right? It all depends on how high you are. If you go really, really high above this infinite checkerboard, you'll see more and more squares. But if you're really, really low, you'll see less and less squares.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but nice one, guys. Hottest man, his name is. When you say you get the point, can you please acknowledge that that is an anomaly against the globe? Okay, it means the globe has a problem. You're getting the point, but you're not acknowledging it and you're not registering it. Please, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
I just told you that I'm open to all theories, so that's why I'm talking here. If I'm not open,
you don't have a theory, dude. A theory is something like for cause and effect relationships, phenomenon.
Yeah, I think so.
We're talking about what is, not why or how or any of those things. We're just talking about what is, right? Whether something exists or not.
But you don't have
a different type of question. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Okay. Anyway,
right. Theories are for like how and why. It's in scientific theories. are for how and why. How does this happen? Why does this phenomenon happen? It doesn't concern itself with whether something exists or not, unless that existence of that thing is testing a theory of how and why, such as a Higgs boson or something like that. They want to test a theory like the standard model of physics. They go, okay, we need this Higgs boson to exist. Let's test to see if it exists. Okay. So we don't have a theory. We're just saying, hey, dude, you observe the Earth is flat and motionless, and we don't measure any curvature. So now what? And we're not telling you to trust us over NASA or anybody else. We're just saying this, that if you go out and you take what they say the globe is, and then you go out into the natural world and you test what they say is there, it's not there. That's what we're telling you. Now, you can do whatever you want with that. You can ignore it. You can stick your head in the sand. You can do whatever. But we're telling you, if you go out into the natural world and test if the Earth is a globe, you'll find out that it isn't.
Okay, bro.
And this is where the rub happens, because people get afraid to test it. They don't want to know.
Yeah.
Because the consequences are too scary for them.
Yeah, I understand you. But also,
well, what if you went out and did a test tomorrow, right? And you could, like, you went to the ocean and you watched the boat, and you watched the boat sail like 50 miles away, and you could 50 kilometers away, and you could still see the ship.
I don't have explanation for that, honestly.
Well, I've done this myself. Yeah. I tracked the ship. I tracked the ship for 3.5 hours, right? So they have an app called Marine Traffic, which tells you where the ship is. So I watched and photographed the ship for 3.5 hours as a cargo ship. And after 3.5 hours, it's 30 miles away, and I can still see it with the naked eye. I even took pictures with a shitty ass iPhone 4S. Okay, still seeing the ship the entire time. Now, if the Earth was a globe of the size they say, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon, which is like 130 meters.
Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm yeah.
So that's what I mean. I went out and tested it. And I'm like, holy shit, bro! Like, the Earth actually is flat, and not because somebody told me, but because I was like, okay, you guys say it is. I can go test it myself. I'm gonna check, see if you guys are full of shit. Now, let's go with NASA. Can you test what they say?
No, we can't.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even test it. You just got to completely trust them. People that aren't trustworthy.
It's not only NASA. That's the point. It's not only NASA. Like,
well, you got to trust whoever it is making the clip. You got to trust whoever.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
I mean,
like,
my mom told me never to trust strangers, but.
What this means, you need to ask them to explain. Ask them to explain how Earth suspends a magnetic field, even though we've got contradictory claims. Ask them to explain how space can be an infinitely expanding vacuum and gravity compresses gas down to the surface of planets.
Better yet, ask them what the evidence is, and then you're going to get nothing.
Yeah,
what's the evidence that Earth is a molten iron core? Well, we have this theory based upon plate tectonics, and yeah, but I asked for the evidence, like the physical evidence, like what did you do in the lab? What data do you have? And they don't have shit, dude. Nothing.
Okay,
there's more fucking data about schizophrenics in the world than there is about, some molten iron core.
But I had a question, one more one, just before I go. You guys, flat earthers, you don't believe that like humans have been on the moon yet?
Hell no. You do?
Some flat earthers think so.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think people went to the moon, bro?
No.
Not you, the other guy. Really?
Well, we have some rocks from the moon.
Well, can you explain to me this? I'm not going to get into like the various problems with their documentary evidence. Now, you know what telemetry is? Telemetry is like data that tells you exactly where something went.
No,
So the telemetry data for the Apollo program doesn't exist. They said they lost it. So the only thing that would prove they went to the moon, they don't have.
Right. So they can't explain contradictions and provide evidence for said contradiction and claim.
They say they lost it. They say they taped over it because tapes were scarce.
I don't know.
And why were data tapes scarce? Because they stopped whaling, and they made the tapes out of something from the whales.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask something that when some reporters have asked the astronauts of the Apollo, okay, they asked them if they ever been on the moon, something like that, and they asked them to make a note on the Bible, and they refused to do that. You see that thing?
Yeah, that's astronauts gone wild. By Bartsa, bro. That's not the only one. One of the guys that accidentally left their wireless microphone in there, his son asked him if he wants to call the CIA to have him whacked.
I was in a globalist space yesterday. Well, it wasn't quite globalist, but it was like a conspiracy group of people. And they're talking about the Apollo program. And the pro-Apollo program people had no clue what year it was, who the president was, how many times they landed. They just kept repeating the mantra, we landed on the moon, science is great, all that crap. And the people who were like, against, or not against it, but like, hey, it didn't happen the same way. They're telling them like, all the story, everything wrong with it, and then finally they had what broke the debate. What finally, after all the discussions going back and forth, this is like the facts, the evidence, all of it. What finally broke it down was that clip from Buzz Aldrin, who says, "We didn't go there." So I'm like, as you like Yola just said, you never know when you talk to these people what is going to be that spark, that click that's going to get them to think, let me reevaluate this position that I went to the moon. The guy who said he did there didn't go there.
Yeah, you made a good point, man. You never know because there's so many things that destroyed the moon landing. It's like, is it going to be the photographs? Is it going to be the frickin' telephone call? Is it going to be just the contradictory nonsense that they said afterwards?
Lack of shielding, lack of protection from the radiation.
Technical reasons. There's technical reasons, but you never know. Some people, like Kurt just said,
the power it would take to transmit from the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, there's so many things. It's like freaking, it's a potpourri. It's like, where do you want me to start? I don't even know where to start. This just too much.
Yeah, I tried with the whole thing that there was no advancement of humanity. There wasn't a kumbaya moment. There wasn't the overview effect. And I said you basically had Nixon carpet bombing Cambodia. George or Carl Sagan saying how ironic it was, and their counter was, what does Nixon and Sagan or Cambodia have to do with this at all? And I'm like, what? Wait, so you're trying to say actions taken by Nixon at the same time that Nixon was in office are unconnected to what Nixon had done when Nixon was in office? And they're like, yeah. Completely unrelated. Like they said, if I go to the grocery store on Tuesday, that doesn't mean I can't go to a restaurant on Friday, or so, I don't know. It was like something that just is bizarre. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tap out here at that point. It's irrelevant talking about this with you guys. Like, you'll never get it. I could spend the rest of my life trying to explain to you the overview effect and whatnot. So then another guy jumped in and tried to talk about like antennas and wavelengths and whatever. Nope, didn't get that. And then here's a clip of Buzz Aldrin. What was the scariest moment about going to the moon? Well, it would have been scary, but it wasn't because we didn't go there. And they're like, oh shit, what does this mean?
Well, there's the other one. Like they never tested the LEM. They tested it on the moon, basically. Oh, that thing we're going to land on the moon with, the most crucial part of the trip. We'll test it there. When they couldn't get it to work on Earth, it's just so absurd. If you know anything about humans and how they engineer things, especially, mechanical devices, they at least test them. Especially if you've ever put anything together. You'd never put like, oh yeah, I'm going to build this thing I never built before. Let's not test it.
Yeah, usually you test it to destruction. And from that destruction point is where you begin to build the new one. You see what I mean? But no, they didn't do that.
Well, even you buy a new car, right? You test drive it. Even though you know they manufactured 500,000 of them. You know what I mean? There's still the one that you got.
At least kick the tires, right? Like you're going to walk.
I want it to be a lemon.
Hey, did you hear how they found out that they knew that they could orbit the Earth? They sprayed and prayed. They just sent something up there and used some trajectory that actually made sense on a model, on an idea, and then they hope for the best. That's what I hear from these guys. They're like, how do you know that you could go around the Earth, like this spheroid that you think exists? Well, we just, they sent things up there and they hope for the best. Have you guys heard that?
You know how you know that method works? Because it works.
Yeah, because they did it.
It's called real good engineering.
That's like, you're going to send a particular craft up there to go around the Earth. How do you know it can go around the Earth? How do you know the Earth is what you're claiming it to be with the calculations? How do you know that? Yeah, that's weird, huh?
Was it easier to fool than to give it to someone they'd been fooled? Somebody has an identity that they are smart. They can't fool them. They're wiser than the average bear. Smarter than the average bear. They're the ones who bust the foolings. And then you tell them, dude, you got hoodwinked. They got you coming. They saw you coming.
Yeah, that could be why some of these people, we've seen them who, they'll even accept the moon landings didn't happen. And they'll accept alternative versions of events that have been portrayed a certain way in the mainstream media, or they'll realize if any new event happens or is said to happen, assume it didn't happen until demonstrated otherwise. But they can't get to the flat Earth because that also, even that kind of alternative mind set, puts you in a place, of thinking, I can't be fooled again. Because I know for me, that was 2012, the last time I got fooled by a media thing where everybody was crying, and I might have even cried. And then like 2 days after the so-called event, in 2012, I was like, shoot, they did get me again. They are never going to get me again. But then I realized, oh, they got me when I was, first a tiny child with this globe thing. Shoot. So people should be able to humble themselves and say, like, yeah, I got fooled when I was a child. Yeah, and then everything around me reinforced that fooling. Like, that's not, like, it's okay, guys. Like, you were just a child when they indoctrinated you into the globe cult, so it's not your fault. But it is your fault if you keep clinging to it despite having zero evidence. Then you're proving yourself to not be as smart as you thought you were.
I think the globe is like a chink in the armor. It's like a gap that they can always exploit. Because they just use the same type of messaging, and people just like Pavlov's dog just fall into that type of thinking. Because it's already just like a gigantic case study in cognitive dissonance for like all of humanity. Well, you have to think, if you're running around thinking you're in a frickin' illusion, because kids don't believe that crap. So you get brainwashed by adults into thinking it's true, and you have to suppress that cognitive dissonance. Otherwise, you could be in crisis. For me, that's why people are mentally freaking ill, because they're holding around this idea, this contradictory idea. Here's life, and they're saying that it's not like this. You know, but the point is that it's like if you're mentally holding on to something that's not true as true, then it's like anything can slip through that door. You have a big hole in your intellectual protection. I mean, they got me at 9/11 for, I can't even believe I fell for that shit. For a couple days at least. And I realized how ridiculous it was. And other people realized how ridiculous it was.
It was the invincible passport that got you, huh? The one that was on the plane and it.
No, them turning into dust like that.
They found the passport.
No, that is pretty cuckoo. It was the freaking dustification, the turning into nothing.
Oh yeah. 3 buildings, 2 planes.
Yeah, but there was like nothing left to the buildings.
Yeah. 500,000 tons of material just gone.
Well, and then if you just start thinking about it, okay, say you had a plan. I want to destroy the World Trade Center and turn them into a 3-story pile of dust. We're gonna hire the U.S. military. How many weapons does that take? Like how many GB whatever their biggest thing is? I think it's like the Moab. How many Moabs is it going to take to flatten the World Trade Center? It would take like 200 of them to turn it to dust. It would take hundreds of them.
Yeah.
If you look at the war in Ukraine, they got freaking a lot of their buildings. You can't use the Middle Eastern buildings; they're trash. But if you look at the war in Ukraine, these are getting hitting with 300. What they're called Fab 3000. So they're 3,000 kilogram bombs, 6,000 pound bombs. And while they're being destroyed, they're still standing. They're not being turned into dust.
Yeah, they're gutted. Like the exterior walls are kind of up, but everything inside is gone.
Yeah, but the World Trade Center, there was no exterior walls. It's gone. It was freaking gone.
I like how they say that 24,000 gallons of fuel in the airplane is what took it all down. Where the fuck do you put 24,000 gallons of fuel at? In the wings?
Well, I had a friend that said that too. I said, you know that giant fireball that shot out the back? What was that?
That's impossible. You got to think about how, because the momentum of the fuel is supposed to be going 500 miles in one direction, and then the fuel shoots out an explosion shoots out the back the way the plane came. Would the fuel forget it's going 500 miles an hour? I mean, what really broke it was Web Theory. There was an article called Muslims violate laws of physics, and it just went through it, just using Newton's laws of motion. That the pancake is impossible, the plane smash crash is impossible, the fuel explosion is impossible. Like all these things that are just impossible. Just basic 9th grade physics.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm even more embarrassed that I was actually teaching high school physics, watching the towers fall on CNN in the classroom with the students. I'm such a bad teacher. I should have seen it instantly. But I was thinking about all the poor people. I had the emotional, the emotional effect. It clouded my brain.
Yeah, they have the lists of the old people. An elderly couple that was married for 70 years. They were high school sweethearts from New Hampshire, and they died in the world. They died crashing in their plane. And then you go look, because I went through their
anyway, Indio. It's fine. They were 70 years they were married. Get rid of them.
Well, their flame never died. It just got brighter in the center of the World Trade Center. I went through the CNN list, all the people they said died, and went and looked in their local, like where they were from, to see if they had an obituaries, see if they owned any property, because you can look at the registry of deeds. I got like 30 into the list, and I hadn't found a single freaking person where that local, and these people are like from small towns. I brought up the old person one because it's an actual one. They said they lived in this town for 80 years, worked in this factory, whatever. There's no obituary in the local newspaper. There's no funeral. There's no, anything that happened like in the school, the freaking city council or mayor or whoever was running that little podunk town. Like nobody did anything. Like they never heard of them, these people. CNN heard of them somehow, but nobody else heard of them. No property records, nothing in either the husband or the wife's name. Because one of them was supposed to be a school teacher. They retired. Nothing from the school celebrating her, whatever. But if you just go down the list of the names, dude, you won't find anybody. Whether there's an actual like funeral or an obituary about that person.
It makes me wonder, right? This is why archive.org and archive.is and all these others, Wayback Machine, are so detrimental to them. Because taking snapshots of records and images of databases as they appeared in that time is going to be very hard for unscrupulous evildoers to backdate information and start backstopping this stuff. And then having AI run.
Yeah, what did archive.org capture in 2001, though? You know what I mean?
Probably not much yet.
Yeah. And they had those weird freaking web pages that they were hard to scrape because they were running like, what was it? ActiveX or some trash.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone remembers MySpace, right? You can inject all kinds of code into that shit. But we're seeing where people are going through these archives and pulling up information on a lot of these highly visible politicized events, and just debunking the narratives of the bad guys that are pulling stuff off.
I know, but it's just whack because the normies will never buy it unless the very people that told them that 9/11 was real also tell them 9/11 is fake. Like that's the conundrum. I mean, how many people we get in here? Like,
right there.
They have to like, well, I'll believe everything you say when the authority says that you're right.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. I was going to say that when you were talking about the globe. Yeah, when you're talking about the globe, because you were saying how how they had a inherent understanding of the world the way it is, which is flat and stationary, the way they experience it, and then all of us said, "Oh, you're so silly, ha ha ha! You just think it's flat and stationary, but here's what it's really doing." And then, yeah, they put all of their trust in those people. So, you're talking about the cognitive dissonance, yeah, because it's like admitting those people were wrong. Yeah, is not only admitting that you were very badly fooled by them, but then it's
admitting that the people that you think have all the answers have not only don't have the answers or aren't giving them to you if they have them, that you have to pretty much like start over. It's a very intimidating prospect for these globetards. But I'm going to say, PSA, you don't actually have to start over because you've taken this amazing step of understanding that it's possible to accept the world on the terms by which it presents itself and not have to rely on an external authority. What an amazing life that will be if you choose to accept it. Or you're going to start ahead of the game. You're going to start at the point where you can be as maddening as we are to the globers, because you can be 100% confident that there is no globe. And imagine all you can do with that amazing level of confidence. I guess DJ's talking about that image of the flags with I guess these are the various alleged moon landings. Okay, yeah, I guess so. What we're saying there is the lander should still be there and it's not there. Is that what we're saying in those images?
Those graphics are on par with Nintendo 64.
So on a similar note, I've been talking with Majin in back chats. He's all over the combat laser test and the David Bricker simulation of the U.S. standard atmosphere model against it. And the Vorontsov paper that describes more of the setup of the combat laser test. I'm gonna go on go hands free and just ramble a little. All right, so I think it was like in 2010, the U.S. Air Force and U.S. I think Navy was also jointly involved. They set up what was called the combat laser test. Combat is actually an acronym for something. they have this huge freaking laser, big freaking laser on Mauna Kea, on the Big Island in Hawaii. The Big Island is the most eastward island in the chain, and it's quite a big island, honestly. Like you can get cheap property there, like an acre for $80K, but you're also sitting on a volcano. But on the top, they have this facility and this big freaking laser, and they aimed it at Haleakala, which is on Maui, also like a mountaintop, volcano top. And over on the Maui side, they had a big telescope, and the telescope has different size optics in it. So the Maui people, they had a big freaking spotlight that you could see over in Mauna Kea with your big freaking laser. And the spotlight was used so that the folks on the Mauna Kea side on the Big Island could get reasonably close to start to aim and sight in the laser onto the telescope next to the spotlight on Maui. The laser transmitted 3 different frequencies at the same time. One was blue-green, the other was about 1,050 or so nanometers, and the other was deeper infrared at 1,550 nanometers. So the beams were shot out. They were tightly coupled together from the transmission side, and on the receiver side, on the optic, all 3 beams entered the smaller optic. The diffraction footprint of the blue-green laser over 149 kilometers is a 149 kilometer propagation path. I mean, that is just insane. The blue-green laser had a diffraction footprint of about 4 meters. And so they had an optic on the opposite side set up to receive 4 meters. All 3 wavelengths were seen entering the 4-meter optic at the same time. The super deep infrared, the nearer infrared, and the blue-green. And at similar angles to each other. This is very important because what it means is the simultaneity of receiving all 3 wavelengths means that you didn't have like the highly active and energetic green frequency take a wandering path in the middle and then recombine, clustering together with the infrared lasers upon arrival. The path, the time of flight of each of these beams was exactly the same, which means you didn't have like the IR beams going straighter and the green beam taking a geodesic, like I was saying. They all 3 left at the same time and arrived at the same time at similar angles, and all 3 were seen within the 4-meter optic. Means the centroids would have been, you can deduce this wasn't in the paper, but it means the centroids would have been visible because they were clustered together here. And this was not able to be modeled by the US Standard Atmosphere model by David Bricker. No matter what he did, he tried several different things. He even tried including terrestrial refraction, mixing it in with, some very aggressive turbulence to account for the scintillation and the wandering of the beam centroids. And his modeling was still unable to account for it. And they determined that I think his best model would only be used for propagation distances under 100 kilometers, but could not go and be accurate to their use within the full 149 kilometer distance. So this is why this test refutes terrestrial refraction, because refraction wasn't present. Refraction was simply just not present for all 3 wavelengths. So I thought that was very interesting.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Did they have any?
Okay, Bill.
They have any explanation, or other than it just worked?
I don't think. I mean, no, but just the U.S. standard atmosphere model was inadequate. Point being, like, if there was some kind of terrestrial refraction, if there was refraction would cause the lasers to diverge away from each other. You wouldn't expect them to be tightly clustered together, and you wouldn't expect them all to arrive at the same freaking time. You would have the IR laser beams going relatively straight, and then the green beam would be arcing like a geodesic, taking a longer time to arrive, and then coming in at a different angle. And as a result of coming in at a different angle, be offset by the infrared lasers. But the infrared lasers were bang on, hitting in to the tight 4-meter optic on the other end. The other IR lasers, by the way, had footprints of about 12 meters in size, in diameter, with the center being of the highest intensity and then it dithering out towards the edges. They detected the entire beam width footprint, I think, with combat. They were able to see, you can jostle around your lens a bit and get a reading for the intensity profile, the Gaussian distribution profile of each of the lasers. And they did that. They were able to tell that the beams were diffracting as they expected over that distance. They're diverging. And beam divergence is the angle of like the cone that results. Collimators are not perfect. So, I mean, I think that's pretty impressive. I mean, 4 meters over 149 kilometers, that's a pretty tight beam. But yeah, I mean, to me, that's the real killer there. The any claim that there's terrestrial refraction would require different frequencies to take different paths, and because you'd have more energetic, more a higher frequency lasers are refracting more, they would have a longer time of flight, and they'd have a different angle from the point of departure against the other beams, and a different angle to as they would at the point of arrival. So if it was arcing up and then arcing down over a curve, and there was refraction over the curve, you would have gotten different results. And I think they were surprised by this. They were surprised by this because they expected there to be some kind of divergence, some separation of between the three beams, but there wasn't any. And what people seem to not understand when they look at this, and I think even when Indio posts some of the pictures, people don't understand that the simulation of the U.S. atmosphere model was done after the test. So basically in 2010, they did the test, and I think in 2019 or something, David Bricker did his thesis. So he's like, all right, so here's the combat data. Let me see if I can back into this using the U.S. standard atmosphere model. And he couldn't do it. There's another paper by Vorontsov, and they couldn't do it either. So there are a bunch of there may be 4 or 5 papers you can find out there floating around about this, studying that 2010 demonstration, that test. So it just bears worth understanding that these claims of terrestrial refraction. Now I get it, like they were way up high. They were like on between I think 4,000 and 8,000 or so meters or something off the ground. So the air is really thin up there, which means you wouldn't expect much to get in the way to cause light to want to take a different path through it. So it's a pretty clean atmosphere, but there's also volcanic ash and crap there. If you ever lived in Hawaii and you have asthma problems, you understand. So, but even so, the air's thin. One thing they noted was that the scintillation and wandering was like 2 to 4 times greater than what the atmospheric model predicted too. So there was almost like so much scintillation and turbulence that and so little like refraction They just didn't know how to deal with it. I mean, it's so chaotic and random. If you were to try and with a 4 meter uncertainty, I mean, if you had maybe one shot to turn on the laser and turn it off really quick, and you're aiming at like another airplane or something, you may miss it by a margin. So, and if these things consume a whole ton of energy and take a while to spin up, then it may be impractical to use these for targeting or for the precision that they might need for targeting. Is kind of my assessment of where this might be going. That doesn't mean they can't develop solutions. I'm sure they can, but it's cheaper to just get a missile with an IR sensor on it, and have it follow the enemy's heat signature, and just ram it up the tailpipe. Kaboom! Star Wars is expensive. That's kind of the takeaway. I hope that helps clarify some things, because this paper, this particular claim, gets discussed off and on, and you'll see it again. I have to brush my teeth.
Doesn't it? What?
But before I do, let me go post some of the artifacts here. I'll post the 2 papers by David Bricker and by Vorontsov. It's important because David Bricker focused on atmospheric modeling of the test and failing at it. And the Vorontsov paper is valuable because it describes a setup that David Bricker didn't have in his paper. So you can see what the name of the laser is. It's called the AOS. You can see how they basically not built it, but just set it up for the testing. And that's important because we have to have the values for how big the apertures are and the angles that they were able to set and adjust the laser and the optic at the other end by, and so on. So I'll post those, and I'll post some other media here. And now I got to go on mute for a little bit.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Hey, Matrix, was it you, or I forget who shared the William Hyde Wollaston comment the other day?
Which comment was that? Sorry.
The William Hyde Wollaston, English physicist and polymath in 1800, on variations of terrestrial refraction and distance of visible. Oh, okay. I couldn't remember who shared. I couldn't remember who shared that. That's amazing. They knew 200 years ago that diffraction, as you have. Well, this is in regards to, by bringing the line of sight near the surface of the water, boats and other small objects are found to be completely hidden by an apparent horizon, which in so short a distance cannot be owing to any real curvature of the water, and can arise solely from bending of rays by, he says, refraction, but
yeah, it's refraction, not diffraction.
Well, it'd be the diffraction limit of the.
No, it's refraction, and that's what the paper's about. That was me that shared the paper.
Oh, okay, you shared it. Man, that's great stuff.
Yeah, it's not diffraction. It's not the diffraction limit. I don't really get the argument where people say that things disappear bottom up because of perspective alone. You know, if you see a ship, it's like even AI, all the AIs will call you out on that one, right? Then they're not going to get that as a solid argument. But if you explain how it can happen because of refraction, then they're going to agree. Of course it can. And if most of the Globers arguments is like, oh, how come we can't see the bottom 6,000 feet of this mountain, or how come we can't see the bottom half of this ship, right? You can't explain that with just perspective causing the bottom to disappear.
It's a combination.
Maybe it has a little tiny effect, and you can't make out the very bottom of something far off in the distance when its angular size is already really tiny anyway.
Yep. But I'd say it's impossible under almost every condition to be able to make that determination. Yep. You need like a perfect vacuum.
Have you seen what is it Marshall from that guy from Australia?
Mitchell.
He did it with a penny on it. Mitchell, thank you. He did it with a penny on a kitchen table.
Yeah, that's another bad argument, because what happens is when you zoom in with the camera, the aperture opens up wider, and when you zoom out, it gets very small. So when you zoom in, you're opening up that aperture, and then the camera is able to resolve the coin.
Mm-hmm. And
people have tested it by putting sticky tape, right, on the over the whole center of the lens, and you can still see the coin perfectly. You can't even see the sticky tape because of the way the light enters the sensor in the camera. Look, but if that was the case, then if a boat was so basically what that argument is saying is that if something appears like the bottom, like you can't see it, right? Like if a boat looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth, then you could zoom in and you can see the whole object again, and that proves that it's perspective and not physical curvature. But there's not a single video that exists where the bottom half of the boat's missing and then you zoom in and you can see the whole boat again. That doesn't ever happen. It's not that there literally isn't a single video of zooming a boat back in, right, where it's like the whole bottom part of the boat's missing and then you zoom in and you can see the whole boat again, right? If you zoom in on a boat where the bottom part of the boat looks like it's missing, it's just a zoomed in version of the bottom of the boat missing. Right, I'll show you exactly like an example of it right now.
Well, I'm trying to think of examples. Yeah, I don't have those on hand, but
like this one, for instance. All right, see, so here's a big ship, right? So, all right, so that ship that we can see there, that's this ship. All right, I'll post a picture of the ship. All right, that's this ship here. It's called the Mandarin Arrow, and in the image above that, the guy went to the beach, and in the morning, it's like, all right, the whole bottom of the ship's clearly missing there, right? So the flat Earth argument with the coin on the table thing will be like, oh, all right, so we could just zoom in and bring the ship back to view. Right? That doesn't happen ever, right? So he zooms in, and wow, look, it's the exact same amount still hidden.
Mic check. Anybody hear me?
Oh yeah, buddy, we hear you. Sorry.
Good.
Yeah, man, all good.
I've got some information to share. Maybe it might be a good time to monologue a bit and process some info. So first, let me get set up. I need to get my sources ready because it's going to be interactive. Going to talk a little bit about the history of NASA. And this isn't to get conspiratorial. You know, many flat earthers like to approach this from a conspiratorial angle, and you can. I mean, it kind of is, but
if we operate off of primary first-hand documents, we don't have to be conspiratorial at all. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to present links to our NASA channel on 24/7 Flat Earth, our Discord server. So I'm assuming most people are going to be acquainted with this place. If you're not, feel free to join discord.gg/Flat Earth. This is in the hashtag NASA channel. I'm going to talk about the genesis of NASA. So 1951, April 4th, 1951, President Harry Truman, he signed a presidential directive. The directive was called Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board. This directive's purpose was to authorize and provide for the more effective planning, coordination, and conduct of psychological operations. That's right, that's where this begins. So here's a link to that. I'm linking you to the source document signed by Harry Truman. The Psychological Strategy Board is the organization formed after the Allied victory of World War II. Their mission was to cement the victory of the Allied powers into the minds of everybody on Earth from now until forevermore, as a force to be reckoned with, as a force that nobody could overcome and topple. So it begins with a psychological operation. There's the directive. The next president came a couple years later, so that was April 4th, 1951. Now on September 2nd, 1953, President Eisenhower came along, and he decided to reorganize this, and he renamed this the Operations Coordinating Board under Executive Order 10483. Again, check the link in the side chat. It was reorganized and renamed Operations Coordinating Board because the Psychological Strategy Board was a little bit too bit on the nose. You know, if you're going to conduct covert operations, among which include PSYOPs, you don't want to call yourself like the PSYOP Warfare Office. You know, because in the future, as correspondence comes to light, it just wouldn't look too good on the president to be known as somebody who's manipulating the psychology of the mass public on something. So they called it the Operations Coordinating Board. Same board, the same people, the same members. They're involved in planning covert operations. This includes psychological warfare as well as assassinations and the toppling of foreign governments and poisoning people and like you name it. Whatever the atrocity is that was officially sanctioned and also off the books unofficially, that's what this is. This became a part of the National Security Council. So this is its nascent underpinnings. So in February 25th, 1957, Executive Order 10700 made the Operations Coordinating Board, previously the Psychological Strategy Board, a part of the National Security Council framework, integrating it in with the broader national security policy. Okay, link posted. Here we go. 18 minutes past the hour.
Hi, how are you? Hello.
Right, let me get the next link ready. So this is 1957, right? This is the height of the space race, America, Russia, capitalism versus communism. The Sputnik program came to the forefront. The Sputnik program prompted the Eisenhower administration to commission MIT. Yes, that MIT, Massachusetts Institution of Technology, MIT in Boston, right? A scientist named Dr. James Killian from MIT. They commissioned him to staff the president's Scientific Advisory Committee to study Sputnik, to study the implications and complications of it. His efforts contributed then to the next executive order, 10483, as well as the Killian Report, which I'm posting a link to now. The Killian Report, named after the guy himself. Okay, here it is. The Killian Report outlines all the implications of what if the Russians beat us to the space program, the space race, the space story. Do we lose the upper hand? Do we lose forever defining what the mysterious outer space realm is for the people now into the future? Okay? It's more of a sociological study than anything else, the Killian Report. The Killian Report and Dr. Killian himself was behind the framework behind National Security Council 5814 by the Operations Coordinating Board. This is the big one, 20 minutes past the hour. NSC 5814. You can Google it. This is the OCB, right? The same PSYOP warfare department under a new name released this document. It's titled NSC 5814 Preliminary U.S. Policy on Outer Space, June 1958. This document emphasizes the need for a U.S. space program, a United States-led space program for the world. This document includes a very specific psychological exploitation objective. It calls for, quote unquote, the judicious selection of outer space projects, even those with limited scientific value, primarily to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Essentially, creating a space program, paragraph 62, which leads to NASA. The purpose is to project technological power and capabilities, whether or not they exist. All right, let's continue. This memo entails a discussion of which agency should chair the working group underneath the Operations Coordinating Board, who should be a part of it. It was agreed that the CIA would provide its own representative under the State Department until the newly formed National Aeronautics and Space Administration was in a position to provide leadership unto its own. Don't believe me? Well, you can read here on this next document, CIA Director Alan Dulles appointing said representative himself to lead this effort on crafting the outer space narrative, 22 minutes past the hour. I'm not done. Definitely not done. I'm going to link you now to a diagram showing the overall architecture and governance of the space program in 1958, 23 minutes past the hour. From the president, underneath to the left, National Security Council with 5814. To the right, NASC, that's the National Aeronautics and Space Council. From the left, in the National Security Council was formed, or underneath it is the Operations Coordinating Board, previously the Psychological Strategy Board, the PSYOP department. The OCB here, along with the National Aeronautics and Space Council, together formulate NASA in partnership with the Department of Defense to the left there, under ARPA, which became later DARPA. Right?
Let's continue. The next policy to come was NSC 5918. Unlike the previous policy, NSC 5814, NSC 5918 was drafted by the OCB and processed through the newly formed National Aeronautics and Space Council, pretty much to launder the source of where it came from. Because it looked better if this policy came through a National and Aeronautics Space Council than an organization that's soiled with a reputation of a department that is responsible for overthrowing governments and committing psychological warfare. So this document, NSC 5918, stresses further the critical psychological and political significance of space activities. In particular, and specifically enumerated in this document, are policies governing manned space flight and its use in psychological deception. Described in this document, manned spaceflight is the ultimate goal to be leveraged in information operations to project U.S. prestige worldwide and overall superiority to the world. All right, let me post a link to that document here. There it is, 25 minutes past the hour. Actually, that one was the NASA Act of 1958, which is related. Here is NSC 5918. 25 minutes past the hour. All right. And that there is the policy formation behind NASA. I'm not talking about space Nazis and Operation Paperclip. Yes, all that is true and exists. What I'm more interested in is this story. The reason why they hired Werner von Braun and others is because of the propaganda effort. The Nazis ran a tremendously good propaganda campaign, had very brilliant sociologists and psychologists. If you go a level of abstraction above paperclip and all that other stuff, you're going to find what I'm telling you about right now. So here I'm pasting in chat is the helpful diagram to keep it all together. Coordination of covert missions, the operations coordinating board, the flow of documentation, the same people who coordinate the overthrow of foreign governments and assassinations of people and psychological operations for the president created NASA. These are the documents. These are the documents. Would you like to see a portion of these? I think you would. So I'm now going to post excerpts from some of these documents, which you can read yourself if you follow the links. Okay. So now let me go into my directory. And I'm going to pull up some screenshots of these documents. The first one I did read earlier, but I'll read it again because it's been a while. It's been a couple hours. This is from NSC 5814. 28 minutes past the hour. This is from the Presidential Psychological Warfare Department called the Operations Coordinating Board, National Security Council-5814. What does it say? All right, this is paragraph 51. The header is psychological exploitation. In the near future, while the USSR has a superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next paragraph, 52. Identify to the greatest extent possible the interests and aspirations of other free world nations in outer space with U.S. sponsored activities and accomplishments. Yeah, partner with them. 53. Yeah, that means partner with them for psychological Do you guys realize what I just read, paragraph 52, is to identify the interests and aspirations of other countries to join the U.S. in psychological exploitation. That's the paragraph header. You see the paragraph header way up top above 51, psychological exploitation? For psychological exploitation, the United States will identify the interests and aspirations of other countries to partner with the U.S. in psychological exploitation. All right, let's continue. Paragraph 53, develop information. Notice it says develop information. It doesn't say convey information. It doesn't say publish information. Develop. What's another word for develop? Create, fabricate, produce. Develop information and other programs. Wow. It's going to require a funding line that will exploit fully U.S. outer space activities. Exploit outer space activities on a continuing basis. That means now into the future, folks. Especially during the period while the USSR has superior overall space capabilities. Parse that out. Develop information and other programs that will exploit U.S. outer space activities on a continuing basis. Especially this, right? So they're saying they're going to keep doing this after what they especially do with the USSR. They're already thinking about generations past the USSR on a continuing basis, but for now, they're worried about the USSR plus what comes after. So exploit on a continuing basis programs which are designed to counter the psychological impact of Soviet outer space activities and what comes afterwards, to present U.S. outer space progress in the most favorable comparative light. That's the end of the psychological exploitation section. It doesn't end. My screenshot still has another section on reconnaissance satellites with a beautiful asterisk above it. You can go read what that asterisk denotes. That asterisk denotes a footnote below. Reconnaissance satellites, asterisk, paragraph 54. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, seek urgently a political framework which will place the U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States. I'll read that one more time. Place the use of satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States. This is NASA's founding document. Chapter 55, or paragraph 55, sorry. At the earliest technologically practicable date, use reconnaissance satellites to enhance the maximum extent of the U.S. intelligence effort. And people wonder, why was NASA classified as an intelligence agency by Donald Trump in September of 2025? Guess what, folks? They always were. This is their history.
Hello, flatties.
Hi.
Let's just get rid of him right away then, if he's going to act like that.
Yep, go ahead, mute. I'm still not done yet. I mean, you can't but help think that this is an entire PSYOP effort. I'm going to post another thing. Let's see. I forgot what this one was because the thumbnail's too small and my eyes are old. This is from one of the documents I posted. Oh, it's from CIA Director Alan Dulles. to the National Aeronautics and Space Council. This is preceding NASA. Dear Mr. Phillips, says CIA Director Alan Dulles, in accordance with your request and pursuant to the action of NASC at its meeting on 30th of June 1959, it says blank redacted. This is a person's name. Redacted of this agency will serve as my representative. Now, why would the CIA appoint a representative to the National Aeronautics and Space Council? Because the entire framework exists under the Operations Coordinating Board, under the National Security Council, whose foundation was the Psychological Coordinating Board, Strategy Board of President Truman, presidential level PSYOPs. Oh, but you flat earthers just cherry pick. Oh yeah? Why don't you go read these for yourself? I'm still not done yet. Like, I've just barely scratched the surface. Let me find something else. Okay, I'm posting another random screen cap. I forgot what this was from. So we'll see. Oh, boom. Okay. Oh, what's this? Another one from CIA Director Alan Dulles, chairmanship of the Outer Space Working Group. Why would the CIA be involved in outer space? Chapter 6, Chairman of the Outer Space Working Group. The next subject raised was the question of which agency should chair the OCB Working Group on Outer Space. Again, anytime you hear OCB, that's the Psychological Warfare Department of the President, like I just traced back with primary documents. Okay? So which agency should be responsible for PSYOPs regarding outer space, which was established in response to NSC 5814? Oh, wait, that's the document that I just read that had that entire section on psychological exploitation. After some discussion, it was agreed that the State Department would provide a chairman to the group, at least until such a time NASA is in a position to provide the leadership, says Alan Dulles. Oh, you know what's really funny? You know what came after this in the timeline? The previous screen cap I shared, where Alan Dulles nominates a redacted name to that very position to be responsible for the outer space program until NASA gets stood up. Oh my goodness. I mean, isn't this crazy or what? Okay, here's another one. I think this is from 5914. This is a policy that came after 5814. General consideration, scope of policy. Again, this policy is concerned with U.S. interests and blah, 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 blah. Exploration of outer space and their political and psychological significance in blah, 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 and ballistic missiles. The significance of this to U.S. security, blah, 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 national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance to national prestige. But Yoder, where can I get these documents? Just scroll up, join 24/7 Flat Earth, our Discord server. I linked you directly to those documents there. These are open source, unclassified, archive.org. You can also get them in the one of the presidential libraries. I think the Reagan one, online, PDF. Mostly unredacted. And that's a funny thing. A lot of these are still redacted, like the names. I find that hilarious. Oh my goodness. All right, what else? What else do I have to share? I mean, I've got these other things. They don't look like. Oh yeah, here's another one. Look at the header of that paragraph. 5918. U.S. Policy of Outer Space, 5918. Another paragraph on psychological exploitation. You guys believe in a conspiracy theory. It's just a conspiracy. No, NASA's telling you it's all psychological operation, bruh. Here's another one. Another document I linked to. Paragraph 4. From the political and psychological standpoint, the most significant factor of Soviet space accomplishments is that they produced a new credibility for Soviet statements and claims. Where once the Soviet Union was not generally believed, even its baldest propaganda claims are now apt to be accepted at face value. That's interesting because when Sputnik was launched on CBS, they interviewed United States Secretary of Defense Charlie Wilson. And he called this a cheap scientific trick. He said, yeah, that's Sputnik. That's a really neat scientific trick. Why would he call Sputnik a scientific trick if the whole world is to accept that it really orbited a globe? He calls it a scientific trick, and the United States at some point starts to convince the American public that it wasn't a scientific trick, that it was an actual technological achievement. You know what? I can have a vested interest in the United States to actually help the Soviets advance the idea of what outer space is. Why? Because the United States plans to dominate it. They dominated the idea of outer space by accepting the Soviet Sputnik claim and then launching the Apollo moon mission to one-up them. And it's all fake. Isn't that interesting? So if you want to know more, if you want to find out more, hang out with us. We are 24/7 Flat Earth. We're here 24/7, 365, live streaming multiple platforms. We're on Discord principally. We're live streaming to YouTube channels, Rumble, Spotify, X, Twitter, and some other places too. And our members are all over the world. We're the largest single Discord community for Flat Earth, approaching 30,000 members. 10 years. We've been live streaming our conversations for 10 years. You can listen to us talk about this topic amongst ourselves, as well as debate and interview members from the wider public. Scientists, engineers, astrophysicists, surveyors, you name it. We've talked to them. We've recorded their conversations in the full context, before, during, and after, 24/7, 365. You can make up your own mind what you think the Earth is. We ask that you just give us a listen, hear us out. Earth.
The holding cell. It's the holding cell.
Yeah, go ahead, Radwin. I got a meeting to prep for here at 3 o'clock Eastern, so.
Oh, good, because I didn't, I'm all done with work. Have fun working.
Oh, yeah, I've got issues, man, at work. I got a lot of shit to do.
Well, I started at 5, so I was like, I'm leaving the office. Goodbye, everybody, and waved and just didn't turn around. This is retarded.
If you check my LinkedIn, Radwin, you'll see who I'm working for now, and you'll understand why I'm a bit more stressed.
Okay. I will.
Scientifically, it's been proven that the Earth is not flat, and it's only a minority opinion. You know?
Well, it's also a minority opinion that you're attractive to the opposite sex.
It was a hit and run.
Wise. Opinion of his mother.
I was hoping that friend would stay around. Scientifically proven. Sounded like I was going to go somewhere.
Hey, go message him wherever he went to. Say, hey, bro, we wanted to have a sound vote. Matrix, you ever cut PVC?
Oh, PVC's horrible.
You ever cut it with like a vibrating tool or something that makes a lot of chips? You know, like basically PVC sawdust.
No, I found wood saw. Best thing. Still got
I cut it with a vibrating saw, and it was really sticking to my hands. And I'm like, why is my hands all covered in this stuff? And then I realized, oh dang, I put on hand cream because my hands were really dry earlier, right? So I put on all I use for hand cream when I'm working is Vaseline. So it's like it was sticking to me. Like, you remember that movie Bloodsport where they dip their hands in honey and then they dip it into glass?
Oh yeah,
on the gloves, cut each other.
Hot wax and glass. Yep.
Yeah, something like that. That's how I felt.
Hi guys.
Oh wow.
Bro,
if someone had just dropped in on the back of that conversation, here's one person talking about plumbing and Vaseline and how his hands all roughed up with glass.
Hey, dude. I get the Vaseline, then I get the glass, then I get to work on the pipe.
Oh wow.
How you doing, guys?
Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
What is this about? What the Champions Globe Defender means? Sorry, I'm new here.
Where do you think you live? What would you describe Earth as?
Describe what?
Earth.
Earth? Like
yeah.
a giant. Describe? Just like it's a giant mass of water with some land in the space, with a lot of people that seems to be like a virus or something like that. Is that correct?
Well, the space thing, ball thing, that's what they mean by globe, is the ball. And we're hoping some defender will come in and save the day, prove that it is a globe.
Oh my god. But defend of what? Defend from like the climate change?
No, not for climate change, no. Not defend the globe from something else, as in defend the globe from the flat earthers, I would suppose. Would be the better way to prove it.
I understood. Oh my god. Yes. It's difficult to like to say something where when you don't see it, like is difficult because behind a globe there's so many science, and to most of people it's difficult to understand like science, and they like most of people are very lazy to really go deep.
Which science? What science is there that proves the globe?
Well, I am like agnostic from both theories. Like, I don't defend the globe or the flat earth, but I really do think that maybe there is like a huge scene where we are like programmed somehow with this science. I don't know how to say like entre comillas. I'm a Spanish speaker. Like, well, I mean, I don't know if I don't really know if the Earth is a globe or is a flat, but I really do think that this kind of thing is to waste of time and to distract us for what really matters in our lives, that are the things we see every day. I don't know. What do you think?
I think you didn't answer my question. Which science?
Hold on, brother. Hold on, Andra Cito, my man. I'd agree with you that talking about the shape of the Earth and where it is in the cosmos is a complete waste of time. So if that's true, then why do they talk about space and the Earth being in space all the time on the news, when you're teaching young kids their first year in school? Why do they do that if it doesn't matter and it's a distraction from real stuff that's going on here?
Well, ask me, I think is because the power. When people are distracted, they like don't realize the power they have in their own lives, and they just like waste their time not just in thinking about the globe or the flat earth, but other things. Not just you don't see only in the news about the space. You see a lot more things that get distract you for like the experience you are having, that is very specific and individual. I think it's for that, for some people that don't want us to.
Yeah, a little. I'd agree with you a little bit, but the problem is that it's actually factually correct that the globe is the most propagated piece of propaganda across all forms of media. There's nothing else that even comes close.
I don't know, maybe religion. It could be like a pair, no? Okay. Where you from?
No, because within religions is the globe propaganda. I'm just talking like you turn on the news, dude. It's space all the time, all day long. You know, people, they tell you about the weather. They have to tell you that you're on a globe. They tell you that we're shipping, carts of apples to some other country across the globe. It's globity globe all the time. Globe.
Okay, what do you think about this? Why think they do this?
I think they do it because they want you to believe you're on a globe. They want you to believe that space is like something we're going to attain in the future. It's like a savior complex. You know, it's like there's always this illusion that you're going to take mankind into space, and then we'll find some secret answer that we don't have here. It's basically religion. So you were right that religion is the most propagandized thing, but the problem is it's the globe that is the religion.
That's an interesting point. Like, it's by hand. But what do you think? Do you think the air is flat, or you don't know and you are just debating?
Listen, friend. Like I was telling the friend earlier here that I'm doing plumbing, which means I'm putting pipes in for water drainage, and I have to tilt them at an angle, diagonally. I have to tilt them below horizontal. Now, we all know that horizontal is level, and we all know that water, when it's running, is not level. It has to be slanted to run. So we all know that 70% of the earth is covered in water, and water lays flat and horizontal. So that means that the lie that they told you that the earth is a globe is disproven by the physics of water. And so, yes, sir, the area that we have available to us is flat, friend. Just like water, just like your bathtub, just like a lake, just like a swimming pool. It's flat.
Well, I have a question. Why do you think they elaborate like all these complex things with like the pseudoscience, let's say, to I don't know how to say, make appear that the globe is a globe, and they hide from us the truth, or the maybe the truth that the Earth maybe is another thing, like a flat thing. Why do you think they do this? Why is it positive?
Tradition. Tradition, dude. But look, I already said it's a religion, but then it's also a tradition.
But why? Why the purpose of that?
Well, when mankind was starting out, we didn't know the whole extent of the world, but we all experienced this flat. Some people came along and said, "Oh, look, when we look at the sky and we look at the Earth, there's certain things. Maybe it's a globe." People were like, "Oh, that's a cool idea." There you go. But they were wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive about the Earth. It's not flat.
Oh, it is flat, friend.
How's it flat?
That's very simple. Water covers 70% of the known territory. The physics of water dictate that the surface is going to be level at equilibrium. And since 70% of the surface is covered in water, no, you don't, dude. You don't need a source for that, friend.
Nah, I'm pretty sure.
Listen, friend. Friend. No human being alive needs a source that water is flat and level on the surface, dude. You've experienced that your entire life, everywhere you go.
Why are you calling me friend? But anyways,
wait.
Hey, listen, enemy. Listen, enemy. I have a tool in my hand. It's called a level. So, listen, enemy. In my hand is a level, and the level has a liquid in it. And when that liquid reaches equilibrium with the air bubble that's inside, that tool is level, horizontal. You know this. There's no source needed.
Are you positive?
Dude, this is the benchmark standard of how we do everything in the world, bro.
Yeah, but hold on. What about photos from like space? Like the blue marble photo.
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about the blue marble photo.
Well, let's say it's the 1972 blue marble. Okay, it's a picture. I'll agree with that. Whether it's a photo or not remains to be proven, because there's no way to validate whether anybody was there where they said they took it, or even that they actually took a picture of the Earth live with a camera live in a single shot, which would be a photograph. So there's no way to validate what they're doing. However, friend, what's interesting? Oh, sorry, enemy. What's interesting is that the photo purports that the Earth is a ball, but when you measure the surface of the water, it's not curved. So the photo is clearly wrong and not actually a photo.
Okay. I have like a idea, like a counter argument. I don't know how to say the opposite idea. Idea to defend the globe. You say that you can experience that because the water that you can experience by yourself, someone or whoever, I don't know, whatever person who have experience with water can confirm this, that as you're saying, the air overload. But things function differently where there are different proportions. Like, for example, the cells in the body works completely different to like the physics outside our body. Do you understand? I'm getting myself clear. Like,
no, I got you. So for example,
let me.
Go ahead.
So there is, it's very difficult to a normal person to reach like the money to experience the Earth from a macro perspective. We are always seeing the Earth in a perspective from an individual. So few people have like the money to, like, for example, to buy a jet or to build a rocket, So it's like a gray point there. What do you think? This you are affirming that your experience with the water, but is with all respect, my friend.
I got you, brother. I got you. You're saying the same thing over and over again. So let me go.
Okay.
All right, so yes, I do understand that perspective offers a different viewpoint, that you might have different information. However, the only people that have ever been far enough away from the Earth, so claimed, to see the Earth in its entirety that it would be a globe, would be the United States Apollo astronauts, of which only 2 of them are left alive. Only 2. Once they die, there will not be a single human being alive that allegedly has claimed to see the Earth as a globe. People that go up to the ISS space station, they're not far enough away. They can only see 3% of the Earth. And that's if they had 360-degree eyeballs, which they don't. So they see less than 3% of the Earth at any given time. So only the Apollo astronauts could claim to have seen the Earth from space, and none of them testified that they did. So all they have is anecdotes, which being stories. They have stories. But what they don't have is a measurement of the surface of the Earth being curved. Go ahead.
Okay, so AI overlord. All right, so I have another topic, about this real quick. Okay, so take example about like the ships. All right, so ships disappear, bottom first, like over the horizon.
Sometimes.
It's not sometimes. I mean, it is. It really depends
sometimes.
on what you're saying. Okay. The hull disappears at
sometimes
first.
They do, right? Sometimes they do, and sometimes they disappear in other ways.
Yeah, but besides that, you also have the lunar eclipse. The shadow of Earth you always cast on the moon when it's always could be.
Well, hold on, friend. We're not going to do a shotgun blast. Yeah, sorry, enemy. Why do a shotgun blast? Why not do a little back and forth on point by point?
Right. So listen, if Earth were flat, okay, the whole ship would just get smaller, but remain fully visible. But what does that happen then?
Well, let me ask this question: Why would it be the case that it disappears from the bottom up?
Because it curves
away. Is that
away?
Because the Earth is blocking it? Is that because the Earth is blocking it?
No, it curves away from the line of your sight.
Right, which would mean the Earth is in between you and it, so it's blocking it, right?
No, it's just not blocking it.
Okay, listen, if the Earth is not in between you and the object and the Earth isn't blocking it, then that means the Earth isn't between you and the object, which means your argument that the curve of the Earth is causing the boat to disappear makes no sense.
The hull disappears first for the mass seconds.
Okay, so that's only possible if the yes, but that's only possible if the Earth is blocking it from your view.
Which leads to being the Earth is round.
Okay, but you just said that's not true, so I just need you to agree that that would be true in order for your argument to carry.
I mean, besides that, as I said about the lunar eclipse.
No, listen, friend. We're not just going to jump. I literally have a question on the table for you. Do you agree that in order for what you claim to be true, the curve of the Earth has to be a hump in between your eyeball and the bottom of the boat?
Right? Can you repeat that, please? It didn't quite hear.
All right, so you're looking. You have a curve of the Earth, so-called, and it's humping up, and the boat is behind the other side of the hump, right?
Okay.
That would be true, and according to you, right?
All right, continue.
Fair enough. Okay, so the Earth is also a certain size, right? So it doesn't change size through day in and day out. It's one size, right?
All right.
Okay, so if that's true, that it must be the curve of the Earth blocking the bottom of the boat, and the Earth is only one size, then how come we can see boats 30 miles away?
I mean, but here's the thing: the hull disappears at first, then the mass.
No, it doesn't. I already listen. I'm agreeing with you at that point. If that's true, then these other questions, we can clearly see boats 30 miles away. Now, let me help you put this in perspective. If the Earth is curved at a certain rate, there's going to be a line. Imagine a laser coming out of your eye as a line, right? It's going to hit the Earth, and it's not going to continue on to the bottom of the boat. That's why you think you can't see the boat. Here's the problem. If you could see a boat 30 miles away, that curve, right, that's hiding that other boat, that boat should be over 300 feet below your laser eye. So that means that boat would be impossible to see if the Earth was curved in the manner in which you say, and if the Earth's curve is causing boats to disappear. So it's clearly not the case that it's the curve of the Earth causing boats to disappear. Not only can you see boats 30 miles away, but I can see boats disappear 1,000 feet away on my lake that I live in the same town. I go to that lake and I see kayaks on the other side disappear from the bottom. Now, here's the problem. According to the formula that the Earth is supposed to be curved, the horizon that would be blocking the boat from my vantage point is 3 times further away than the lake is. So that means there's no curve of the Earth between me and the boat, yet it's still disappearing from the bottom. So if I have examples of what you claim is only caused by the curve of the Earth happening before the curve, and I'm seeing boats way, way, way after the curve, then it's clear what's going on is an optical effect, and it's not the curve of the Earth causing it.
Yeah, I think you got it correct. I guess I don't have any claims.
Yeah, fair enough. But listen, friend, I would agree with you that if the Earth was a globe, that yes, boats would disappear from the bottom. But because we have so much contradictory evidence about the nature of the horizon and boats disappearing, it's not an exclusive proof to say, therefore, the Earth is a globe. All right, so what's your next point?
Right, my next point is here, let me just pull it real quick. My next point is about the lunar eclipse. So during a lunar eclipse, what happens is that starting with 1, Earth faces between the sun and the moon. 2, the shadow of Earth casts over the moon because it's always round. And number 3 is only a spherical object casts a circular shadow from every angle. Oh.
Okay, let's investigate that. So your worldview, the Earth is a ball, and the moon is a ball, and the sun is shining, and the Earth is in the way, and the Earth's silhouette is round, and therefore it's now shining a round silhouette onto a round moon and creating a round shadow. That's your claim, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the problem. So if you have a sphere, that's a 360-degree curve, right? So it curves in all directions all over, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if you have a curved silhouette shadow coming at a sphere, when that curved silhouette shadow hits the sphere, you now have a compound curve. So you have the arc of the curve of the shadow, and now you have the arc of the curve of the objects it's being cast upon. That would result in a complex curve known as a sinusoid. You never see a sinusoid pattern on the moon. And since we know when a ball casts a shadow onto another ball in reality, which you can model at home, it results in a sinusoid. Since you never see a sinusoid, this cannot be proof that this is the shadow of a ball Earth. As a matter of fact, I have videos that I could post for you. I have one where a guy holds a flat object up to an orange, and you get a curved shadow on the orange. Why? It's because the straight line is being mapped onto a curved object. I then have a video of a ball and another ball moving in between each other at a light source, and you see the sinusoid pattern. I then have another video of a flat circle receiving a curved shadow, and it has a consistently curved shadow, consistent with the curve that you see on the moon. So if anything, friend, this evidence shows that the moon is a flat disk. So this doesn't work for your globe, where the Earth is a globe and the moon is a globe. It doesn't work.
Yo, brother. So with respect, I just joined.
Yeah,
God bless you, gentlemen. Hope
Yeah,
all
I
are
have
well.
no words for this, I mean.
But bro, when you give an example like that,
I
that
do
was
have
a
one
weak
last
one, bro.
thing.
Like you talked about a ball, a orange,
Okay, go
and
ahead.
a flat
God bless you.
paper.
So, AI Overlord, I just have one last topic before I go, because there should probably be, like, what surprised me the most is that you're getting everything with this, so it's just really wild. So, for my last thing is that, you know, like, different stars and, like, different hemispheres, alright? So, the thing about it is that in the northern hemisphere, you can see the Polaris, which is the North Star. Which, like, you know, kind of like explain to that the Earth is, like, you know, round.
Oh, sure, sure. So the North Star is very close to the center of the polar coordinate system at the North Magnetic Pole. So we have, a polar coordinate system that we use. And so we call the North Star the center. And the further away you get from the North Star, it starts to lower in your field of view, much like a street light lowers in your field of view as you walk down the street. Now, you would never think that as you're walking away from a street light and it lowers towards the ground, that all of a sudden the ground between you and the street light is curved, because you can clearly see that it's not. But for some reason, if you walk away from a star and it disappears, people tell you, well, that's proof that a giant hump of Earth curve is in the way. All it's proof of is that as you're going away, your field of view and the angles of light coming at you change to the point where you can no longer see the star. Now, for example, the atmosphere, right, the air, also has a factor of occlusion, which means it gets thicker and thicker and thicker the more of it is between you and what you're looking at. And also, the lower the angle, so the further away you get from something, the shallower the angle, the more atmosphere you're going to be looking through. So the atmosphere at about 300 miles blocks all light. So as long as that dense layer of bottom atmosphere is between you and what you're looking at, and it's far enough away, it's going to disappear anyway. So we have two known reasons why things disappear as you get further away. One, the atmosphere blocks it. Two, it gets lower in your field of view, just like everything does. So I don't see any reason why if I'm walking away from something, I should expect to see it forever. That makes no sense. So a star high in the sky, I walk away, it gets lower, 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 and then I can't see it anymore. That makes perfect sense, entirely congruent with the Earth being flat.
Well, yeah, I have no words. Well, looks like the Earth is flat. I was wrong, I guess. You're correct.
Well, to be fair, all three of the things you mentioned to me don't prove the Earth is flat or prove the Earth is a globe. So I wouldn't change your mind just based on me destroying those as being exclusive proofs as a globe, because the thing that actually tells you whether the Earth is flat or a globe, my friend, enemy, is whether or not the surface is actually curved.
Mm.
And the only way to know that, my friend, is to measure it. The only way.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I have another argument that is very strong, I think, and is why I can go from Chile to Sydney if the Earth is flat. I mean, I can arrive to a point. It doesn't matter if I go to the right or to the left. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I agree. So check this out. So I'm in a building right now. It's a house. It has a door that leads to the driveway. And then on the other side of the house, there's a door that leads out from the kitchen into the backyard. Okay? So I can choose to walk out either door and to take either a right or a left and walk around the house. And I will eventually arrive at the other door. Whether I go left or whether I go right, I will always arrive at one of those doors. And I could even skip the door and come all the way back around to the same door I left. And every day I could go left one day, right the next day, and always arrive back where I started. That doesn't mean that my house is a globe.
But I mean, if I go from Chile to Sydney, it will take me less time to if I go to Chile to Europe and do all this scale. You know why? I
got you. So if I take a shortcut and I go out the window and then I go to the front door, it'll be faster than if I go all the way to the back door, then go back around the front of the house. But my house is still not a globe. Now, friend, I understand your point, and it's a good point, don't get me wrong, but you need the circle that you're making to not just go from front door to back door. You need it to go from the front door to the roof, back to the back door, underneath the basement through the ground, come back up out of the ground and back at the front door again. That's what you need to prove that my house is a globe. But guess what? Nobody's ever traveled that way on the Earth. Nobody. Nobody has ever traveled circumpolar on the Earth, my friend. Never happened. People travel easterly and westerly in circumnavigation circles, but they never travel northerly to southerly and come back around the bottom of the Earth, back up to the north. They don't do that. Do you know why they don't do that, friend? Because the Earth's not a globe. Hey, friends, I'm on a roll, but do you know what I'm not on? A globe.
Guys, if you guys want to talk a particular topic, you can talk. Yeah.
Hello, Flat Earth. Who is responsible person here? Or can I talk randomly? Hello? Do you guys hear me? You guys hear
Hi. Hello.
What's up, man? What's going on?
Why everyone is muted?
Well, we all know each other. You're the only new one here. So we're waiting for new people to either come in and ask us questions or show us how we can measure the surface of the earth to be curving. So that way we can shut this room down.
Do you believe Earth is flat?
I don't believe it. I know it. I used to believe the earth was a ball.
And how do you explain the night and day cycle?
Well, does that require the earth to be a ball?
Yeah.
So then we should be able to measure curvature.
Yeah. No. Don't go that way. If it was flat, how do you explain the night and day cycle?
Yeah, can light travel through forever through the air?
Yeah. You can see like the stars at night, and
But
they're
not on the
not
horizon.
like skewed or
But you can't see the stars on the horizon.
and you can see like the moon.
Is the moon brighter on the horizon or is it brighter when it's overhead?
It's the same brightness.
Don't you think that's odd? Is the sun brighter overhead or is it brighter on the horizon?
When the sun disk get hidden behind the curvature, there's less light, thus it looks less brighter.
I'm not talking about when the sun sets. I'm talking about before the sun sets. When the sun is above in the sky and above the horizon. Is it brighter there or is it brighter when it's directly over your head?
Yeah, that doesn't prove
Look,
it's
light
it
does not travel forever through gases, okay? Eventually light will dissipate and extinguish because of the medium that it's in. Just like
did you
when
do
just
is there
like
an
when just like
scientific
when yeah, just like when you dive down underwater, right? After 200 meters, eventually the light extinguishes and you can no longer perceive the light, correct?
what distance is more? East from west or the equator to the north?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Look it up. If that was true, the equator to the north should also have this problem. Always. There should be
Why?
a constant darkness.
Why?
Tell me, what distance is a lot bigger? East to west or equator to the Arctic?
So on the globe, they tell you that the distance from the South Pole to the North Pole is smaller than the distance across the equator.
What?
The diameter from the South Pole to the North Pole is smaller than the diameter of the equator. That's what they tell you.
And what do you believe?
I don't believe the Earth is curving. When I measure for curvature, there's no curvature. When I look 20 miles, I can see everything for 20 miles. They told me the horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away, which is roughly 4.8 kilometers. When I stand at the beach, I don't see that. I can see 20, 25, 30 kilometers. The Earth's not curving. I don't know what to tell you. But you're right to ask questions.
I'm gonna rephrase the question.
If the Earth is flat, then how does everything work? Because I agree, if the Earth is flat, then everything that we know about the sky is wrong. I agree, 100%.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna show you this, then tell me your opinion. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let me. This is the day and night map. Okay.
Okay.
Do you see it or not? Okay. For example, you see Turkey and Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Now in West Turkey, there's still sunlight, but here in like West for the West Iran, there's like night. But if you look up from the distance from the equator, like the equator here to like North Russia. North Russia has still daylight, and we know that where the sun is closer to the Earth is in the equator, right? So then why does your theory of a proposition of like the light rays dissipate through the air work here? Who is more farther, Iran and Turkey, or the equator and the Arctic?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, answer me. You say
I
that
you. It doesn't matter.
The distance affect the light vision. Now I showed you an example, and then tell me why doesn't it work in this case?
I don't know, because it's north to south instead of east to west. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Okay, then you don't know.
Like you're asking me to tell you the difference between north and south and east and west.
No, I'm talking about the distance. You're telling me the distance affect the visibility of the light. When there's like
Correct.
two,
When the
these
sun
places
before
are
the
near
sun
to it.
sets,
They're like
before the
they are
sun
500.
sets. Listen, man. Before the sun sets, I can look at the sun and stare at the sun, and it won't hurt my eyes. That's because I'm looking through the thickness of the air. The air has thickness to it.
Okay, you're saying the distance between you and the sun affect the visibility, right? So the
No,
factor
the
is distance.
air between me and the sun affects the visibility.
The distance the sun rays travel
No.
through the
The
air.
thickness, not the distance, the thickness.
Okay, the thickness. So are you saying here between, like, for example, Turkey and Iran, the air is thick, but from the equator where there's like total night, and the Arctic, it's thin. But
I
there's
don't
like
know what you mean. The equator is supposed
thousands
to
of
be the
mile
middle of the Earth.
diameter. Okay, do we agree that the equator is like the nearest the nearest position to the sun? The sun is
No.
uh,
Right now, no.
over you. You don't
Right
believe it?
now, no. Right now, no.
Why?
Right now,
If you go to the
the
equator,
sun. Right now, the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer.
I don't think you understand me. If you're in a room, there's like a light bulb over you.
Yeah.
There's a point where your shadow, you can't see your shadow. It's below you. Is that right?
Yeah, but that's not at the equator right now. Right now, it's June, so the sun is closer to 23 degrees north than it is over 0 degrees.
Okay. You're talking right now in the summer, but that
Right.
still doesn't matter right now. In the line there is night, and the Arctic there is sunlight, and there's like a distance between them. Shouldn't the distance make the sunrise disappear?
Look, if you think the whole Earth should be lit up because the Earth is flat, then it's because you think the sun is a certain distance away, and you think the sun is a certain size away, but you know nothing about the sun.
What if the sun, you're underestimating the power of the sun?
No, I'm not. I don't know anything about the sun. I don't pretend to know anything about the sun, and neither do you, and neither does anybody else.
There's two possibilities. Like there's a flat Earth where everything is lit up, and the sun is moving.
No. What if the sun is small and it's local? What if the sun's not big? What if it's small?
It could be small and powerful, a powerful source of light.
But it's not so powerful that it would light the whole Earth.
I'm just talking about possibilities. What could be happening in your
Right. It could be small. It could be a small sun,
How do you
and
know it is small?
it could be 5,000 miles away, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Okay.
If the sun was 5,000 times smaller and 5,000 times closer, you wouldn't know the difference.
There's like a point in Earth where you're the most close to the sun. Where is it?
Yeah, it's I think it's perihelion. That's during the northern winter, which is the southern summer. They say it's 3 million miles closer.
I don't know what to tell you. You don't believe that the equator
Why
is
would
the
I
nearest.
believe it?
The
Why would I
nearest
believe it?
Look it up,
Why?
bro.
Why?
There's
No.
proof for it.
Why would I believe words? Why would I believe words on a piece of paper? Nobody's given me any evidence. They're just words. It's just a story.
Yeah, go to the equator, and in the middle of the day, look at your shadow and compare it when you're north of the equator, like in North Europe and south of the equator again. Compare the length of the shadow, and why does the length of shadow differ?
I guess that was a little too close to home. I don't even know if y'all heard all of that. What's up, Octomath?
What's up?
Oh, nothing. Just waiting for somebody to come in and back me up on Earth being a sphere. These people won't listen to me.
What can we do?
Crazy flat earthers, man. I mean, they tell us that the surface of water at rest measures flat, which is true, but then they say the Earth can't be a sphere because the surface of the Earth is made up of 70% water. Wait, that kind of makes sense. So if the surface of water is flat and 70% of the Earth is water on the surface, that means the Earth can't be a ball. Shit, I was wrong.
They forgot about gravity and everything. I mean, like, I heard one person say he doesn't believe in gravity.
Well, it's not a belief. It's not a belief in gravity, right? It's like what is gravity?
Whether you believe or not, like, gravity exists. Like, it is the force that is keeping us together from, like, it is the force that is stopping us going into space, you know, when you jump.
Well, is gravity keeping all of my skin together? Like, you know, my heart would be the center of my body. So that means my heart would be the gravity for my body, right?
Your body
I don't
is
look like a
being,
sphere.
I mean, like, your body is being held together by atomic force.
Yeah, that's what gravity is being held together by, atomic particles.
Gravity, it's kind of different than that. Like, it holds, like, okay, they are kind of similar, but not similar, if you get what I
Let me ask you this. Could gravity work on a flat Earth?
No, but if gravity like applied on a flat Earth, the Earth would like collapse on itself in a matter
Like
of minutes.
if the surface of the Earth was flat, right? If it was just a very large horizontal plane, could things still fall down on Earth?
I mean, first of all, like the Earth wouldn't exist because it will like destroy. You know, like, gravity would destroy the.
How? When have you seen gravity? The lack of gravity rip everything apart.
Wait, I didn't understand your question.
When have you ever seen the lack of gravity rip everything apart? It can't be physical matter because a black hole is void of matter, right?
No, like black hole has a strong gravity. It has the strongest gravity.
Right, but there's no matter in a black hole, right?
It has like it sucks everything in. That is what it does.
Right, it has mass, but it doesn't have matter, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Right. So if it doesn't have matter, then mass is independent of matter. But yet we say that the Earth has mass because it has matter. So let me ask you this: is gravity the reason the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, it is. It is like how it works. Like if the Earth was not a sphere, the Earth wouldn't exist because gravity would like destroy it in seconds.
Okay. How big is the Earth?
I think it is about like 12,000 kilometers in diameter.
12,500 kilometers in diameter.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
I am 5'6".
Okay. So from your eyes, when you're standing at the beach, looking out over the water, right? From your eyes, how far away is the horizon?
Maybe 1 to 2 kilometers, maybe.
How far?
1 to 2 kilometers.
Well, that's a small ball, man. That would make your Earth about 8,000 kilometers in diameter, not 12,000.
I mean, I don't know the exact distance. I'm just
Probably
like
even less
giving
than
you.
that. Probably like 5,000 kilometers.
Hmm.
Yeah. So, have you ever been to the beach?
Yeah, I've been to beaches in my life.
And have you ever like looked out over the water and seen things really, really far away?
Yeah, I did.
And then how far away were those things that you saw?
Like I said, 1 to 2 kilometers.
That's it, man. I've seen things 25 kilometers and further away.
Maybe you are taller than me. Maybe you are standing at a higher elevation than me.
Nope. I was standing at sea level. And I'm 178 centimeters. So 5'10".
Mhm.
Yeah, when I was little, I used to watch. Actually, I was littler, so I guess I wouldn't be 5'10" then. I was probably like 4 foot, 4.5 foot tall. I used to watch boats leave Los Angeles and like cruise boats, and
Mm.
they,
Like,
I got a phone call, so I'll be right back. But they would dock 20 miles away on an island, and they would never go behind the curve of the earth.
hmm.
My apologies. Where did we
Okay,
leave off?
so you said you have seen a ship sail for 20 kilometers or something.
Yeah, like 25 kilometers or more. And I can still see the whole ship.
Hmm. But if the Earth were like truly flat, you would see everything, right? If the Earth is truly flat, you would be able to see like at least hundreds of kilometers, right?
Why?
Why?
What makes you
Because
think you could see that?
if there is nothing blocking your way, like if there is no mountains or anything that are actually blocking your way, then you would be able to see everything, right?
Does the air have thickness?
It depends on the weather condition, if it is hot or cold.
Oh yeah, no. There's observations where people are 1,000 feet in elevation, making an observation of another mountain 370 miles away.
Yeah, if they are like at an elevation, they would obviously see more of the ground, right?
I'm sorry.
If they are at a higher elevation, then they would obviously see a lot of ground, right?
So from that observation, when they make that observation, the mountain that they see is supposed to be 1,000 feet underneath the earth.
Hmm.
The horizon would be like something like 230 miles away, and the distance of the mountain is actually 370 miles.
Hmm. Interesting. Uh, like we are living on a pretty big sphere, right? If the sphere were to be small, then you would not see a lot of like since we are living on a sphere that is very very big, it would almost feel as if it is flat, right?
Say that again.
See, like take a ball, right, and make that ball very big, like as big as our planet. Then you, if you are standing on top of that ball, you would feel as if though you were on a flat surface. Bro,
Again, like the consequence of geometry is supposed to get in the way of your observations. And the problem is it doesn't. Now, we do have limitations in our vision, something called angular resolution. We have the limits of our optics within the conjugate focal plane. And then, if you've ever heard of the Rayleigh criterion, as things get further and further away, they become imperceivable, reaching the optical limit. They would call that the vanishing point, right? the ocular limit of your vision. Let's see. You also have to combat the thickness of air, and then the weather. Depending on what the weather is in the air can actually get thicker, right? On the clearest of days, you can see very far, and then the less clearer the day, the more atmospheric conditions there are, the less further you can see, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So there's limitations to your vision all around. So the idea that you could see Paris from New York is just an absurd request. You're not going to see 1,000 miles. Air is thick, right? It's mostly transparent, but over distance, it becomes more and more open. So you don't need to go really, really, really high if the Earth is a sphere or flat. What you need to do is you just need to make a long distance observation from the surface of the Earth and then see if the geometry of the Earth gets in the way.
I mean, if I'm being honest, we don't even need to do anything. Just take a telescope, look it in the sky. You'd maybe see Mars or Venus, and they are very clearly, spherical in shape. So, that's that. That's the proof.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I've got a conversation, another conversation I'm having right now.
Okay. If you want proof that at the sphere, just take a telescope, look it in the sky. You'd maybe find Venus or Mars. Just look at them. They are obviously very spherical in shape.
Yeah, we're different. We're not like them.
So do you think since they just because they are spherical, that doesn't mean our Earth is also spherical? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, just because you see clouds in the sky, does that make the Earth a cloud?
No. But
if you see spherical things in the sky, why would you think the Earth is spherical?
I mean, if you look at another human being, just because they are human, does that make you human? That is how your question sounds.
Say that again.
If you see another human being, would you say just because they are human, you would also become a human?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
If you see another human being, would you say just because they are human, you would also become human or not?
No, if you see a tree, would that make you a tree also?
We are going if you this is the comparison problem, right? If you compare something, sometimes it is true. Not sometimes, but you have to compare.
If you see a white person, does that make you white?
No, that makes me a human, right? We are still both humans.
Yeah, but that's not you have nothing to compare. You're assuming the Earth is a sphere. You're not assuming you're a person. You can look at your hands and look at another person's hand, say, oh, they have hands, I have hands. You can look in a mirror and say, oh, I have eyes, I have a nose. I have all of these features that match the same exact other person. That person goes pee, you go pee. There's a lot of similarities. They eat lettuce, I eat lettuce. There's a lot of similarities there. When I look up in the sky, I don't see water, I don't see life, I don't see streets, I don't see grass, I don't see trees, I don't see clouds on other planets. All life only exists on Earth. There's no comparison in the sky.
Maybe like we don't know that whether or not aliens exist. Maybe they could exist in other solar systems, maybe not in ours. You could not say that we are the only living beings in the entire universe, right? It is very
Yeah,
likely
you
that
can. There's no evidence to support it otherwise.
why is there no evidence? Like we have like proof that there could exist, life could exist in other planets that have similar
No,
conditions
you
to
don't.
Earth.
Prove it.
We have already seen like I think the name was
Did you see
Kepler
it?
2.
Have you seen an animal walking around on another planet?
I mean, we have like send animals to the space. I mean, not to the planet. We still send them to the space,
No,
right?
we haven't. We've never sent another animal to another planet.
Not planet, but maybe space, right? So animals have been in the space.
We sent a monkey like 70,000 feet up. That doesn't make the Earth a sphere.
Oh, wait. What about the pictures? Like, we have a lot of pictures of Earth from satellites.
Can you go verify that those pictures are taken from where they're taken at, or could they just be computer composites?
I mean, I don't
How
think
do
like
you know?
we have pictures that are like 70 or 80 years old, but at that time we do not have the like features of AIs that we can generate images.
Do you want to see the first picture from space? Let me show you the first picture. No, I know he's way off the surface. You're not even looking at the Earth anymore. He's talking about other planets in a far, far away galaxy that nobody can verify.
Just because you cannot see that doesn't mean it exists, right? Like you cannot see like Wi-Fi signals, but just because you cannot see Wi-Fi signals, that doesn't mean Wi-Fi doesn't exist, right?
But you can test for it, right?
Yes, we can also test for other planets.
Yeah. So when are you going to go out into outer space and test for outer space?
Maybe if I am rich, I would go, but I'm not rich.
You would never get to go.
Yeah,
What is the process? What is the process for becoming an astronaut?
We have to study a lot. We have to like go through excruciating, painful, like very painful experience to
Like
in order
what?
to like you have to like survive. No. How should I put it to you? In
Well,
order
that doesn't tell me nothing. Do you want me to tell you what the real process for becoming an astronaut is?
What is it?
So the first thing you have to do is you have to join the military. Right?
Maybe that is in your country.
And when you join the military, you got to become a pilot. Okay. Once you become a pilot, then you have to become an elite. You not only have to be a pilot, but you have to be the best. Right? So you have to be selected from that list of pilots to go into another program. Right? From that program, you're then moved out of the military and into NASA, which is still a government program. Right? You're still going to be a pilot. You're still going to fly. You're also going to take scuba diving class.
Yeah, we do.
Right? From that, you'll be selected into another group of people that actually get to work on mission-oriented activity. Right? From that, they take a selection of a very few people to actually be considered to go up into space to get their astronaut. So you see how there's a huge selection process in order to get through? You would never become an astronaut. It's impossible.
I mean, if I really try, I may become, but it is not zero, right? the likelihood of me becoming an astronaut is not zero. It may be, it may
It's
be
not
close to
one.
zero. Yeah, it is
It's
not
not.
one, but
It's not 1%. That's for sure.
but it is also not 0%, right?
It's statistically significant enough to just say zero.
But we humans have like, you know, under like situations.
How many people live on Earth?
About 8 billion, 8.5, I guess, right now.
How many?
8.5 billion.
All right. So out of 8.5 billion people, how many of them have actually been into space?
Less than 1%.
Give me a number. A million? Less than 1%.
No.
That would be like let's see, 8 million would be 80 million would be 1%.
No, Jim, I mean, like, I don't know the exact number. I think it is less. It is close to like 100. Like, if you're talking about just the space, then it would be close to 100. But if we're talking about going on to other planets, then it would be like in the tens.
So there's roughly 400. It might be higher now. It might be around 500 people in history who have ever gotten their astronaut. Of those 500 people, less than 30 people claim to have seen the Earth as a sphere.
I mean, like, maybe the rest of the people did not say it. Maybe they never asked them.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say nobody's ever seen a sphere, and that those 30 people are lying to cover up for the government.
Wait. Has any person in the history that went to space has told you that Earth was flat? No, right? They did not say Earth was flat.
Yeah, there's 2 astronauts that have gone up into space and said the Earth was flat.
Who? Wait, really?
Yeah, a Polish astronaut and a Russian astronaut. Here, I'll put them in the side chat. It still doesn't prove whether the Earth is a sphere or flat.
I mean, I'm looking up the information, but it says not a single astronaut ever claimed that Earth is flat.
Yeah, Igor Volk, who's a Russian cosmonaut, said the Earth was flat when he went up into space.
Where is that? Where are those names?
Yeah, here, listen. I just posted it in the side chat for you. This is his story.
Oh, he's on X. Shit, I don't have an X account.
And then Miroslav Hemazewski, he's a Polish cosmonaut. He went up in space and said the Earth's flat also.
Wait. Let me look it up.
There you go. Here's another one.
He says that he did not say Earth is flat. Claims suggest otherwise are content based on misquotations or fabrication.
No, that's propaganda telling you to not look at the fucking evidence because he says it in his own words. Why don't you watch the video I sent?
Is this video only on X or it is available on YouTube? Like, can we see this? Has this video been uploaded to YouTube?
I'm sorry?
Has this video been uploaded to YouTube?
I took it from YouTube. I don't know where the video is now. I can find it. Take me a little while. You can't just search flat Earth on YouTube because it's not gonna give you the people who say the Earth is flat. It's going to give you all the people telling you the Earth is not flat because they don't want people to know. They intentionally bury flat Earth on YouTube, and they actually had a congressional meeting about it in the U.S. government.
Wait. You said that since I can never go to space, I can never see that Earth is sphere. But in the same way, you cannot. I mean, it is also most likely that you are not going to space, right? Then you also cannot say that Earth is flat. This is since you cannot go and see it for yourself.
Does water curve around a ball?
I mean, if because of gravity the water is sticking to it. I already told you that.
Yeah. Where are your measurements to prove that it's curving around the ball?
I mean,
We've measured it flat. We've got laser observations. There was a 10,000 mile radio wave communication that occurred. Like, all evidence points to a flat Earth.
I mean, if you're talking about evidence, there are a lot of evidence that Earth is sphere, Earth is spherical in shape. You can just look it up. Since you said evidence doesn't prove that Earth is sphere, we have to look it for ourselves. Then you have to go out there and look it for yourself. Since you cannot do that also, just like me, then you cannot say that Earth is flat.
So here, look, dude.
If it it is okay that you said there is evidence that Earth is flat. That is okay, but there is also evidence that it is spherical.
Let me show you this, okay? Do you understand this image that I posted just now? Calculating the horizon distance on a planet.
Yeah.
So you see all the variables in there. C is the center of the planet, right? R is the radius, right? You understand that?
Yeah.
All right. And then so you see how H is the observer's height, and then O is the observation, right?
Yeah.
And then you see that little d is the distance from the observer to the horizon. H is the horizon. So if the Earth is a sphere, the horizon has to be at the specific distance based on the observer's height. If it is not, it can't be a sphere.
I mean, it is if you go to higher and higher elevations, then you would obviously see more of the Earth. So horizon.
Yeah,
the horizon.
that's called angular resolution. As when you're staring at your TV, right? If you're looking at your TV from the side, can you see the full picture of your TV?
No.
But if you move yourself out in front of your TV, you can see more. As you move further and further away from the wall, you can start to see more of the TV, right? As you get further and further away.
Yeah.
Right. So you can see more and more further as you get higher in elevation. An example of this, if you go in a warehouse, right, go into a large building with an open space, and go put your phone on the ground at one end, and then go lay down on the other end with your face on the ground, and try to see if you can see your phone.
How can that work? I cannot see my phone.
Right, because it becomes imperceivable with the angular. I'm going to use bad terminology here, but with the conjunction of the focal point in your optics, because everything converges off into the distance. So your phone becomes imperceivable with the horizon of the floor on the ground.
I'm being honest, I did not understand what you're trying to say. You have thrown a lot of variables, right?
So you see this image that I just posted?
Yeah, object space, image space.
Right. So this is how images. This is how your vision works, right? So on the right is how everything light is all refracted into your retina, and on the left is the optical field of your field of view. That's why when you look off into the distance, everything seems to converge into the horizon. It's not because the Earth is curving. It's because of how your eyes use perspective. That's why, like, have you ever taken an art class before?
No.
So you've never seen how they make buildings look like they're shrinking in size as they move?
Okay, I know about them. Perspective, like
Right.
foreshadowing, I know about them.
Right. So that's literally, right? I'll give you an example right here. This is perspective. This is how your vision works. Everything converges from the top down and the bottom up into the vanishing point off in the distance, which is called your horizon. So as things get further and further away, they appear to shrink in size. They don't go behind a curve. It's just once they get to a certain point where they're so small that they're indistinguishable with the actual Earth itself, because it's so far away, then it just all blends in and looks like the horizon. It's there. If you had an optic strong enough, it would bring it back into play, given that you could see far enough through the air. But again, once you start reaching 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 miles, it becomes almost impossible to see that far because everything becomes grayed out and opaque and indistinguishable. Like light has an extinguished limit, right? Like that's why if the sun's over your head and you dive under the water and you go down 200 meters, there's no more light because light can't penetrate the water. Same things with the air. The air isn't as dense as the water, but there's still a density to it, which is why when you look up at the sun above your head, if you stare at it, it'll blind you. But if you look at it on the horizon, it actually kind of feels good in your eyes a little bit, right? Because that light is traveling through more air. That's why you can't see forever.
Oh, what is this? Did the curvature of the earth brings the top of the mountains and so down towards the horizon? What is this?
You see how far away the SUV is in the image?
Yeah.
You see how far away the people are, but yet it looks like that guy's about to step on all of them.
Yeah, and that is because of the placement of camera, right?
No, it's how your vision works. That's what perspective is. As things get further and further away, the angle gets wider, and you're able to, and everything converges to the distance. That's optics. That's optics 101.
Yeah, that is so.
So anyway, if we scroll up to the top, Platter posted an image at 36 minutes or so above what I was posting. Did you see those two images? Should be one. Or two images side by side. One shows curvature, one shows no curvature. Do you see how, if there was curvature, if you had like a laser or a tangent, that there would be deviation from the tangent, and that would be a measurement of curvature?
Yeah.
You see how that works? But then when you don't have curvature, then the tangent line is parallel to the surface. So, I mean, like, with all of these explanations and evidences for the lack of, do you have any evidence for curvature?
I am not prepared to answer any of these questions because
So
like
you don't
the
know the Earth is
place.
a sphere. You just believe it.
I mean, like I know it is a sphere, but I do not have the like you have brilliantly presented your argument. Like you have given me mathematical formulas here, diagrams here, and everything, but I do not have any of those to explain to you right now. And I will come
Yeah.
later to
So
explain.
you don't know the Earth is a sphere. You just believe it because you think somebody else figured it out, right?
I mean, in some aspects, you are right, but it is gravity that is holding me back from believing Earth is flat. Gravity is the
What do
only
you know
thing.
about gravity? What do you know about gravity?
Gravity is a force that pushes everything together. It attracts everything.
How did you figure that out?
I mean, just the fact that I cannot, if I jump right now, I'm not like going for miles and miles into the space. I'm just like jumping only a few feet from the ground. That
How
is
do you know
why I
that's
can.
gravity?
What else it is? Do you think someone is invisible, like pushing me down? Like, what else do you think?
I don't think anything of it. I think heavier things displace lighter things. That's obvious. Now, your definition of gravity of mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass, like, who gave you that idea?
I studied in from books.
Okay, so you didn't figure that out on your own. You had to read it somewhere and listen to a teacher tell you about it. That the teacher themselves, if you actually had any understanding of logic and asked any question contradict what they're saying, they wouldn't have had an answer for you as well. You wanna see a group of astrophysicists tell you that they don't know what gravity is?
No.
No, you don't want to see it? It's only a minute long.
Okay, so send me the video.
Yeah, so if you look in the side chat, you know who Bill Nye is? Bill Nye the Science?
For him, I see him quite a few times. Yes, I know him. I've seen him quite a few times.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so what if I told you that in the beginning he used to say that the Earth was an enclosed system and that there's nowhere else to go?
But that was in the beginning, right? He still says about those.
Before he became a science communicator, he was actually telling the truth about science. There's a video right here of him saying that there's no leaving Earth either. There's nowhere else to go.
We cannot leave low orbit. What does he mean by a closed system? Like, does he think that nothing exists outside of Earth?
Well, you can't have gas pressure without a container, right?
The universe itself is not a container because it keeps
No.
expanding.
If I create a vacuum and I suck all the air out of the vacuum, right, to where it's devoid of matter in the vacuum, right? Now we've created space, like outer space, like you call it. And then I reintroduce gases into that space. What's going to happen with the gases in that container? Are they going to stick together and form a ball?
No, they would try to occupy the space.
Right. And the gravity of Earth is not going to force the little bits of particles to lay down at the bottom of the container, right? Like it's going to be expanded in all directions, right?
Yeah, that is what is happening right now. The air is not sticking only to the surface, but everywhere. Like you can find air everywhere around the earth, right?
Right. So the idea that you have this infinite vacuum of space, right? Because we created a vacuum, and like even if let's say the vacuum itself was 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet, right? So 1,000 cubic feet, and you sucked all the air out of it, and then you reintroduced a little bit of air back into it. But you're here on Earth, so Earth's gravity is taking effect. The gases are still going to spread in all directions and fill the entire space. They're not going to lay down because of Earth's gravity pulling them. So gravity's out the picture. Whatever gravity is, it's not what you think it is. It's not what you've been told it is. Are there things that are heavier than other things? Yes. If you want to talk about the Latin word gravitas meaning weight. What is weight? Weight is F equals or W equals mg. In the same equation, W equals mg, F equals ma is a perfect substitute for that equation, because weight is force, right?
Yeah.
And you have mass, right? Mass is mass. So weight becomes F, W becomes F, W equals mg, F equals ma. Gravity, all gravity is an acceleration. It doesn't do anything else. So you can get rid of all of gravitational equations, and you can just use F equals ma, and that works just as fine.
Then
You don't
what do
need
you think?
gravity anymore.
What do you think gravity is? What do you think gravity does?
I don't know. Heavier things fall down.
I mean, not
right?
only heavy things, right? Anything, like, even if it's very light or very heavy, everything like
What
falls
happens
down.
if I drop What happens if I drop a helium balloon?
I mean, it cannot like go outside of Earth, right? It may go.
Nothing can go outside of Earth. It'll just go up to the area where there's equilibrium.
Yeah.
All objects on Earth seek equilibrium. It's not about mass attracting mass. It damn sure ain't about pulling inward towards us. You can't prove that.
Yeah, with my current knowledge, I cannot do that.
No one can. If they could, this channel wouldn't be here.
You are right. Like, and I respect the people like you know, people that do not like believe in everything and question things. Like, I respect people like you. I do the same.
Good. It's all about repeatable evidence, right? You're shown evidence, you should be able to reproduce exactly what they're doing. If not, then the hypothesis is wrong. That's the whole point of science, right? The whole point of science is to remove bias by using the scientific method.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you get a bunch of scientists who are money hungry and they'll sell you snake oil just to make a buck.
I mean, like that is the modern scientist, but previously scientists they're all about knowledge, right? They just want to like discover something, create something. That is their goal. Their goal is not to become famous or rich, right?
No, their goal is to absolutely. Have you ever heard of the term publish or perish?
Yeah.
In science, if you don't get published, then you're forgotten.
Yeah, that is true. But that is not the main motivation, right? Their main motivation is first to like create or discover something, then comes the publicity and everything.
Does
They
science
don't
make
do.
money? Does science pay bills?
No.
Science is more of a hobby, right? Like it can be very expensive,
Yeah.
right? And you can get very poor doing science. So then it comes along a billionaire and says, "Hey, I know you know science, but I want you to do science my way. What are you going to do in this? Are you going to continue to do science in pursuit of the truth? Or are you going to slightly give up your truth a little bit in order to get paid?"
Mm, it depends on the person.
Well, if the person has money, then yeah, they'll probably still maintain their pursuit of the truth.
Mm.
Let me ask you this. Can you read in the side chat the definition of science?
The systematic study of structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and testing of theories against evidence obtained.
Okay. And then the old world meaning of science, like the etymology of science, is knowledge, the word origin. So if you look at that, right, it says systematic study of structure and behavior of the physical and natural world. So you're looking at the physical world around you, physical and natural world, not creating anything. You're looking around you, find something. Hey, I want to know how that works, right?
Yeah.
So now you've made an observation.
Mm.
Then you have to go do an experiment to prove your idea of what you think is making the observation.
Mm.
Through testing, you have to test it over and over. Most people think that just by doing an observation, that's good enough. Like, I don't have to do an experiment testing. Observation is fine. I mean, you can sit there and you can take notes on what you're observing, but you're not testing.
Yeah.
Just watch it. Like if you watched 1,000 hours of pornography, does that mean you've now got a PhD in pornography?
No.
It's absurd, right? Like, watching is not science. So when someone says they're an astrophysicist, what science is involved in astrophysics?
I mean, they can only make observations, right?
That's all they can do. They make an observation, and then they'll watch something move across the sky, and they'll take note of the time that it took to move across the sky, and then they make math about it. That's it. There's no testing.
I mean, like in their like, how should I say? Like in their case, they cannot like actually experiment, right? They cannot like go to space and touch the planets and like they cannot do that. So all they can do is
Right.
like observation.
It's just an observation, right?
Yeah.
So now, go down to pseudoscience. Can you read the definition of pseudoscience?
A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific methods.
So again, astrophysics, what science is being done in astrophysics?
No, I mean just the observation part.
So there's no method to it, you're just observing.
Yeah.
So since there's no method to it, then we can call that pseudoscience.
Yeah.
So astrophysics is pseudoscience.
I mean, it is not a belief, right? It says here belief, but they are not just believing it; they are observing it. Like if I say I believe in God, but I do not like observe God, but both are different, right?
Well, belief and knowledge are two different things.
Yeah.
Once you have knowledge, you no longer need to believe.
Yeah.
If you say, I believe I can hit a home run, and then you hit a home run, you no longer believe it.
We no longer we have no longer need to believe it since we can already do it, right?
You can know it because you
Yeah,
don't
we
have to
know.
believe in it.
Yeah.
So it is belief, right? Because when you look at when astrophysicists talk about life on other planets, I believe that this is what's going on in the world. I believe that that is what's going on in the world. Like, it's all belief. They can't go there and verify it.
Mm.
I'll give you your gravity, bro. Shit falls down. If I pick up a rock and let go of it, it's gonna fall down to the earth. That's as good a gravity as you're gonna get. You're not gonna get an explanation to why that happened. No one has an answer for why that.
I mean, there's still a lot of things we don't know, right? Like, why does life exist? Where does life come from? What is like consciousness? Why are like
Yeah. So
there are
why
lot.
would we make up a story about it?
I mean, like since we cannot explain it, like like do anything about it, we just like assume something and say it, right?
Well, why would you make up a story about it if you don't know? Like if someone came up to you and told you a story and said, "Man, I was dating this supermodel the other night," man, and comes out that they were lying about it, why did they make it up? What if it didn't happen? Why would they make a story about it? If they don't know that it happened, why would they make a story about it? Oh yeah, man, I know how engines work. All you gotta do is this and this and this, and come to find out that's not how it works, and they were completely wrong. Why would they make a story about it? The Earth is 4.6 billion years old. How the fuck did they figure that out? Who was there in the beginning to say, yeah, that's how it started?
We don't know that.
They don't. They're just making a story up.
Yeah.
Let me give you a timeline breakdown of some crazy stuff, right? So they say Eratosthenes figured out that the Earth was a ball by looking at shadows from two different locations that were roughly 500 miles apart, right?
Yeah, using a stick, I think.
Right. Did they have cell phones? How did they know what time to go to say, hey, mark it? That's when we get the length of the shadow, the angle of the shadow, right?
They have like different like tools, like they look at the sun, or they do like a water test or
It's an angle. It's an angle. It's two straight lines meeting together that are vertices.
Yeah.
All they did was had a stick straight up in the ground, and in another location, they knew that there was no shadow at a specific time of day. Funny thing was, the two cities that he did the observation in aren't on the same latitude or the same longitude. So then, how could they make the measurement anyway? wouldn't you want them to be on the same latitude or the same longitude so you can be at least consistent with something?
Yeah.
Right? But aside from that, what did he do? He called up his buddy, said, "Hey, I'm looking at the sun and it's directly overhead. There's no shadow. What angle did you get?"
Zero.
Right? On top of that, geometry wasn't even a thing.
I mean, it is
Not back
kind of a
then. No, not back then. Not during that time.
Mm,
That was a later on development. Right?
mm,
Fast forward into the future, we get to Copernicus, and he's looking at the planetary motion of everything, and he decides. Copernicus decides by looking at the transit of Venus, he assumes Earth and Venus are the same. And then from there, he calculates the distance to the sun based off the size of Venus, assuming that Earth and Venus are. How did he get the size of Venus?
I mean, he probably did some observation again.
I mean, like what? Like in order to know how far something is away, you'd have to know the angular size and compare it to its real size. So if I didn't tell you that an object was 3 feet tall, and I didn't tell you how far away that object was, and then and I brought you to a location, showed you the object, and I told you to tell me how big is that object. I don't know, dude. How far away is it? Can't tell you, man. You got to figure it out. You got to guess.
Wait. I think there is a formula, right? Like, if we have the distance and the observer, like, if we have the distance between the observer and the object and the height of the object that we can see, like, at what height can we observe the object? If we have both of those, then we can, like,
No.
tell
I'm
the
just talking about Venus. If I put a ball up in the sky and I don't tell you how big the ball is, right? And I say, "Hey, how big is that ball?" I don't know. How far away is it? You got to figure it out yourself. It looks like the ball could be 3 feet in diameter. Is that right? I don't know, man. What do you think? I can't tell you how far away it is, and I can't tell you how big it is. All we can do is guess from the angular side, right? So that's Copernicus's whole thing. Fast forward to Galileo, right? Galileo decides, even though the planets look like geometric designs that we see through all of nature, you know what? I don't think the Earth is the center of everything. I think the sun is the center of everything, right? That's what Galileo did. Well, in that time, it was blasphemy to go against the scripture, right? You were killed for that.
They like home prisoned him, I think, right? Home prisoned him.
Well, so they home prisoned him, right? Do you know what house arrest is?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I know. Like,
you just have to stay home for the rest of your life, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that really prison?
I mean, it is kind of better than prison, but it is still a prison.
Have you ever been on house arrest, or have you ever known anybody to be on house arrest?
No, I don't know anybody, and I have never been in a house arrest.
What do you think would be better, being at home for the rest of your life and not being able to go anywhere, or going to prison?
I mean, how long do I have to go to prison?
For the rest of your life, starting now, whatever your age is. I think he was like 39 or something like that. He was probably 33 when he came up with this idea, but that's neither here nor there. So we'll just say 33. Let's say he's 33 years old. And then for the rest of his life, for the next 60 years, you either have to go to prison or you have to go to jail. What do you think you would pick?
I would choose to be at home in a home prison.
Right.
House arrest.
But you just went against the church and what your scriptures teach you.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, I mean, they burned everybody at the stake and crucified people.
They did.
And, you know, just for saying Jesus isn't God, right?
Yeah.
Right? You just said that, like in the Bible says the earth is the center of creation. Oh, and God loves us and yada, yada, yada. You just went against that. And you're now trying to convince the whole world that the Bible is wrong. Do you think they're going to put you on house arrest?
No.
No, they're going to kill you. Make an example out of it. Right? So go from there, fast forward from there, and let's see, you're going to have Kepler's motion of orbits. Moving on from that, we're going to go up to George Bedell Airy. George Bedell Airy comes up with this ingenious idea. Earth is supposed to be orbiting the sun, and they understand refraction, how light works really, really well back in the late 1800s. They decided to do an observation. Actually, it was a pretty good experiment. I'm going to call it an experiment. Where they make an observation with the telescope tilted at a certain angle, and then they do that with air inside the telescope, right? Normal conditions. And then they make the same observation with water poured down into the telescope, knowing that if the Earth was in motion, a certain star would not be able to be seen through the telescope because the Earth would have the angle of the light coming through would have been bent in such a way because of the motion of the Earth. Comes to find out, it didn't happen, and so everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, the Earth is not in motion," right?
Yeah.
So now they're like, "Uh-oh, we need to come up with another experiment." So fast forward a little bit later, Michelson Morley, they come up with an experiment and they decide to use interferometry. You know what interferometry is?
No, I don't know what it is.
So interferometry is basically what you do is you shoot a laser down a pathway into a mirror that splits the laser into two different directions.
Oh, yeah, I know it. I know it.
And then it hits mirrors, and then they come back. And when they come back, they produce an interference pattern based off of the direction of the motion of the apparatus that the lasers are sitting.
Yeah,
right?
I know this.
Right. So they were looking for a specific interference pattern because if the Earth is going 7,000 miles an hour around the sun, then that means the light going towards the orbit that the Earth is heading in is going to be going the speed of light plus 67,000 miles an hour, and the light going backwards behind the direction you're going, right, going away from you, it's going to be going the speed of light minus 7,000. And the way they calculated it out was roughly, so it would have been 15 kilometers per second in one direction and 15 kilometers per second in another direction. When they meet back together, there would have been a 30 kilometers per second measurement based off of the interference pattern of it. And when they did that, they didn't get 30 kilometers. They got something like 4 to 6 kilometers per second, which is extremely low. That's a whole other conversation. But it didn't produce that motion. So now we have a completely stationary Earth with everything moving above our head. Well, they're looking out into space in the early 1900s. They can't fathom the idea that Earth is a unique, special place, right? Edwin Hubble and a lot of the other the astronomers at that time were looking at the stars in the sky. They're learning about redshift and blue shift. And they're saying, oh, it looks like some of these stars are moving away from us. Some of these stars are moving towards us. And Edwin Hubble goes, that's very unique. It looks like we're the center of the universe. But based off of philosophical principles, I have to put that aside. And I cannot accept that answer. So we have to come up with some. So here comes Albert Einstein. He introduces special relativity. Well, in order to do that, he has to remove a special thing, right? He has to say that space is an empty void vacuum with nothing in it. And we're moving through it, and our motion is relative because we're on the thing that's moving. It appears to look like we're not. If we were on the moon, it would appear that it would feel like the moon wasn't moving and that the Earth, everything was moving around the Earth or around the moon. If you were on the moon, that's what the presentation would look like. So he does that. Everybody's all up in arms about it because it goes against everything that everybody's been working on for thousands of years. But it was the only way to explain away all the things that they were seeing that pointed us to being the center of the universe, just so they could put that all aside philosophically. Say, we're not special. You're a speck of dust in an infinite expanding universe. You're meaningless, worthless. Don't worry, though. People that are smarter than you are figuring it out as we speak, and we're going to take care of you.
I'm also
Every time
I'm also like starting to doubt right now. Like after everything that you said, I'm also like starting to doubt whether Earth is really spherical in shape or not.
Well, don't believe it just to believe it. Like, go out and experience it for yourself. Don't even believe it because I told you not to. Right? Like, that's not what I'm here for. My goal at the end of our conversation is for you to go and experience the world the way it comes to you, involving your five senses, right? Your sixth sense, if you want to count intuition. But, how does it visually appear? How do your ears perceive it? How's your vestibular system? What's it smell like? What's it taste like? What's it feel like?
Yeah.
Right? You can trust these senses that were given to you. And they were given to you. Right? You didn't just develop it because of evolution.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to keep you safe from about 99% of all things, right? Like you can still be stupid and make a bad mistake and do something that hurts yourself. But for the most part, your five senses are going to keep you safe based off of life. Right?
Yeah.
You can say, oh, well, how do you know oxygen is real if you can't see it or taste it or whatever? And it's like, why would that even cross your mind? When in the world have you ever seen oxygen to make the observation to then go out and create a hypothesis and then do an experiment that confirms your hypothesis? You're putting a lot of faith in a lot of people's hands. Do we know oxygen exists? I mean, we have devices that can measure certain things, right? That we ourselves cannot perceive. And then they seem to work with, based off of different things that we do. You can't point to a gas particle and say, "Oh, that's oxygen." You can't put your finger on it.
I mean, like the air is only about 10% oxygen, 10 or 20%, I think.
What's that?
Sorry. I think the air is only about 5 to 10% of oxygen, right?
No, they say at sea level the Earth is roughly 20 to 21% oxygen, like point oxygen, 74% nitrogen. The rest of
Yeah.
it's carbon dioxide and helium and hydrogen, all these other gases. It's I mean, I don't know, man. Like don't believe it just to believe it. Like
Yeah,
I
understand.
know certain things because like oxygen, right? Like as far as oxygen goes, like I've never seen oxygen. I can't touch oxygen. Point that was oxygen. But I mean, I was in the medical field. I worked with oxygen tanks or with high concentration oxygen, and then based off of the flow output, they would get it wouldn't be a measured percentage of oxygen, but it would be a calculated percentage of oxygen, right? You get 100% oxygen, 96% oxygen. I mean, even at like if you had 2 liters per minute nasal cannula, right? You increase your oxygen from 21%, 23%, right? 4 liters nasal cannula, 23 to 26. And it just keeps going up from there. But anyway, I could go into the minutia of all that as well. But that's just an example on oxygen, right?
Yo, wait a minute. Flat Earth music is talking because I see green circle
Calculations,
only there.
they're estimations at best. Like unless you can put your finger on it, like an apple, right? You can put your finger on an apple and say that is one apple.
Are you guys talking or watching a video?
We're listening to audio. Did you have something you want to ask?
No, I was just I just came to this.
Well, you seem confused. What did you want to talk about?
I mean nothing, man. Like I mean I agree with a lot of the things you guys say, and there's need to be an independent investigation on all of these things.
Right on, man. Yeah, that's the way we feel. We didn't think that it was supposed to be like that. We thought it was settled. But then when we actually went out and tested it, we're like, oh my gosh, it's wrong. But yeah, I was quiet and nobody was talking, so I put on a audio clip from a past episode and was just letting people listen to stuff in the background. A lot of people like to come in and listen.
Right?
Yeah.
Chemistry is a whole different attitude, man. I don't need to know something is 40% this, right? You can eyeball it and it'll be good enough. What's the difference between 40% and 41%?
I mean, we cannot like observe that precisely. Humans are not capable to observe that precisely, right? We cannot like see a difference of 1%, maybe we can see a difference between like difference of 5 to 10%.
Well, I mean, you can measure things and determine a percentage difference based off measurement, but
Yeah.
it's kind of really like a calculation at the end of the day. Like you've seen the ticks on a meter stick before, right?
Yeah.
Who measured those to make sure that those were each a millimeter apart?
I don't know.
What's defined as a millimeter? What do they use to measure each?
I mean, it is there with like if he thinks that one finger is 1 millimeter, then it is 1 millimeter. Like if he thinks that length of the whole hand should be considered as 1 meter, then it will be like like it is up to the person that created it, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying though. Yeah, you got to start with your axiom and what you can prove first, and then from there you can start making other observations, formulating hypotheses, and then develop a method on how you're going to experiment that hypothesis.
Yeah.
But once you can no longer prove your hypothesis, after that, it's just a story. You know water's wet, right?
Yeah.
How do you know water's wet? Anyway, probably getting late for me. It's probably late for you. Or is it early for you?
I mean, it is still morning for us. It is. It is 11 a.m. for us.
So you got a dose of this first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Were you expecting to wake up to this?
I mean, I'm expecting to talk to someone, but I'm not expecting to like change my mindset today.
Right. It's understandable.
I mean, I have always been to question things, but I never really questioned this much about the shape of the earth.
Right. No, and the reason why we have learned so much about this because, we would say, oh, the earth is flat. And they'd say, well, what about this? You have to go do research on that. Back. Well, it says this and this and this. And then somebody will say, well, what about that? Now you got to go research that. We just have these constant conversations all the time. On any given day, any one of us can talk to 10 to 15 people, have a few hundred conversations a year. It kind of gets ingrained in your head a little bit.
Yeah. ఒక నిమిషం వస్తుంది. All right, man. This nice meeting you. I have to go right now.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you, man. Have a great day.
Yeah. I hope we meet again and talk sometime later.
Sure.
Okay. Bye. Have a good day.
Later. You too.
So, how did this crazy flat earth idea get so popular, and when did it start? In fact, it's nothing new. For most of our known history, humans have known the earth to be a flat, stationary, and enclosed topographical plane. And by topographical plane, I mean that most of the known surface of the earth is water, which doesn't curve, just as we all observe. Then we obviously have hills, valleys, mountains, etc. All ancient cultures knew the earth was flat. they all had their own unique depictions of the Earth, and they all had one thing in common. They all depicted a flat, stationary plane within an enclosed system. Most people have a strong misconception of what flat Earth actually means. Most assume flat earthers claim a flat planet floating in space, and this is to be expected due to the fact that we were all raised with the worldview of everything existing within a giant space vacuum, with us situated on a spherical planet covered in water, hurtling through space, through the black void at millions of miles per hour. Usually, when people hear about flat Earth, they simply replace the globe with a flat planet, and this couldn't be further from the truth. Flat is not a shape, and the flat versus globe argument is not a valid comparison. One side's claiming a shape and size, while the other side isn't making a claim of either of those things. So what exactly do we mean by flat Earth? The correct context for what we mean by flat Earth is that there is no measurable curvature over the surface of the Earth, specifically referring to a body of water that isn't curving over distance as would be required if the Earth were a globe. Now, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, nor are we claiming to know the exact size. This is how it goes. If the Earth is a globe with a radius value of 3,959 miles, or 6,371 kilometers, and we're told that over 70% of the known surface area is covered in water, then that water must be curving at a specific rate. Most people I talk to are under the misunderstanding that over small distances such as 10 miles or 20 miles, there wouldn't be a great deal of curvature as the Earth is so large. However, the fact is that over a 20-mile body of water anywhere on the globe, there would have to be around 266 feet of Earth curvature. That's the equivalent of a 26-story high-rise building. As a basic analogy, you can think of yourself standing at the shoreline of a 20-mile lake. On the other side of the lake, 20 miles away from you, stands a 20-story high-rise building. If we live on a globe Earth, we would not be able to see any of that building at all. The entire building would be completely hidden behind the curve of the Earth. All you would be able to see is a horizon at a certain distance, but the building would be completely out of view behind the curve, behind that horizon. So while we might be too small to see the actual water itself curving from ground level, we would absolutely be able to see the byproducts of the curvature, the geometric horizon and the obstruction of distant objects that go beyond it. The definition of horizon is as follows: the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. It's that simple. On a globe, however, the horizon is a physical geometric location, which must be at a set distance depending on the height of the observer. If the observer remains in a fixed location at a certain height, the distance to the geometric horizon will not change. This, in my opinion, is the easiest way to test the globe Earth. Due to the claimed size of the globe and the way gravity is claimed to work, all matter should be pulled towards the center of mass, and the water that covers over 70% of the surface is no exception to that. This means that all large bodies of water must be curving at approximately the same rate as we discussed earlier in the video. There can be no body of water anywhere on the globe that doesn't curve at approximately the following rates. Now, let's go over some of the long-distance observations to test for that curvature. Okay, so the first observation I'm going to present was done by a guy named Dr. John Dee. Dr. John Dee originally set out to try to debunk flat Earth. Now, Dr. John Dee is actually a PhD scientist. He has a PhD specializing in spectrophotometry, so he's basically an expert when it comes to optics, to light. Now, what he did was he took a bunch of his laboratory equipment, including laser beams, high-powered cameras, and he set out to try to debunk flat Earth originally, and reluctantly became a flat earther in the process of trying to find that Earth curvature. So here's one of his many observations. In the following observation, Dr. John D has set his camera up at the side of the ocean. He has his camera, which is a Nikon P900, set up at 1 meter height, which is 3.5 foot height, at the shoreline of the ocean, above the surface of the water. He's going to be zooming in to a windmill farm. The windmill farm is called Rampion Windmill Farm, and the closest windmill tower that you can see when he zooms in is 8.4 miles away, and each one's a little bit further until we get to the final windmill on the right hand side, which is 11.2 miles away. Now anyone can go onto Google, or you could do the math yourself. I find it easier to use an Earth curvature calculator. You can just type into Google Earth curvature calculator and pick any one you like. Now to go over some of the basic mathematics, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, from the 3.5 foot observation height, the physical geometric horizon should be located at 2.3 miles, which is also 3.4 kilometers distance from the shoreline. That's the maximum distance that you should be able to see the water if the Earth is a globe. Each of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon, and the bottom portion should be missing by a certain amount. This amount ranges between about 30 feet, and to the final windmill on the right hand side, which is 11.2 miles out, there should be 52 feet missing from the bottom. That's basically a 5-story building. What we can clearly see in the observation is that we can see the entirety of the windmills coming down and touching the surface of the water, and on top of that we see absolutely no sign of that geometric horizon. Now, remember that geometric horizon must be there if the Earth's a globe. It must physically be there, and due to the size of the globe and due to the way that gravity is claimed to work, it absolutely must physically be there. Now in this next slide we can see a close-up image of the windmills. What you'll notice is that at the low tide mark, what we can notice in the close-up photograph is that we have a black section at the bottom of the windmill. This is the low tide mark. This is where the salt water has stripped the yellow paint off the bottom of the windmill tower. Dr. John D did this observation at low tide specifically so we could see this black paint at the bottom as a clear marker. Another thing to take into account is that we don't see any visible miraging effects. We see a very clear image considering we're zooming in over 11 miles through the thickest part of the atmosphere. Another thing you'll notice when Dr. John zooms in is a boat off in the distance. Now Dr. John was able to track this boat live at the scene using ship tracking radar. The boat that we can see in the image is called the Shetland Trader and is located 12.1 nautical miles off the shore. This is the equivalent of 13.9 statute miles. Now once again, the horizon should still be at 2.3 miles, but the hidden height of the boat should be 28 meters. Now because we were able to track the boat, we were able to determine the size of the boat. The approximate height of the hull above the surface of the water is around 7 to 8 meters. Taking into account that on a globe, the hidden height is actually 28 meters, we shouldn't be able to see any of this boat at all. This observation was repeated on multiple different days, showing very similar results. I'll be leaving a link to all of the observations that I'm presenting in the description of the video. So the conclusion of this observation is that the required Earth curvature that must be present if the Earth's a globe simply isn't there. All we see is flat water and unobstructed windmills. So the second observation I'm going to share was done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a great place to do observations as we have a very dry climate, and having a dry climate we have amazing visibility. So in this video we have a perfectly calm and clear day, and we have a section over the lake which measures on Google Maps 21 miles in distance. The observation is simply shoreline to shoreline. Now just going over some basic mathematics again, we have a 5-foot observation height, which is 1.5 meters, which means the geometric horizon on a globe would have to be at 2.73 miles from the observer. This should be the maximum distance that we can see the water over the lake. All the water beyond the 2.73 mile mark should be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now we have a second person over at the distant shoreline taking some footage, so I'm just going to show you some footage now so you can get a close-up view of what it looks like on the distant shoreline that we're going to be zooming into. Take note of the large shoreline. We have some puddles or streams over the shoreline, and we can see a big giant smokestack in the background. So this observation was performed during the daytime in the late afternoon, and then again at nighttime. So in the first clip here, we're going to show zoom footage, and what we'll clearly notice is that we don't see any sign, once again, of that geometric horizon that must be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, we don't even see a horizon over the entire 21-mile distance. We can clearly see the shoreline, we can clearly see the entirety of the smokestack. Now let's have a look at some footage from the nighttime zoom. It's even clearer as you can see at nighttime. The lights on the distant shoreline make it very easy to make out what we can and cannot see. Once again, we can see the shoreline, we can see the bank, we can also see the entirety of the smokestack once again, just as we could during the daytime footage. Here are some close-up images of the shoreline and the bank. Now the first image that I'm going to show you is a close-up image for reference, so you can see what it looks like. The second image is from 21 miles away, and what we'll notice is that we don't see any obstruction. Now over a 21-mile distance, the raw drop over distance is 293 foot. That's basically a 29-story skyrise building. I'll give another simple analogy. You know the Titanic? Yeah, the Titanic that sunk? The Titanic was around 170 feet tall. Let's say, hypothetically, the Titanic was parked next to the camera, and the Titanic was going to sail from where the camera is located over to the distant shoreline 21 miles away. Once the Titanic started to sail off, it would reach the horizon at 2.73 miles. As the boat continued beyond the horizon, the bottom of the boat would have to start disappearing physically behind the curvature of the Earth. By the time the boat got to the other shoreline on the other side 21 miles away, the entirety of the Titanic should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now once again, we can see a close-up of the zoom footage showing that there's no obstruction at all. And just to put some icing on the cake, the guys actually pulled out a laser and did a nighttime laser test all the way across the lake.
Okay, we're filming now because we've seen the laser a couple times. Oh, there it is! Yes! Yes, yes! Oh my gosh. Okay.
How do you zoom on this? Can you?
Just with your two fingers, just wide.
Okay, okay.
Try that.
Oh, yeah, we can see it on camera.
Yeah.
There, it's coming from right over there.
Okay, I want you to get my laser to show so that people can see what we see is the laser goes out absolutely straight. So just get it right here and see the beam going out there. You can see there's no bending, there's no curving, it's not going down or anything. It's just straight as an arrow.
Yeah, it's a great shot of that.
You can see it reflecting in the water even.
Once again from 5 foot high, and the laser was received directly into the camera sensor on the distant shoreline of the lake, 21 miles away. The height of the camera detecting the laser beam was also 5 foot above the surface of the lake. Once again, the 293 foot of curvature that must be there was not there. And not only did the laser hit the sensor, in the footage we can actually see the reflection of the laser beam on the surface of the water. Now if you know anything about the law of reflection, you'll know that this is not possible on a surface that should be curving by 293 foot over 21 miles. It would not be physically possible for that reflected light to reach the camera on the other side taking the footage. Now, you might be thinking, DJ, these tests seem to completely debunk the globe. Isn't there some kind of explanation from the experts to explain these observations? Kind of. But not really. Let me explain. Most people will throw out a term, refraction, when seeing these long-distance observations. However, in my extensive experience in talking with globe earthers about this topic, 99% of the time, They've just heard that if you say the word refraction, it's a rebuttal to these amazing observations. This couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, atmospheric refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers. Now, I'm going to cover the topic of refraction in brief in this video, but the topic itself is a very extensive topic which I'll be covering in detail in future videos. In fact, each of the topics I'm covering in this video could be a standalone 4-hour video for each one. Anyway, back to the refraction topic. So what is atmospheric refraction? Let's grab a definition and then quickly go over how it doesn't explain these observations. Not even close. So the basic definition for refraction from the Oxford Dictionary of Weather reads as following. Refraction, the fact or phenomenon of light, radio waves, etc. being deflected in passing obliquely through the interface between one medium and another, or through a medium of varying density. So in this case, we're talking about a medium of varying density, right, which is the air. Assuming a globe Earth, they claim that under standard atmospheric conditions, we can expect a refraction coefficient of 0.13. This is what surveyors use. This is what they call the standard. This would essentially increase the globe's radius by 15%, basically allowing us to see 15% beyond the geometric horizon. Heavy refraction is considered to be 20 to 30% or very slightly higher than that. But once we start getting any heavy refraction, that comes along with heavy distortion. Here are some images showing the destruction caused by heavy refraction. Not only the observations being presented not showing any signs of heavy refraction, the amount of refraction required for these observations to work on a globe would have to be many thousands of percent. Not 15%, not 20%, not 30%, not 50%, not 500%, but thousands of percent. For example, in the Dr. John D video with the windmill observations I covered earlier, it would require 2,400% refraction to have zero hidden height on the base of the windmills. That means the radius of the Earth would have to be 24 times larger. There is absolutely no evidence that this level of refraction is possible with visible light, especially to have that much refraction without any miraging effects or without any destruction visually. I could go into so much more detail about refraction, but I'll save that for a subject-specific video coming up in the near future. We have a huge amount of these long-distance observations. We've done them from heights ranging from 3 inches above the water and various heights all the way up to 9,000 feet mountain peaks, where we can see mountains that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. We even have observations from planes at 40,000 feet using infrared cameras where we can see landmarks that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by giant amounts. We also have a huge number of high-powered laser tests, where we shoot high-powered laser beams over large distances at targets that would be hidden behind huge amounts of Earth curvature. The list goes on of real-world tests, empirical observations. These tests are not necessarily being presented as flat Earth proofs, so to speak. These are testing the globe for the curve that must be there, due to gravity and due to the size of the globe that they tell us. Flat Earth is everybody's objective reality. It's the base axiom, everybody's first-hand experience, and it's the baseline for the reality that we all experience, even if you think the Earth's a globe. If someone wants to claim that our obvious reality is different than we experience as a flat and stationary plane, then the burden of proof is on them. And regardless of that burden, flat earthers have taken it upon themselves to debunk the globe. I'll be covering many of these additional observations in my upcoming videos in high detail, as well as going into the topics covered in this video in much more detail. This video is a basic introduction to the flat earth topic, so please make sure to like and subscribe, as I'll be making a lot more brand new content in the very near future. Now that you've seen these observations, you might be thinking to yourself, sure, you have tests that go against the globe, but there must be even more tests that people have done that prove the globe, right? Well, that's exactly what I thought when I first started researching this topic back in 2017. I thought that there must have been countless people that have measured the Earth over the last 2,000 plus years, right? Let's dig a little more into the history of the globe Earth. What I found as I took a deep dive into this topic is that I wasn't able to find any empirical validation of Earth curvature. What I did find was a lot of calculations based off assumptions, rather than real-world testing for direct validation of Earth's curvature. In fact, the deeper I dug into the history of the globe, the more disappointing it was. Most people think that someone went out and took all of these empirical measurements, observations, and used this empirical evidence to prove without doubt that all the ancient cultures for thousands of years were actually completely wrong about the shape of the Earth, that these measurements and tests would have been logged and repeated countless times, right? But instead, what I found was nothing of the sort. I found that the person first attributed with claiming the Earth to be a globe was actually a man who went by the name of Pythagoras. Yeah, we've all heard about the amazing Pythagoras at school, right? Presented to us as an amazing mathematical man of science and logic. However, the deeper I dug into this topic, the more it shocked me. In fact, it turns out that Pythagoras didn't think the Earth was a globe because of any kind of empirical evidence. But as it turns out, Pythagoras was actually a bit more like a mystic cult leader who practiced bizarre rituals with his followers. The Pythagorean cult worshipped numbers and shapes. They believed that the most divine shape, according to Pythagoras, was the sphere. He reasoned that because the sphere is the perfect shape, therefore the Earth must also be a sphere, as why would the Creator make the Earth anything other than what he considered to be the perfect shape? The ancient Greeks, inheriting Babylonian sky mathematics, applied the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below, which you've probably all heard before. Ancient flat earth cultures such as the ancient Egyptians and Babylonians all describe the sky as an imaginary dome or sphere revolving around a stationary flat earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. These cultures created this imaginary celestial sphere not because the sky is actually a sphere, but as a convenient way to map out the positions and motions of the celestial bodies in the sky. The celestial sphere was used for navigation and much more. Later on, philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and perfect, therefore the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below.
Hello, my name is Piers Bursill Hall. I'm a historian of mathematics in the mathematics faculty at the University of Cambridge. And today I'm going to talk to you about one of the more controversial issues in very early ancient Greek mathematics, and that is about Pythagoras. Now, you've all been told about Pythagoras. You've learned about Pythagoras' theorem, usually in the textbooks that most school children see. Certainly in my school textbooks, there was a picture of some white-haired guy in a toga, Pythagoras. They were always talking about Pythagoras, the man. They told us various things about Pythagoras and his friends and colleagues in a so-called cult or school of Pythagoras. And I'm going to tell you that most of what you've been told about Pythagoras was wrong. So, first of all, Pythagoras, said to have lived between about 550 BC and 530, 520 BC. We don't have very good dates, and if any book tells you Pythagoras, who was born on April 17th, 562 BC, that's fantasy. We have no idea of his possible birth, date of birth, and we have no idea of when he died. Indeed, the evidence for his actual existence is pretty slim. There could well have been a guy called Pythagoras. Let's give him a first name, Bob Pythagoras, because we don't know. There could have been a guy, Bob Pythagoras, who lived maybe somewhere on one of the Greek islands, possibly Samos, but not necessarily. And maybe Bob Pythagoras founded a school of people who were interested in various things, very little of which had to do with mathematics, and more had to do with a kind of cult Orphic religion, which was popular at the time, or the kind of religious ideas that were popular at the time. Maybe there was a guy, Bob Pythagoras, but not necessarily. The evidence we have really isn't clear that there actually was a person called Pythagoras. There might well have been, but if there was, we really don't know much that's reliable about Bob Pythagoras, or his mother, or his sister, or his kids. We just don't know anything. He's a legendary figure. The ancient Greeks were very good at inventing legendary figures. They liked the idea of some father of an institution, a school, a set of beliefs, of drama, of music, of maths, whatever. So he's very likely to be a legendary figure. And if there was a person called Pythagoras and he lived around 550, 520 BC, fine, but we really don't know very much.
When we do an internet search on who actually measured the curvature of the Earth, we're almost 100% guaranteed to hear the name Eratosthenes, who allegedly lived around 240 BC. And what Eratosthenes is claimed to have done is to have calculated the circumference value of the globe by measuring the shadow angle cast by a stick. Many incorrectly think Eratosthenes was trying to prove if the Earth is flat or if the Earth's a globe. However, this is not correct. Eratosthenes already thought that the Earth was a globe, and he was simply trying to work out the size of it. So what he did was place two sticks 500 miles apart. One stick had no shadow, as the sun was directly overhead, and somehow he was able to take simultaneous measurements 500 miles away, and the second stick cast a shadow of 7.2 degrees. Now what Eratosthenes did was make two assumptions before he did his calculations. He assumed a globe Earth, and he also assumed that the sun is so far away that the light rays come in parallel. He took these assumptions and was able to calculate the radius of the globe to be 40,000 kilometers. So just to give an example of how flawed this method was, Eratosthenes clearly made assumptions within his calculations. Now let's imagine this. Right? Let's say I replicated this test, but I did it inside my house. I have a flat floor, and I have a light on the ceiling in the center of the room. Let's say I put one stick, like Eratosthenes did, underneath the light source. There's no shadow cast. I put another stick on the opposite side of the room, and now all of a sudden we have a shadow on the second stick. Now, if I were to make the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made, I would now assume that I'm standing on a spherical floor and that the light rays coming out of the bulb on my ceiling are coming parallel, just like Eratosthenes assumed. Now, if I applied the same mathematics as Eratosthenes, I'd be able to work out the circumference of my flat floor. So as you can see, the method is completely flawed, no pun intended. So this was essentially the birth of the globe Earth. And like I mentioned, it wasn't through empirical testing, but rather a product of mystic beliefs and philosophical reasoning. But the idea didn't catch on for a long time. In fact, most of the population didn't think the Earth was a globe back then. There wasn't even a model for the globe created until over 1,000 years after Pythagoras. The first globe was created in 1492, and even when Nicholas Copernicus came along in 1543, he reasoned just as Pythagoras did that the Earth must be a globe because the sphere is the most perfect shape. So in regards to the timeline of the globe, it wasn't really widely accepted until around 500 to 600 years ago, when it was pushed by the Roman Catholic Jesuits who went worldwide spreading the heliocentric propaganda country to country. This is how the idea of the globe entered the mainstream. There are reports of flat Earth even being taught in certain schools all the way up to the early 1900s. However, by this stage, the heliocentric model became a social norm.
Alright, tell me your name.
Ruth Heath,
Ruth, and how old are you today?
102,
102. So you were born in
1918.
1918. And we were just talking, and I asked you what shape the Earth is, and what did you say? What were you taught in school in elementary
I was
school?
taught in school that the Earth was flat.
And then what do you remember when they changed it to a globe?
Well, when they changed it, I remember when they changed it, but I can't remember the date or anything like that.
And did you believe them?
Yes, I did.
You did. Now,
I was young.
Right, and we all were told by people that we trust.
That's right.
Where did you go to school? Elementary school.
I went to Spur Glen School in Hamden, Connecticut.
So how does it make you feel to realize that you were right as a kid?
It makes me feel better.
It does make you feel better, right?
Oh, it makes me feel alive.
Oh my God, that is so true. My whole life, I believe, you know, what I was taught.
That's
and then
right.
when I discovered the flat Earth,
I feel better about it.
Because we are the center of creation.
That's right.
We are important.
That's right.
And we are here.
We are God's children.
Excellent.
Yes.
I will,
I believe in God. I trust God. And when all the problems that are happening in this world today,
I'll give you some good news. A lot of the problems that they report on the news aren't even real.
That's right. That's right.
They're just keeping us in fear.
Keeping up. That's right. That's right. That's right. I understand that. I understand. They just say what they want people to know. They don't care about the Bible. They don't care about life. They only care about I, me, myself, and I. It's a different world.
So the globe deception that a lot of people say, and I believe, is literally by Satan to hide God and make people selfish and self-centered and not care and think that there's no consequences for their actions.
Right. I pray every night before I go to bed. And one night things weren't happening right. And I sat up in bed and I said, God, where are you? I need you right now. And I'm beginning to wonder, where is God?
God's right above us in the clouds. The heavens are right here. That's all that there is. And there's not infinite space. Did you know, wait, let me ask you a question, just switching topics a little bit, that we never went to the moon, that was all fake?
Is that right?
That's correct.
I saw that all happening.
Yeah, so did I, and we all believed it, but that was just to reinforce that people to believe they can live on a ball and they could walk on a ball. Nobody's ever been to space because space doesn't exist. There is no space. There's just this world.
Oh, it's such a lie.
It's such a lie, but knowing the lie is like going to a magic show.
I woke up.
Yes, that's what we call it. We call it red. This is your moment of waking up.
Oh.
It's when you go to see a magician and you know how the tricks are done, and the magic no longer works on you, and you're free from the illusion. So knowing this is going to free your heart.
Cry.
Yeah, it's okay.
It makes me cry.
Happiness.
Yes.
Tears of joy.
Yes. Yes. I know that we were true, and they're hiding us.
Yes, it's good though.
It's good.
It's very good.
Yes.
All right.
I'm awake.
Yes.
I'm awake.
Awesome.
Thanks so much for bearing with me for this much of the video. If you're still watching, I really appreciate it. So the information presented so far has probably left you with a lot more questions, but to cover all of them in a single video would take me a month. In fact, I started writing this video script with it titled Flat Earth in 5 minutes. 7 pages later, I realized I'd only scratched the surface of a few topics. So I'm going to turn this into an ongoing series. It's currently unplanned, but I guess I'll work it out as I go along. Many of the common questions people ask will be covered in the upcoming videos. Topics such as, why would they lie? Or are they actually lying about this? Outer space, boats over the horizon, the history of flat Earth, Coriolis effect, what about airplanes, flat routes, maps, GPS, circumnavigation, Antarctica, 24-hour sun, gravity, and much, much more. I'd also love to hear your opinions in the comments section. It would really mean a lot to me if you could leave a message, leave me any suggestions you might have, and I'll try to work them into my upcoming videos. I'm doing all of this on zero budget, and I want to keep it 100% free and make everything from scratch. I write all my own scripts, I do all my own narration and research, I do all the editing myself, so please bear with me as I learn and improve over time. If you're interested in becoming part of a great community, you're welcome to join me on my Discord server, Pickled Minds. Link will be in the description. I also have a Pickled Minds Facebook group, as well as a Telegram group. I'll also be leaving links to all my alternative social media platforms in the description, such as Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, etc., etc. I also plan on doing live streams on YouTube and TikTok, and they will be broadcast from my Discord server, Pickled Minds. So if you'd like to partake in those, you're more than welcome to join my Pickled Minds server. My goal is to build a close-knit community of like-minded people so we can continue this research together. I'll also be making content on other subjects that interest me, such as hidden history, megalithic research, Little Season eschatology, and much more. So if you'd like more of what you see, please don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and make sure you tap that notifications bell.
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took Flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer-grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real-life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? You know, and then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 39, 59-mile radius. So you can do some quick
Hey, Lance, you're hot
trigonometry
mic.
and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, you know, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the black swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are 2 of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's very complicated, very, very green field area physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the Earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you got folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world taking long-distance, high-altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat Earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. You could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat Earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point to point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat, because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes, we could talk about maps, we could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it, there's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, Flat Earth, takes you everywhere, and you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars, I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this. When they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere, this started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the age of sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight. and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's your globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere, and it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that, and 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much of any angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
So you have these guys that are 20 miles apart, and I don't know exactly what they're looking for, but I know what they should be looking for. And they should be looking for a bulge in the water that protrudes to cut their laser off, right?
Yeah, like
right.
If the Earth is a globe, gravity is pulling all the water down on the Earth, so therefore
Right.
water
And
should
the
be
side would be
curving.
further down. Right. And so I was proving this to this guy earlier that like you can do this with surface tension in a swimming pool, a very large swimming pool, a cup, anything. And if you put too much water into the pool, it'll bubble around over the pool. It'll be higher in the middle. But as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, that bubble will, in essence, if you had a beach on the side of the pool, the water would go up on the beach and then move back and forth. And then if you were to shoot a laser over that, you would get a flat surface. And then as soon as you stop the turbulence, assuming that the beach was slanted, it would go back to its original state as a bubble. And in this case, if you're expecting a bubble and the water is not still, it's not. If the water's moving, you're never gonna get that bubble. I mean, I don't know how large you could scale up your test. I don't know. We don't have the money to build a 20-mile swimming pool. But
how much curvature do you think is over 20 miles?
Over 20 miles, I'd probably say it would have to be several meters, probably 10 meters.
Probably more than that.
Yeah. But nevertheless, no matter how much coverage you have in any kind of,
Do you know the height of the laser in that video?
yeah, 5 feet.
5 feet. So check this out. I'm gonna go to Earth curve. I'm gonna Google Earth curve calculator. They actually have these out there.
Right, I get what you're saying, but you're never going to get a water that basically, as soon as you have any kind of turbulence in the water is not going to follow gravity's laws because it's not being pulled on in the center as far as that's concerned. The water is being moved by other forces out and away from what gravity is wanting it to do. That's why we have
All right, brother. Let's do metric. 60 meters.
Yeah.
That's how much curve there is over 20 miles with a
60 meters. Yeah.
So if you got a laser 5 feet high and you shoot it over 20 miles of water, at the other end, the laser should be 60 meters above your head, 198 feet.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, no matter how high that would be, as soon as you had any kind of turbulence in the water, it will pull that down and away from where it needs to be at. I'm telling you, any kind of swimming pool that you can go to and create a scenario where there's no wind, there's no fishes in the water, you can make a curve in that swimming pool, no matter how big it is.
Yeah, but you can't make 198 feet of.
So, Deck, are you talking about like the surface tension, like the image I posted?
I'm saying any pool that you make that does not have any turbulence in the water, no matter how big it is, you can make a curve in it. It is possible to make a curve.
Look at the image that Matthew Learns put in the side chat. It bulges up, but it's still flat on top.
Yeah,
Right,
the cause of the bulge is not what you think it is, right? It's not gravity.
It is gravity.
Yeah, so it's surface tension in that case, or if it's a meniscus, it can go the other way. But those effects are only a couple millimeters. Like even in a swimming pool, it would be like 2 millimeters higher.
Right.
Yeah, surface tension forms due to intermolecular forces, not gravity.
Right, I understand that, but the reason
I get your reasoning behind it, but there's not enough surface tension out there to create 198 feet of matter of fact, let me lower this down to 0. You have to do the entire 266 feet of surface tension. There's no way that it would ever bulge that much over 20 miles.
Yeah, I don't see that actually bulging either like that. There might be some incremental amount, but for all we know, it could be concave bulging, right?
I'm not saying that it will be surface tension. I'm saying in an example like surface tension, where it is bulging out.
And I get your reasoning behind it, but
any kind of turmoil that you put into that cup, it's going to break that roundedness of it.
Your reasoning is based on, as a child, you were taught the Earth is too big to see the curve. It looks flat, but it's curving, and then you never questioned it ever again. So now you're trying to reason without
no, I'm saying it's not
evidence.
curving. I'm saying it's not curving. Not
curving?
that lake. Not that lake.
It has to curve.
If it is curving, it's so minuscule you could not see it. But if the water was not moving, there was no wind, there was no fishes, it would be curving a lot more than it is in that video.
It has to curve, brother.
It doesn't.
It does.
What I'm saying is if you take a surface tension and create a bubble similar to what a bulge would be on Earth they should be in a pond. They should be. And you create any kind of turbulence in that surface tension, it will break and make the bubble flat.
Let me ask you this: if you have a pond and then you add more water to it, what's going to happen?
It'll create a bubble.
It'll just push outward more because water will seek the lowest part, and then it'll spread out within its container.
Right, I understand that, but you will still create a larger surface tension bubble than what's in a cup.
No, it'll just continue to get higher and spread out. It's not like there's not a vertical wall on a lake like in a swimming pool.
That's what, yeah, right.
Just like a beach. Like the water is just going to continue to go further and further up the shoreline.
Right. But you're still gonna have a certain amount of surface tension in a lake or anything that was not moving. It's just gonna be less than
No,
it'll
it's
be
going to be
less than
flat.
a straight wall.
It's just like as you add more water, the water's going to rise and it's going to spread out further across the shoreline.
No, you
It's
will
going
have
to go
surface
further up the
tension
shoreline.
any size of amount of water. You will have surface tension. You could do it with a cooler. You could do it with a swimming pool.
If you have a vertical wall with nothing behind it.
Yes. Well, even if you made a slanted cup, you can make a slanted cup. You would still get surface tension.
Okay, so if I flooded the whole Earth, if I flooded the whole Earth, then the Earth would be a ball then?
Yes.
Retarded. Water should be curving already right now.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Right, because you have turbulence in the water.
There's no turbulence. It rained and the fucking ground is still.
One thing is in that cup, if you
flat,
barely move the water in that cup, it'll break that bubble.
Yeah. Nobody's moving the lake bed. Nobody's moving Salt Lake.
The water is moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. All those fish in there, any kind of movement in there. Of course, it would need more for a lake than.
Okay, so then water's flat and Earth is flat. All the oceans are flat too.
No, the ocean is a different scenario.
No, the turbulence is breaking the water, bro. It can't bubble.
Well, the ocean is a different scenario.
No. I'm going by exactly what you said. Turbulence is breaking the water.
It has similar.
All those sharks and whales and hell, whales communicate with each other from 400 miles away. That's impossible for the ball too.
Well, what I would suggest is, if it would be possible, I would do this in the ocean and not in a lake, because it's a different scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. If this test could be done in the ocean, I would 100% agree with it.
In the ocean. Would you like to see an example of that? Someone show him the black swan or maybe the turbines. Let's see if I can find those. There's DJ when we meet him.
Yeah, I got it.
What you also have to remember, though, in the ocean is you cannot get close enough to the water to measure it correctly. That's another issue.
What are you talking about?
Like any variable in a swimming pool that the largest swimming pool on Earth, if there is curvature, you would be it would be
Here's
possible.
a PhD in optics. He's looking at a wind farm off the coast of England. Makes a 14-mile observation. Flat as can be. You want to talk about turbulence?
What better expert could you hope for?
I know, right? A PhD. Here's a guy that was looking at over a lake. It was frozen, and he measured out his markers over a lake using his odometer. All documented. Let's see. Did y'all show him the FE core laser test?
I haven't.
Because he wants ocean measurements. So I think the one you posted first is perfect. That's in the ocean, the wind farm.
Yeah, that Rampion wind farm observation just blows the globe out of the water. It's better than the black swan at the oil rigs, in my opinion.
Anyway,
Jack,
what I'm trying
take
to
some
say is,
time and have a look
what
at
I'm trying, what I'm trying to
John
say
D
is,
video.
if you were to take a swimming pool and make a bulge, like a surface tension bulge in it, make a turbulence in the swimming pool, the water would wash up onto the sides of a swimming pool, make like a wave like you would have in like on a beach. Just imagine the side of the pool is like a beach. And then in the center of the swimming pool, the water would point up like a point in the center of it, and then go back and forth, just like the ocean does, just like a lake does. Any type of water, the water concentrates its forces in the center of it, not the sides of it, the center.
It's not true. That's
Just
not
back and forth.
hydrostatic equilibrium and pressure is perpendicular to the surface outward against the container.
Right, but we're talking about a circular, like the problem is
A beach is the
lake,
container, bro.
everything, the ocean. Yeah.
Right, so the container forces back in with the same pressure that it's forcing outward.
Yeah, okay, it's like this, you have if you throw water up a hill, it's not going to go down for a little bit. It's going to keep moving up the hill. And what I'm saying is like the turbulence that you have in the ocean is constantly pushing it up that hill. So gravity is never getting a chance to move it down the other way where it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like an assumption of what we should see in the ocean in a spherical Earth would be that the ocean is hundreds of miles up in the air, right? In the center of it. There's a massive bulge in the ocean. Maybe not hundreds of miles, but very high up in the air.
What?
The bulge of the ocean you should be able to notice it, right? Like, or in a pond or in a lake, you should be able to notice a bulge in the center of it. But
I don't think, no. No, like there are salt flats you can go to, okay? And when they get rained upon, these salt flats, some of them are like hundreds of square kilometers. They form a perfect flat mirrored surface. Tourists
Well,
go
you
there
can't.
all the time and take
Yeah, but
video and pictures.
you can't look at land. That's why people look at water.
No, it's a salt flat. It's full of water. That's the thing. It's maybe like a centimeter high of water, perfectly smooth like a glass surface of salt, and it's flat for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, you don't know how far it is away from Earth's center. That's why flat earthers don't use Earth as an example.
What do you
Use
mean
water.
we don't know how far away? Listen, Earth curves at an average rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay,
Yes,
and the
but
average
land does not
deviation
follow
along
that.
the semi-major and semi-minor axes is like, was it 1/3 of 1% of a perfect ellipsoid?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this salt flat, if someone would have gone out
Spheroid,
there
rather.
with a bulldozer and dumped dirt out and made it 8 inches, then you would be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches. You can't follow land. That's why people use water.
That's what I'm talking about. Water covering a salt flat is flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you can cover any piece of land in water.
So gravity's claimed to provide an equipotential where at every point along the surface of a globe, gravity is pulling downward. So there's a radial, or pushing downward, radially inward to a common center of mass. So you take, if you're on a globe, you take a level, a bubble level, you can walk around and hold it level, and you could walk around the ball and it's always going to stay level if you're on a globe. What needs to be measured is that deviation, the deviation from a tangent to the ball, and a rotation, the tangent rotation from point A to point B.
Right.
around the ball. Now nobody's able to measure that. We tried with lasers.
What I'm
It's
saying
flat.
is, there's no way for it to create a bubble if there's turbulence in the water. There's no way for it to rise like it should.
What do you mean? Why should any body of water rise in the middle?
That's what you're trying to prove, that it can't do that. That's what the
No,
video is
we're
about.
trying to measure drop over distance.
No, not drop over. You're trying to see the bulge in the water that comes up from a lake.
No. What should be happening is at the destination of that laser, the laser should be 198 feet above your head. It's not about seeing the bulge. The
No, because
laser shouldn't be hitting the target.
The lake is flat, though.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Well, if you're pointing a laser over something flat, then how are you going to get change?
Where's the globe
Water
then?
should
If
be
it's flat?
curving.
No, the
How many?
ocean,
Yeah, how
it's
many
not
flat?
curving. That's what I'm saying. You
How
either
many
need to see
flat
the curve
swaths
in the
are
water,
there on the surface of a ball deck?
brother. You're trying to see the curve in the ocean. You're not trying to see the change in height on land.
I'm
Right?
still talking about. At what point did I talk about land?
Well, he was saying that it's supposed to be so many meters over your head, and that's impossible because you're shooting a laser straight over a flat piece of water.
Yeah,
And
because
I'm
Earth is
saying
not
to you,
curving.
the reason the water is not curving is because it has turbulence. If it was curving like it should be on a round Earth.
No, FE Core
then you
shot
would
a
see-
laser over a frozen lake, dude. 40 kilometers.
Yeah, it'll be flat. Perfectly. A lake will be
Exactly.
perfectly
It
flat.
was.
Yes.
Professor Dr. John D. took his high-end optics and was able to zoom into the base of windmills 12 kilometers away from his position out in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, you could see a lot more than you can at least see a lot further than that.
We've taken measurements over the Salton Sea using mirror flashes. We've taken measurements over at Lake Tahoe. We've taken measurements at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
They're all going to be flat.
It's all bodies of water. We've done measurements up and down coastlines over the water. It's flat there too.
Yeah, they're all going to be flat. Other than the ocean.
Exactly. So for somebody to say that the Earth is curving, where's the curvature? That's what we want to find out. Where is it? Because
You're never
it's nowhere
gonna
to be
find it in
found.
the lake because you have turbulence.
No,
in
we
the
did
water.
oceans, dude. Frozen lakes, no turbulence.
Well, frozen lakes is the same thing as a lake.
Yeah, with the hard sheet
Really?
of
So it's
ice.
frozen. It's frozen.
Right.
There's no turbulence, right?
You
Can't
have
be
a flat
turbulent.
lake.
It's
If you
frozen.
have a flat lake and you freeze it, it's still going to be flat. Like. See what I'm saying?
Exactly.
When does water curve?
It's not
How
going
far
to. If it has
away?
the only time you're going to get a water to curve if it does not have turbulence, other than the ocean.
Okay, so how far away on the ocean?
Very far.
How far? From a
I would have to
5
research
foot
that
observer height. How
for
far?
you, but
We know what the claim is if Earth's a globe.
well, I don't know. Right?
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
Maybe like
you
so
don't
many
have to take our
meters
word
per
for it.
mile or something.
I'm
or...
just saying I can't give you that. I don't know. You know.
Right, and we use water specifically because of the claim that gravity forms an equipotential around the surface of a ball. So mean sea level should be curved
there?
around a globe and should be at an average height.
The ocean.
Change the definition
Was that
for that too.
Bunty?
So right, so you
Back
should
in
be able to
2019.
especially if it's frozen, be able to measure that deviation
Hello.
that is
Bunty.
consistent with a curving surface.
You had something
The
to say?
interesting thing is, I think you kind of have to look away from lasers, and I would look more into radio waves, because
We've
radio
done that
waves
too.
cannot go through land.
Right, so we
I
have
agree.
people who are professional microwave installers
Mhm.
who've done the same thing.
Right, but why would you not be
Yeah.
able to send that to.
They established what's called a Fresnel zone between point A and B over the surface of the Earth, whether it's land or water.
So if the ocean is flat,
the
and for
Fresnel
whatever
zone doesn't bend.
Right. So if the ocean is flat and
How about a
it's not
10,000
possible
mile? How about a 10,000 mile radio communication before there were any satellites
from land, like
from land?
from
From
like
UK to
ocean height.
Australia, dude.
Right, from like ocean height.
Yeah, from UK to Australia.
Flat.
Or maybe during World War II when the Germans were crisscrossing beams to find hidden British targets.
Yeah,
Or
I would have
maybe
to look
when
at. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
maybe when the Titanic sank, the SOS signal was picked up 3,000 miles away.
Oh, that's a good one.
Hello, welcome.
We've also got high altitude infrared observations.
There's 2 new people in the chat, Afri and Bunti.
Right. I mean, we've got observations
Welcome
of
to
mountain ranges
24/7
that
Flat
should be
Earth,
180,000 feet below
where
the
we
curvature
discuss the
horizon of a
place
globe.
where you live.
But you can see it in infrared.
Oh,
Right. So the whole purpose of using infrared is to cut through the haze so you could see the curvature of the Earth pop out. Problem is, it looks even flatter. Where's the curve?
I see what's happening here with the radio waves.
What, they were bouncing it up the ionosphere?
Yeah, they didn't
Right.
know about skywave propagation back then, and the time of
Well-
day that they were doing it is not conducive to bouncing off the E and F layers.
So
And not only that, but the frequency that they use, or the wavelength that they used was 5 higher than what bounces off of the ionosphere.
I don't think so, dude. Not according to current claim. They used
What's
a
current
very,
claim?
very low frequency. High
It was
frequencies are
still,
set
it
to
was
go through.
not high frequency. It was like, so bouncing off the ionosphere is between this frequency and this frequency, and he was like 5 kilohertz above that.
I don't
when
think
he
so,
made
dude.
his radio. I'll look into it. I'll pull it up.
Like we don't actually know exactly what frequency range he used. We have an idea. I think it's like 2 to 3 megahertz. I think might have been like
See, this would be something very difficult to prove with radio waves, just because they travel so fast. It would cost a lot of money to do it. But basically, what you would have to assume is that you would somehow have to. It would be hard to do it as a flat Earth, or you would have. Man,
no.
Anyway,
What you do is you build what's called a high gain antenna. Examples are Yagi or log periodic antennas. And you
Yeah, but
also have
that's
a
not
high gain receiver.
that's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Yeah, it
The
is. I
issue
mean,
is
this way you can narrow the beam and you can make it super thin, highly directional.
no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if the radio wave was traveling straight in a straight line on a flat Earth from, let's just say, the United States to China, there would be, if you could calculate how long it would take to make that distance. So, and then you could do the same thing for it supposedly bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back to China. You could calculate that distance somehow, right?
Why
And you
calculate
would
that
have
when you can send like a song, right? Like you could play a song,
because
and then that song could be picked up from the receiver, and someone could say, "Yep, I heard that song."
well, that's not that's not what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out whether it's on a flat Earth. It's not gonna you're not gonna hear it from the ionosphere and bounce down. You're gonna hear it in a straight line. It'll travel faster going straight to China. You see what I'm saying? Over the ocean. you would receive it faster than you would receive it if it was bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down, because it's a longer path. So you would have to calculate how long it would take to travel in a straight line on a flat Earth if it was traveling from the United States to China, and if it took longer than that, then that means it would be bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down and not traveling straight across. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you'd have to assume the distance from the United States
Right.
to China.
And that's the issue, is
And
we don't have a flat Earth distance.
well, there's a lot of issues with getting distances over water, right?
I think there is.
There's no landmark.
No.
Well, the other issue
you're
is
not referencing a landmark.
the main issue is that the radio waves, from what I could see online, Google search, right? They travel at 180,000 miles per hour. So having some type of receiver that could decipher between milliseconds would be hard to find as well.
What you're describing is GPS.
No,
they
because
send the time.
It's traveling so fast you would almost hear it if your ears were hearing it, you would hear it at the same time. If you were playing a song and you were sending a radio wave straight to China across the ocean, and it was also receiving it from the ionosphere, right? Then, well, actually, hold on a second. Is there some way to make a cone of radio waves that did not go upwards? I don't know.
I was just describing to you earlier, Deck, and you kept shooting me down. You need a high gain antenna and high gain receiver from point to point.
The issue is like if you're pointing it straight across in a on a circular Earth, it's still going to hit the ionosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's still eventually going to.
Yeah, let me interject here real quick. The problem is, even in your local town, your FM radio station is, you tune it into your car, there's an effect called picket fencing, to where you'll essentially receive the same signal a fraction of a second later, because it's, in theory, bounced off a couple things. So the problem with any of this is that you really can't control the radio wave, if you want to call it a radio wave. You really can't control that signal between the transmitter and the receiver. That's the problem with any of this. Nobody knows exactly where it goes and where it was. All they know is that you receive it. So you can send it 3 times in a row and it could go a completely different path each time.
Yeah,
Right.
it's why RF engineers spend a lot of time studying and surveying areas to find the optimal path. And a lot of times they'll say, F it, I'm just going to put up a big tower 300 feet high and put a microwave emitter on top.
Yeah. And the whole issue is like if you could send it straight across the ocean on a flat Earth to China, you would receive it faster than it going up, bouncing off the ionosphere, and then coming back down in some random direction.
Maybe so, but that doesn't prove anything.
What I'm saying is if you could calculate, I don't know if it's possible, how fast it would take the difference between those two.
Yeah, what you're describing are called echoes. I mean, they happen all the time. And I think that's what Barrington was also describing.
Hey guys.
Yeah, but echoes also are plausible in a spherical, because if you're sending it straight up and it bounces down, it bounces across, versus going straight across the ocean. On a spherical Earth, if you shoot it straight across the ocean, it'll still go up to the ionosphere eventually.
Go ahead.
Yes, but it would have to hit a specific location in the ionosphere to bounce back down and hit a specific location on Earth.
Right.
It'd have to be frequency dependent and time of day dependent and meteorologically dependent.
A lot of variables, honestly.
M8G8JAK.
Yeah, some of us understand this kind of thing, and
we understand the implications.
Right. The problem is we have wireless transmissions
You there,
taking
mate?
place before they even knew that there was such a thing that they call an ionosphere today. And that they were conducting these transmission tests during the time of day where it's not optimal for the signal to be bouncing in the manner that we would describe it having to do today with this knowledge, if you want to call it that. So how is it doing it?
Yeah. You there?
Right, when the sun goes away, that's typically when these layers come out and you can bounce your beam off of them.
You can talk.
Skip the beam off of them, they say.
Don't
Right.
be shy.
But what if it's morning where it's supposed to be skipping? And the transmission still has a path to its destination. Well, then that's kind of interesting.
If you're not
By
going
the
to
way,
talk, I'll
Deck, I
just
put
put the recording back
a
on.
link in the side chat for you and tagged you.
Asking.
A list of other long distance observations that include eyesight observations, laser observations, and radio wave
Talk over
observations.
the recording. It's pretty, seems like it's a good one.
Now, it is listed on Web Archive.
What's that?
The guy that was maintaining it, he just got tired of paying for the
What's up, Dylan?
What's it called?
Guys.
The website, not the website, but the server.
Yes,
So
thanks.
he just backed it up on Web Archive.
I was just responding to
When you said before, you traveling over distance and knowing how far you've traveled or where
Responding
you've
to the
gone,
recording?
is hard or like impossible to do. It's not. We have all sorts of modern instruments to do that, like very easily.
Oh yeah, like what?
guys?
What's
Well,
up?
thing that planes use all the time, inertial navigation
I'm
systems.
from
Sky.
Russia. Hi
You're from Russia.
Yeah, how do they know how far they've traveled?
Okay. Is the water flat
Because
in Russia?
That's how the instrument works. It's
So you-
measuring
How?
it with
Sure.
what, as in how the
English,
inertial
please, mate.
navigation instrument works.
Yeah, how? Yeah, why don't you tell us?
Просто привет,
Yeah,
приветствую,
yeah.
Валя.
So
Мы
it's got
подальше
a
от
central gyroscope
English,
дальше
please, mate.
the three axes of
Sure.
like sets of
Как
gimbals, and it's also
Я сюда дождь.
kind of it's integrated with
Освещенно, я хах не видим.
accelerometers and position sensors,
Зачем здесь американцы?
so that it's maintaining kind of a level over the Earth.
Huh?
Because
Well,
what
that doesn't
would
address how
happen?
far they've gone, dude. How do you know how far they've gone?
that's how the accelerometers, position sensors,
Видишь, давай,
and the actual the gyro work in tandem. Like they're
What if the
telling you
plane's
your
not
distance.
accelerating?
Интересно, о чем мы бесконечно
Yeah,
говорим?
that's where the position
Ага, я
sensors come in, and like the
Position
attitude
sensors?
sensors.
Я, короче, нашел
Sorry.
How do position
Там, где
sensors tell you how fast the plane is
сейчас
going?
в
No,
звонке
so
13
you've
типов,
got
и
attitude
они все без
sensors.
микрофонов.
Yeah, we're talking about
Which,
distance travel, dude.
So one of you can talk,
Try to
right?
focus.
yeah, you said what if
You
the
can
plane's
talk,
not
mate.
accelerating? So
Hello.
why are you jumping between questions?
Yeah,
Said,
no,
"What's
I'm not,
up,
because
guys?"
you keep
And then you
diverting
start
away
interrupting
from
your
the
friend.
distance problem.
Yeah.
You're trying to talk about attitude.
You
Do you
said
speak
what
it in
if the plane's
English?
not accelerating? I
Right,
know
because
what
you
you're
said
asking.
accelerometers could tell you
illegal.
like how
I
far the
speak
plane
English
is going.
illegal.
Yeah.
Well,
A little, okay. All
why
right.
don't you go give an
Do
example of that?
you believe that the Earth is a ball?
Because if the plane is
That's что-то
in
Like a
motion,
soccer ball,
right,
like a
the
football.
accelerometers are giving
Football.
a reading
Yeah.
Yeah.
as to
Подожди,
the
Yeah.
force
Do
the
you
plane
think
is
that's what the Earth
experiencing.
shape
And
What
is?
if the plane's
therefore-
flying at a constant rate of speed? Is it accelerating?
Yeah, or what about headwinds and tailwinds?
Я не слышу.
No, your mate's muted,
they
man. I'm talking to you.
they're all part of the adjustment.
The adjustment, yeah. Can you be any more, bland
Vague.
with your descriptions?
Well, what? Okay, tell me. What are you asking?
for like the 10th time, I'm asking
Is
you how the
Earth
plane knows how far it's
shaped
traveled.
like a football?
You said we have all these systems to determine the
What?
distance that these
You
planes
like
travel
football?
over water. And I'm like, great.
Is
Why
that
don't you give
what
us a
the
nothing?
Earth's shape
And you know,
is?
and what I'm hearing is anything but.
I'm
A
Like in a
sphere.
car, we have rotational speed of the wheel, right?
One second, що захотів
Yeah.
say?
How do you
I love
measure
beer.
speed in a plane?
Repeat, bro, repeat.
Yeah, you're using inertial
No, I'm not going to repeat
instruments.
it again.
I love beer and wine.
If you didn't
Okay, so you're
understand
moving
me
at a
for the
constant
5th
rate of
time, I
speed
don't
and
think you're
as
going
if
to
you're not
understand me
moving at
for the
all.
6th time.
Now what?
Yeah, and the accelerometer is reading that the plane is moving at a consistent velocity.
Ничего
Like,
не
so
говорят,
what?
я не понимаю.
So zero.
No, because the accelerometer read that the plane was experiencing a
Всё-таки
force,
школьный
therefore it's
курс
taking it
английского,
from the last
знаешь,
reference point
немножко
that it's
не это.
moving at a constant speed.
Так, то,
Because
что
to
мы в
go
школе
back
изучаем
to
английский, его
zero,
вообще
it would have to
совсем
You
decelerate.
work
чуть-чуть
in a,
как-то учит.
you work in a circus?
That's not an accelerometer.
Секс?
Unfortunately, headwinds and tailwinds will fuck with you right
They,
here.
Я сказал секс?
no, they don't, because it's
In
all
the freak
inertia.
section.
It's
Got 6 fingers.
It's all inertia. It is all going to affect the readings from the accelerometer.
If
Freak
you're
show.
supposedly flying at
Go on.
500 miles an hour and you get a headwind of 200 miles an hour, how fast are
Yeah, you just take an X, Y, and Z direction. As a result of this tailwind, as a result of my
Чего ты взял?
what's it, inclination or declination? Am I dropping altitude?
А,
Am I increasing in altitude? How
чего?
fast am
no
I
idea what
going?
I asked.
Well, then you're asking random gibberish.
You fucking English.
That's the problem. I locally muted the bot, so they would have been hearing me talking over the bot. All right, anyone there? Hello. I'll put it back on.
Sorry? Well, so we just say 300 then, whatever.
There you go.
Right, is this productive? Like, what's your point?
Is it what?
What is your point?
If you don't have any land markers and you're out over the water and you can't tell how fast you're going, how do you know how fast you're going?
It's measuring it. That's how it works. Are you questioning the fact of whether it's measuring it?
You claim that there are all kinds of ways that airplanes can measure their distance between point A and B, and you brought up accelerometers. That's where we are right now. Right? And then I'm
Right,
like, well, what if you're flying in a steady like 100-mile-an-hour headwind? Your accelerometer reads 0, which is exactly the same as if you're flying in calm air. So how do you determine how much distance you've actually gained during that time that the accelerometer is reading 0?
No,
you know, and you're in a 100-mile-an-hour headwind.
Okay, if it really feels
okay,
like I need to
yeah.
What?
Okay.
It really feels like an. Oh, what the hell? We're just 5 years old. Are you gonna like let me just respond?
Is this the day that you come in and you pretend like you have no past history with any of us?
So you're saying that you're specifically going to be ignorant because you've been butthurt in past sessions.
I'm gonna be ignorant, but you don't deserve any respect. Not only that, but
right.
you're speaking gibberish.
You're still seething.
You're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, right.
You haven't said anything.
That planes do every single day all over the earth.
You don't understand how they're doing it, right? So because an
Yeah,
accelerometer is going to read zero
I'm sorry to
in
interrupt
steady
you.
flight.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want you to continue with what you were saying, but I came on to see, did Deck have anything more to ask or say? But of course, Deck has left because Cosmic Nun, whatever he is today, has interrupted and derailed the conversation with the new person. Good job. Gold medal for slitheriness. Go ahead, Yoder.
No, Deck left a while back, and Danny Lion, we'll review it with you here in a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to review it. He was here when Dude started blabbering. I came on and checked, and he left because he was bored, obviously. Because yeah. Go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, I mean, final part here, and this is not refutable. So these accelerometers have a blind spot. As they read zero in steady flight, they have no way of knowing if they're moving like 500 knots in calm air or 500 knots against 100 knot headwind. The forces are going to be balanced in both cases, and you're not going to be able to determine how far the plane has actually flown. Okay.
Okay.
So,
right. I think we need to simplify it. So it's like, right. I have an accelerometer. Say in my car. I think most cars have. Like,
no, you can't use your car. Your car uses wheel rotation.
No, cars use a bunch of different instruments. I mean,
can you use an analogy with going from point A to B over water like you were initially supposed to defend?
I wrote my thesis on one of the types of sensors a car has that has nothing to do with wheel rotation. Well, it has something to do with wheel rotation.
This is all about getting a distance between like two cities across the ocean, which you said, airplanes have all these ways to consistently measure this. And then you brought up accelerometers, and then I shot you down. So that's where we are in this part of the conversation. If you want to move on to cars or something else, take the L, and we can move on to cars.
Because I feel like we need to simplify it. So it's like just
I made it super simple. I think the audience understands. If you don't, I can cut you loose right now.
Okay. If I'm walking, right, and I have an accelerometer attached to my body, right, the accelerometer from rest reads zero, right? I start walking. Okay, the accelerometer starts to read something. It reads an acceleration like a few meters per second acceleration or something like that. It then goes back down to zero again, right? It reads zero.
Sure. Then we measure stride.
But from the accelerometer's point of view, what is the logical conclusion of what I am doing while it's still reading zero? Oh, it's an open question. What would the conclusion be inferred as a result of the accelerometer still reading?
I'm sorry,
zero?
I failed to see the relevance.
Because we're building up to a plane. Because I need to simplify this.
No, you don't need to simplify it for me, dude. I know more about this topic than you do.
You're not understanding this, so I need to simplify.
I am understanding this, okay? I know how air data inertial reference units work in airplanes.
Right. So this should be easy to understand because I can bring it back to a plane, but it's like you get very confused.
It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
Okay, take a plane, right? Since you got upset when I talked about walking or using cars, right? You're in a plane. You take off, right? And let's just keep it fairly simple, right? And say that there is one accelerometer reading your acceleration parallel to the axis of the fuselage. So just call it your x direction, right? If the initially at rest state, we know it's zero. It takes off, suddenly it starts reading acceleration going, right? It then, when the plane reaches a constant speed, it returns to 0. Obviously, it's going at a constant speed, no acceleration, right? What would the logical conclusion from point of view of the accelerometer be that the plane is doing? So you guys just don't know.
Brother, do you think that we just sit in here all day and that we don't have jobs?
You don't seem to know.
Huh? I wasn't even listening to you because I'm still trying to figure out what other instrument are you
Trying to
using
figure out
the
what the
accelerometer
answer to the
read
question
zero?
is. You're still trying to figure out what the answer to the question is.
I don't
That's
even
why.
know what
That's
your
why
question
I'm
was.
saying. That's why I'm saying
You're
I
talking
simplified
irrelevant.
it.
Go ahead. What's your question?
The question was, as I said, right? What would the logical conclusion be to draw from the data from the accelerometer as to what the plane is doing?
If it reads 0 and you're in mid-flight, you're not moving at all.
It does. No. The accelerometer doesn't know you're in mid-flight. But what is the conclusion from the pilot reading the
that
data?
you're not moving. That you're not moving.
No. Okay. No, sorry. I don't want to be condescending on that. It's the conclusion is that you're going at a constant speed because the accelerometer hasn't read any deceleration.
You don't need it to read deceleration.
How would it think that, or how would you think looking at that data, planes come to a stop? You're not reading any deceleration.
You're a fucking moron.
That's your counter argument.
Show me a linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat right now. A linear accelerometer right now. Post in the chat.
What?
A linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat.
What do you mean? You can have
you don't even know your own argument. You don't even understand your own argument.
An accelerometer in one axis.
Yeah. So how do you know whether you're accelerating or slowing down? That's linear, right? You're going in a direction.
We agreed.
There's curvilinear, so you got a ring laser gyro, which measures the rotational acceleration. I want you to show me the linear accelerometer.
Why? What is it?
Because that's your argument. Because that's your argument that the plane, the data, right, is that it's measuring that if it's going at a constant speed, it would not measure any output. Because there's no acceleration.
I don't even know. How long have you been
Hold on,
listening,
sheepdog. Wait, sheepdog. I want to know what device they're measuring linear acceleration with in the first place. So you made up everything you fucking said. Everything.
No, I didn't.
Then show the device that they're measuring a linear acceleration with.
No, that's not necessary for the argument.
It is, because that's what you said. You said there's a device that's measuring an acceleration.
Okay.
And if it's going at a constant speed, it's not measuring an acceleration. What device is that?
Yeah, I don't.
What device is that?
What the exact device is called? I don't care.
Because that device doesn't exist, dude.
I mean, this is
no
the thing
such
where you
thing
say
as
it
a
doesn't,
linear accelerometer. They don't exist.
Oh.
So you've been bluffing and bullshitting and saying, I'm not going to be condescending. You're talking out your asshole the whole time.
No, this is the thing I find.
No, I don't care what you find. I don't care about your social commentary. Produce the device that measures, it says the data. You said data. What device is sending out data that matches what you're saying?
What's worse than that, in you? His whole argument is saying...
Shut the fuck up, Cosmic. Don't ever talk in here again.
He literally used the argument that accelerometers measure distance travel over water. That's where it started. It was worse than that.
There's something called an inertial navigation system, but that's not simply an accelerometer. In fact, it's not an accelerometer at all in the sense of measuring acceleration.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Indio. I wasn't trying to like interrupt you.
Yeah. I know. I just didn't want to let this dude off the hook. I'm already irritated because I just happened to click on, because I got the live stream in the background. I click on mute, and I hear freaking Dandelion spurging about this clown running interference.
I'm glad you liked spurging. It wasn't for nothing then. I got you in
it
here.
wasn't. And then I okay, maybe he actually has a point, and then it's just made up bullshit.
Well, he came in here, right, with this little sad puppy dog voice, like, I'm trying to be good, guys. And then it's like, no, don't act like you don't have a fucking
And he's like,
history.
you guys can't answer my question. Of course we can't answer your question. Your made up fucking device that belongs on Save to Slay. So in an airplane, they measure acceleration with something called a pitot tube. Okay, that's what they measure the speed with. Yeah, okay, just post. Yeah, Cosmic, just post the device in the chat, and then we can talk about the data that you says exists. My question is, I just want to see how you guys can explain. What would the pilot think about the data? What fucking data? With what device? Talking out your ass. So just.
And then he tried to say that, since you don't understand accelerometers in airplanes, we'll talk about the accelerometer in a car. It's like, you're measuring wheel rotation, dude.
This is the problem, Sheepdog, is this person interacts with reality through a phone. So the little phone is like the window to his freaking made up reality. It's a phone, man. It's got an accelerometer. If I drop my phone, man, it'll tell me its orientation. That must be what the plane's doing. Yoder tried to explain it to him. I heard him, but he's too dumb.
We've got Giga. Oh yeah, we've talked to Giga before. Welcome back, Giga. If you're the same Giga, I don't know, there could be more than one.
I think I'm the same Giga. I've been in here before.
Yeah. What did we talk about last time?
I think we talked about lasers and like a lake or something to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Deck earlier. Also, yeah, it's a good thing to talk about. Yep, those lasers demonstrate there's no curvature. That's what they demonstrate. They, you could say they disprove the globe.
I thought the other day, though, I just kind of wanted to mention this. Is it possible that gravity bends the light as well, though?
Well, first you'd have to prove that your gravity is capable of having any effect on anything anywhere in some kind of objective scientific way. Are you able to do that?
Well, yeah, gravity absolutely affects light. That's why black holes are black, you know?
Oh, so you've got some proof of black holes for us. Yeah, post the post the verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence with the experiment, with the testable hypothesis, the independent and dependent variable that can be manipulated. So how are you manipulating the independent variable in the case of black holes and light, as you claim?
How am I manipulating an independent variable?
Yeah, that's the question. Yep. What's the independent variable in your black hole proposition?
Is there a black hole now?
Light would be the variable.
Well, let me tell you, Giga, even if the general theory of relativity was true and gravity bent light, the mass of Earth would only bend light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So now that ain't going to do it. You're going to need more bendy.
I forgot flat Earth. A lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity as well.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't do what you need it to do.
It is odd, though, Indio, that, like, the evidence for a globe is that everything looks flat.
Dandelion was on track with the black hole because we'd have to be living on black hole Earth.
It would kind of mean too if light was bent by gravity, that the stars in the sky aren't even where we're looking. You know,
they already say that anyway.
Since people have shot lasers across the Earth horizontally and got the same elevation at both ends of the laser light, that means that the light is curving at the exact rate that the Earth is curving. Are you saying that the Earth appears to be flat because the light is being bent into a flat view?
No. So the issue is with a laser beam, you're able to view a laser beam much further away than supposedly if the Earth is flat, right? Or sorry, if the Earth is curved, right, backwards. Perhaps all I'm theorizing is that gravity bends the light coming from the laser, allowing it to go further.
That would mean you'd be able to see the laser at its location of start.
You wouldn't be able to see the starting point from the laser, but you'd be able to see the light bend around the Earth.
Okay,
Maybe that's
so
what people
you're
are seeing.
viewing the laser light. The laser light looks straight, right? Now, the Earth is curving, right? Now, the laser light that looks flat is going across the curved Earth, and it's curving at the exact same rate as the Earth. So now you're viewing a straight light or you're viewing a curved light as straight. So are you viewing the curved Earth and it looks flat because of it? Because regular light is not as intense as laser light, and the laser light looks straight as it curves at the exact same rate as the Earth does. Because the elevation on both sides of the beam across the large body of water or a large area of land, it's at the same altitude. Because if the laser light was straight and it was not being bent by Earth curve, but the Earth was curving, then the altitude of the laser light at the opposite end of the laser should be at a higher altitude because the ground is curving away from it, right? But you're saying that it's the exact same curve rate as the Earth. So then you're viewing a flat world. Gravity is causing the world to look flat.
Yeah, that kind of is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Kind of,
So
yeah.
you have to believe the opposite of your senses. And you have to bend over backwards to make your senses make sense.
I don't think it's really bending over backwards. It's just understand that, light is made of photons and those can be affected by gravity.
Well, what you just agreed to is that the world looks flat, but it's not actually flat. To the extent that laser light is now bending at the same curvature rate as the surface of the Earth because of gravity. You're accepting that you will never see, ever, the curve of the Earth. But it's there.
Yeah, I'd really like to do some of these laser tests myself.
Do it. Scrutinize it as to your heart's content. Do you know the rate of curvature or the distance to the horizon? Or how to calculate the distance to the horizon with the radius value that they've given you?
No, I remember it's like so many inches per mile or something. I don't remember exactly. Like what?
The distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. So if you're 1 foot above the water and you look out in front of you with the radius value they've given you, the horizon where things disappear should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, should be about 3 miles. If you're at 30,000 feet, because you want to be in a plane, that's about 218 miles. If you're at 44,000 feet, that's 250 something miles.
Well, you kind of got to do the laser tests at sea level for them to be valid,
Yeah, because I mean, the sea level is the basis for all horizontal, altitude reference, right? Sea level being 0 on that baseline, and any altitude above that being,
Have you ever been on the ocean in the ship?
Yes, I've been on a boat.
It sure looks flat out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and at certain times of the day, if the sky and the ocean match the same color, you don't even see a horizon line.
Well, hey, Giga, I'm going to tag you in a video that I'm putting in the chat for you to watch.
Sure.
This is a flat Earth explanation of what refraction is, why they're using refraction. It's a good little explanation. It's like 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. This is kind of what we were trying to talk about. I've never done any of these tests myself, so I'm not really speaking from experience.
No, that's fair. It's odd that, you're not speaking from experience on the test and you're not speaking experience on the globe. But you choose to defend the globe, which tells you the opposite of what your senses are telling you
Like
anyway.
most people, I've never been to outer space, and I've never just seen the Earth, so I can't really.
Well, let me ask you this: what's the
only way
idea?
you can
What
figure?
makes you?
This is important. Is that the only way you can figure it out? Is to go to outer space? It's the only option available.
I think that's the only way you could actually know.
So you're not. So nobody's ever gonna know except for the 27 Apollo dudes. Everybody else just has to
people
believe
in the
them.
space station and people that's been
Well,
to
they
space.
can't see. Well, hold on. They only see 3% of the Earth, so we can't rely on them.
Well, they could see that, many of the continents are on the back of the Earth.
They only see 3% of the Earth from the elevation of the space station. 3%. That's if they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a little slice of it, right? So we can't rely on them. They don't see the Earth as a globe. So the 27 Apollo astronauts, that's it. We're putting all our chips on and what they fucking say. That's not the good bet. I wouldn't take that bet, bro.
I would like
That's
to see
not
it
the only way
myself.
we can do it, though. We don't have to go why I don't understand why people get this idea where you have to go far away from the thing you want to know about to figure out what it is. If you wanted to know if like your table, you had a table and you want to know if it was square, would you frickin' walk a mile away and look at it? Or would you just measure wouldn't you just measure the table?
I mean, if I was an ant, I'd probably walk away from it and look at it.
If you were an ant, but you can measure it. So you're an ant with a tape measure.
Right.
Or a laser.
That's the thing about the laser test because they're measurements of the surface of the Earth. Because we can just measure the laser height. And the Earth should be curving away from the laser. Right? If the Earth's a ball, it curves away from the laser. And if the laser and the Earth should get further and further apart with distance.
I gotta add this real quick, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead,
Giga. The idea that you could become an astronaut and go do the things that they say astronauts go do, right? First of all, you'd have to be selected for a pilot program in like the Air Force or the Navy. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go into astronaut. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go on a mission. So there's a lot of selection processes that go on. Most people don't even make it to the astronaut training part.
Yeah, because you'd have to be really dumb. You have to be really dumb to be an astronaut, right? That's what I've observed. Look at Don Pettit. Most people aren't dumb enough to be astronauts. I totally agree. They wouldn't pass the first initial intelligence test because they would score too high.
Hey, dude, you know what you should do? And this happened recently. This happened on December 1st. There's a guy named Danny Jones, and he has a YouTube channel. And there was a debate between an Apollo astronaut and Bart Sabrell, who made a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he would ask the astronauts to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. And instead of doing that, they either ran or took a swing at him. Most of them ran. Only one person took a swing at him. So anyway, the point is that Arthur Brow and a guy that says I went to the moon. You should go watch that and go tell me if that guy you think that guy actually went to the moon.
Ooh.
Based upon his responses.
Which one? Sorry, I just joined.
Because he brings up something that they said that like you couldn't go to the moon with one rocket. So they said it at the time. They've said it even now. They're still saying it. They're saying that in order to go to the moon, you need like 15 rockets because you need a rocket you need to put your rocket in orbit, and then you need cargo ships basically to bring fuel up for that rocket to go from the Earth to the moon. And this is what they've been saying when they actually do the math. This is what the math says that they have to do. So they bring this up to this astronaut, the guy that says, I went to the moon, and he just goes, well, they never told us that. Hey, what about the Van Allen radiation belts? Well, they never told us about them, so I guess they, You still, like, things don't kill you if you don't know about them now? That's convenient.
Well,
but,
I mean, listen,
point
correct me
is
if I'm
that,
wrong here. I might be wrong. But, like...
Before you rely on these people as, like, credible witnesses or anything like that, I don't know why you would do that anyway, because, like Sheepdog pointed out, they're all in the military.
Wait, is this
especially
like a
back then.
like a podcast?
If you watch that, I guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell? There's no way
Haven't like
people
12
went to the moon.
people been on
And
the moon?
if there's nobody went to the moon, you got to think nobody has seen the Earth in its entirety. With their two eyeballs, right?
What the fuck?
So how do you even judge any image of somebody showing you the Earth, right? Because you've never seen the Earth in its entirety. You can't even judge the image. And that's where we're at, right? So why should we rely on that garbage evidence, right? Of trusting this guy, trusting this image, when we can just measure
Are you
the
saying
Earth?
that satellites don't exist?
They exist in what sense?
That we've put satellites into
Who's we?
orbit.
You're
and
not
they
one
have
of them,
cameras
dude.
on
You're
them
not a
that can see the
spaceman.
Earth. You've
You're
never
not a
seen those live
spaceman.
streams
There
from
is
cameras?
no we. There's no we, dude. You're not a spaceman. You didn't do anything.
I don't need to be a spaceman to know that we have satellites.
There's
in
no
space
we,
orbiting Earth.
dude. There's no we.
I've literally seen it with my own two eyes.
Yeah,
I've
but
seen
you didn't
satellites.
do
Every
anything.
night you go
We
look
don't
up
have
in the sky, you can
satellites.
see satellites.
Okay, how
With
do you
your
know
own
where?
eyes,
How do you
you
know
can
they
see
were orbiting the
satellites.
Earth? Okay. How do you know they were orbiting the Earth?
I don't understand the logic here.
I'm going to ask you a question. How do you know the little light you saw in the sky is orbiting the Earth?
What else would it be doing?
That's not asking me a question. Doesn't tell me how you
You know
know it's
how many
something orbiting
objects
the
are
Earth.
orbiting the Earth now? There's like countless thousands.
Yeah.
of
So,
man-made objects orbiting the
so
Earth.
check this out, bro. So check this out. Astronomers recently released a study. They went over old. Now this is in the Astronomical Pacific. It's an astronomy journal. They looked at old photographic plates from before satellites, and you know what they found? Satellites. How did they find satellites before satellites in 1947, before Sputnik?
There's ancient technology up there. Antediluvian technology up there too. The work of fallen angels. Yeah.
Oh my lantern.
That's also really
People
interesting.
before
That's
the
also
flood
really
put
interesting to think about
satellites
is that
around
there is
the Earth.
Antediluvian
This is the
satellite.
result you want to come up with?
The trebuchet method of orbiting freaking. You sure they didn't orbit monolith?
Have you heard of the Dark Knight satellite?
Have you heard of?
That's an instance of one of those.
Have you heard of the Anunnaki? They genetically altered human beings to dig gold so they could bring it back to freaking Beta Reticuli.
Yeah, that's a lie from Satan. But yeah, go ahead with that.
That's a lie from Satan, dude.
It is.
The globe is a lie from Satan, brother.
They're fallen angels, and they've been deceiving mankind for a very long time.
The globe is a lie from Satan.
The
What's an angel?
It's a way to sidetrack you from believing in
okay, so why?
Oh, he's one of those.
No,
Okay,
so
yeah. Flat Earth is a
why-
sidetrack. Yeah,
why did
rethink your
God-
whole life, please, sir.
Why did God create a reality from which you can't perceive that? Oh, shut up. Why did God create a reality that is completely deceptive, right? The Earth looks flat, but it's not really flat. And it seems
'cause you're
stationary, but it's not really stationary.
too
And
small
then he
to
wrote it,
see
and then
scale
he
of Earth, like,
had the prophets
obviously
write
it's
it
not
down in the
flat.
book called the Bible, and they also said the Earth was flat,
It
like
says
clay
that the Earth
pressed
has
into
four
a sea. Why are
corners.
you talking over me the
Four
entire
corners of the
time I'm
globe.
talking? You can
There's
go
a
on
new
mute.
interferer. There's a turbo dick coming in. Yeah, so we're back to Giga, and Indio's asking you a question. You probably couldn't hear it because a guy was rudely interrupting and derailing. So maybe you want to just give him. I don't know. Did you hear it, Giga? The question.
I just went and got a Coke Zero. I just got back.
Oh,
Can you repeat it, Indio?
I don't even remember what it was, quite honestly.
Yeah,
What
it's
did
the
I
same
say?
question. You've asked it many times about like why would God be a trickster type thing.
Oh yeah, I was kind of
Yeah.
talking to Turbo though. So yeah, why would God create a reality which was tricking us and just not real? That's not what it really is. It
Oh, was
looks like a
Turbo the guy who claimed that flat Earth was a trick?
yes.
I'm sorry, I got confused. My bad. My bad. I don't know who muted Turbo, but you can unmute him if you want. I didn't know that you were asking him
No,
that.
he
Yeah.
doesn't need me. He just talked over me. He just talked through me anyway. So
Okay. Okay.
I thought Turbo was saying that the globe model is a trick from
no, he said
Satan.
He said we made satellites, and then he started talking about the Black Knight because the thing that he thinks is satellites that he saw in the sky. Like I don't know if you heard this. They really about like a month ago, an astronomical journal said they went over photographic plates before there were satellites, and they saw satellites, which don't make sense, right? If they're man-made artificial satellites put in the orbiting the
I've never
Earth.
believed in the round Earth more than when I saw a satellite train being deployed. Like,
what do you mean
right
by
over round
man-made
Earth.
/ artificial?
So you think that those? So you think that you saw a bunch of Starlink satellites? So you saw a refrigerator from 250 miles away.
Damn.
You got good eyes, bro.
I sure did. They were bright in the
Why?
sky.
Because they say if you saw 5 lights in the sky, that's a satellite train? Because that's what they said on TV? Like, serious?
Well, there weren't stars.
There's a lot of things that, like, a lot of things with these satellite things is that upon further inspection, what they say is possible actually isn't possible. It can't possibly be what they say it is. It can't be a freaking refrigerator 250 miles away that you can see. It's pretty far. Like, I don't know. Think about something that's 250 miles away from you by land, and how long it takes to drive that far. And now imagine there's a refrigerator in that place, and do you think you can see it?
Well,
like,
all
that'd
I
be
could
like a
see was the
refrigerator's in
bright
like
light.
Philadelphia. That'd be like seeing a refrigerator in Philadelphia from Boston.
It was just a bright light.
Yeah, it was just a bright light, and that's all they are. Like, that's all people see. They see a bright light. It transits the city. You have no idea how high they are, how fast they are, if they're orbiting or not orbiting. That's why when people say "we," it tweaks me because they don't have nothing to do with any of that shit. They saw a light and adopt a story and adopted a belief in a story, and now somehow it's their story too. This is like it's like your football team winning the Super Bowl. You're like, we won the Super Bowl. No, you had nothing to do with it. You're just a freaking person looking at the TV that somehow identified with some sports team. And that's what it is. They're just identify. Oh, I'm part of the spaceman. No, they're not spacemen. You're not a spaceman. There's no we in any of this shit. And actually, Crip pointed that out that they like if people are like projecting themselves as spacemen, like their identity, it's part of their identity. Like, this is the space age. We're all gonna go to Mars. No one's going to fucking Mars. And I just told you, really, really, dude, I really highly recommend go watch that Danny Jones video. Okay. So they have. Okay, so there's a guy from a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day. His dad works for NASA. This guy grew up with being around NASA people his entire life. Okay. He did the calculation on going to the moon. 15 rockets, dude. Werner Braun said 3 rockets, all bigger than the Empire State Building. Elon Musk has said something like 15 starships to go to the moon. Oh, he deafened. Fantastic. Just talking to myself.
We heard you.
I had to mute that. Another guy tried to come in and run interference. I have a sneaking suspicion these are collaborators with Giga. That he's actually not alone.
Yeah, I don't know. We've talked to him before. I can't really remember how, and I just remember his name. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. I got confused when he started doing the religious argument. I thought that was the same guy. Usually I'm decent at distinguishing voices, but maybe I'm losing my touch. Could happen.
Yeah, like I think it's the universal whininess of Gen Z.
I think so. I seriously just thought that was the same person the whole time. Yeah, there's actually been studies about that. I don't know if you've seen that people's voices in general are becoming more robotic because they're so used to one, listening to a bunch of robots talk to them, and two, training their voice, if you're using voice to text, or I guess people talk to their robots in their house. I don't talk to my robot, but I don't have a robot in the house to talk to, but I know people do. But my point is they've learned, you have to talk in a certain way for the robot to understand. So then they just are generally becoming more robotic. There was an article and study about that. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I read that. I'll have to look for it.
Actually,
so
I first noticed people using that voice to text 5 years ago. I'm like, people actually use that crap? A lot of people use it. It's actually shocking. Some people only use that exclusively. All they do is talk to their phone.
Oh yeah, I use it sometimes. I don't mind using yeah.
There's some people that's all the only way they interact with their phone is talking to it.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, we had Teddy Ruxpin, man. We didn't have that. You could talk to your Teddy Ruxpin. He pretended to talk to you. I guess the phone pretends to talk to you.
Yeah, people's imaginary friends. Yeah, talk back now. Yeah, it's a new world.
And it's always listening, right? So you're gonna stub your toe. My toe, and they're like, rub some alcohol on it. Use a Band-Aid made by Band-Aid brand. $3.99 down at the local Walmart. We get an advertisement for your wound. I think I just gave them an idea. Shit.
Add it to your list of ideas.
Yeah, they're gonna work it into people ask ChatGPT for this information, and then they're just gonna work in advertisements. Did you see that OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT, is now partnered with Disney?
I did not know that.
You're gonna be able to make Disney AI generated content using the actual Disney characters, and it won't be copyright infringement. Now Disney owns shitloads of intellectual property. They own the entire Star Wars franchise. They own all their Disney cartoon animated characters, but they own a lot of other stuff too, like the intellectual property rights. So get ready for some Disney freaking pornography, because people are obviously going to twist it, and it's going to be unstoppable.
Which Ray Bradbury story was it where it opens on him wandering, the main characters wandering through the streets, but he's the only one outside because everyone else is just glued to their screens inside? I can't remember. When it came out, it was unusual, right? That was a futuristic view, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that? Is that Fahrenheit 451? I don't think it is. I think it's a different one.
No,
yeah.
It's not Fahrenheit 451. That's the book burner guy. Where the firemen start fire.
Yeah.
Cheating his books. I can't remember the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't read it since then. Oh, Giga is back. Were you asking Giga a question? Hi, Giga.
Give me a chance to see if he's alive in there.
Yeah. Is that an eagle on his
I never understand
PFP?
the position of
Or is it a phoenix?
I'll actually never know what the Earth is, because the only way you can tell is to go to space.
And those guys are so like shady and like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they should be forced to like actually watch those guys talk. Like you said, like the guy who's in the interview, he sounded like a clueless person who had no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is your hero that's telling you what your world is like. The one in the interview we were talking about. We should post that
Oh
link
yeah,
for him.
I
Did you
am. I'll
post the
do it.
link? Yeah.
No, but I'm gonna do it now.
Yeah, because everybody who's relying on the so-called astronauts to give them their worldview should totally be forced to like listen to some of these guys actually speak and say, oh, does he sound like a real sharp, trustworthy dude there? Yeah, so you're gonna just put your life in his hands. Yeah, let me know how that works out for you. Old dude says it's called The Pedestrian. I never would have remembered that's what it's called. I think it was like maybe it was in like a short story anthology or something. The Pedestrian, Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, it was a short story, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, The Pedestrian. Thank you, old dude. It's a 1951 Ray Bradbury short story about Leonard Mead, a man who enjoys solitary evening walks in a dystopian future where everyone else stays indoors, mesmerized by television, making his behavior seem deviant and suspicious to the automated police. Totally. Yeah, this is our life now. Thank you, old dude.
So, Gig, I posted a link to that interview. Yeah, this should be eye-opening to anybody. Just think about your own experience and like you've gone somewhere, like say a movie. You're like, hey, dude, tell us what was it like going to the movie theater? And then you would tell the story like from your first person point of view about what you experienced. These guys never do that. Even if they talk about the experience, they'll say things like they'll describe the experience as like they'll say things like Chris Happier used to do this all the time. Earth from that vantage point, you see, or they don't even say you. They say the expanse is wide and broad, and it will leave quite the impression. They don't even say like none of it is like in the first person. They talk about it as if they're reading like from like a generalized universal experience, not from a personal experience, which is very strange. Because if you actually did that in real life, you'd be freaking blown away.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, because that is their role as they either see it or have come to just embrace it so wholeheartedly they don't even realize it is their role is to define the worldview of a generation. And that guy, that's what he seemed like in that interview. He was so clueless. Like he was not ever used to having any kind of, real time pushback at all. You know what I mean? Like he'd never personally talked to anyone who like didn't believe his story. It was very odd. Like,
well, he talked to Bart. Even Bart was like, "I called you 10 years ago." Like, so he's talked to this guy before. They're not strangers.
That is weird. I didn't know that. That I guess I missed that part. That's really interesting that he's even talked to him before, but he acted like, you're not just accepting this fairy tale as true. Like, what? I can't even believe it. He seemed like that was just out of his realm of experience. You're just supposed to believe the story because I thought everybody was under a spell here, guys. What happened?
Wasn't he in his house whenever he told him to get out?
I don't know if it was that one. Maybe. I don't know if it was that guy. I don't think it was this guy. So that guy, no, I think that dude was. This guy went on one of the last. It's supposed he went on like the last one or the second to last one. 18 or I don't freaking know. But it's very. I mean, all you got to do is watch it. You can know instantly this guy is just like he's acting. He's just like playing a role. It's easy to tell. And like they didn't give him like an extensive script. And this is what I was talking to talking to Andy Line and a couple others about this. It's like, so it was a psyop on the American public and the world. Who maintains the psyop? Like, what happens when all these people die off? Who keeps it going? Did they like pass the torch to some other people? Keep this moon hoax going, guys. I know you weren't even alive when we started it, but it's your duty to keep the moon hoax going.
Well, I think that's why they have the. We'll go back next year. We'll go back 5 years. We'll move it to 10.
Yeah, I think the moon landing was propaganda designed to scare the Soviets. You know, like, oh, if we can land a rocket on the moon, we can definitely land a nuclear weapon on you. You know. But
I think the Soviets and the United States are just both bullshit, quite honestly. And that they just want to control their domestic populations. And they have a lot of, like, every nation has that one thing in common. They do not want the rabble to grab their torches and pitchforks and take over. So you keep them distracted with bullshit. Bread and circus. We're great. We have a space program. We're just, you know, I mean, there's other things to this. I mean, I wish Yoder didn't leave because there's unclassified documents that says NASA, like when it was created, that the purpose was to create the impression that we were so technologically superior that no one would go against us. It was completely made as a psyop. That's where it started, as a psychological operation. In their founding documents. Yoder has them all. He's not in here right now, but I'm sure they're in our DMs. But I mean, that alone, that the documents have said that we're not actually doing anything. We're just making people think something. That's it. I'm joining.
Not you,
Breaking in,
Indio. I'm
I
sorry.
gave Tactical Joy this stack of documents, Indio. He can post like all the PDFs. Those aren't all the PDFs actually, but most of the PDFs I posted for him, so he can re-host them here. I gotta go though. I can listen.
All right.
Yeah, I've got one that's still wanting to load. 5918 is taking longer to load than the rest.
some of the Glovers that come in here and feel like we just haven't been taught the same shit they've been taught.
You haven't.
It's like, oh,
Look
so,
at these. Look at the space videos. Have you seen the space videos?
the space videos, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we've not been taught, right? No flat earthers seen any of them, right? Is that what you think?
I don't know. Have you seen them? Have you seen them?
Is that what you truly think, though? Come on, bro.
No. I'm asking. Have you seen
They
them?
look pretty fake. So.
Okay, where is the idea that it's fake?
All right, so I'm gonna post a video and
No.
You're gonna defend it. Hold on.
Yes.
Present them. Right. So look in the side chat, okay, and tell me that it would be crazy for someone to suggest that this might not be real footage, and that it could possibly be fake.
So you're telling
what do you think?
that Neil?
No, look at it. No.
Tyson
It's
not real.
No, I didn't say anything like that. I posted a video in the chat and I asked your opinion on it.
Nah, I'm not clicking that. That's virus. That's malware.
Okay, Queen's gone again.
Dude, it's not a clickable. It's not something you have to click. It's not something you have to click. Just look at what I posted.
I'm gonna look at the image.
After the hour. It's a GIF, bro. It's a GIF.
His cognition is already protecting him. I will not click. I will not look. I will not look at all. I will not look at something that goes against my worldview. Never. No. Must hold on to the ball.
No. I haven't seen Neil deGrasse Tyson say the videos are fake.
This is a litmus test. No, you're not gonna just blatantly ignore the one thing I asked.
Dude, which video? There's like 3.
I told you
the other people.
You're not listening.
You guys just remove your post so he can see it, and then you can repost it later. Let DJ's post be the last one so you can find it.
Oh, are you talking about this one?
minutes after the hour. I don't know why you don't listen when I tell you the time.
Okay, so.
Okay, there were 43.
Okay, so it says here, NASA bakery.
No, it doesn't say. It doesn't. Nothing written.
Yeah, it says NASA uses combination of short focal length lenses.
No, it doesn't say. It doesn't say anything.
He's looking at my video, which I explain how NASA does its bakery from space. Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry guys. I deleted them. It's the last message. You look at the GIF now. You're going to be held accountable for this.
Okay, I'm looking at it. What is this?
This is a video. I'm asking just your general opinion on it. This is NASA footage. It's meant to be a spaceship in space.
Is this a NASA footage?
Yes.
Can you link me the source?
Why are you doubting it?
No, you got to link me the source because you can do your own thing with it.
Why?
Because
I'm just asking your opinion on it.
Oh wait, no, this is quite interesting. So you doubt the video that's being presented to you. So if it was found to actually be the same video from the source that you're asking for, is there an issue? Do you not trust NASA now?
I'm going to be honest with you.
I trust NASA.
I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I was trying to trick you. This is footage out of a 1959 movie called Escape to Space.
That's what I mean. I need source. I need source.
I was just seeing if you listen. I was just seeing if you fell for it and said, yeah, that's real NASA footage, to see if you were gullible enough to think that old movie footage was actually NASA footage.
See, I'm smart. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, right? I mean, obviously, no one would think this is real footage from space.
Basically, have you seen the NASA footages? The people that went to space as well. They took some pictures.
Right. But do you think I could show this footage to anyone and they would believe it's NASA footage?
Well, some people might, because there are stupid people in the world.
Right.
I mean, if there's flat earthers,
game.
then there's stupid people as well.
Game over.
From 16. So there we go. My work is done here.
Wait, what's your work?
to make you look like a fool.
I'm not a
Yeah,
fool.
you cut out just when you said the point there. Just repeat it to him so he understands what's going on.
Right. So what happened was I pretended that this was footage from a movie, right? And you said that only dumb people, right, would believe. Like I said that I would, if I showed this to people and tried to trick them, that this is actually NASA footage. You said only dumb people would fall for that and actually think that this footage is from NASA. But this footage is actually from NASA, right? From the redocking of the to the lunar orbiter in Apollo 16. So if anyone just goes to YouTube and types in Apollo 16 docking, right, they're gonna see this exact footage from NASA.
Okay, let me see.
Obviously, you yeah, just go to YouTube, type in Apollo 16 docking, and you'll see countless YouTube channels, including NASA's channel and the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, showing this footage. My point's already been made. You already.
Wait, where is it?
But his point is, if it's got the letters NASA above, then it's definitely real, right?
Yeah, we're not going to save him now. He's going to have to think about this.
Dude, where is it? I don't see it on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll grab you the link.
Can you send it me via the NASA link? Let's go! I knew this video was real. Let's go.
Really?
No, you didn't. You actually
Yes, I
said
did.
that only dumb people. You said that only dumb people would think it's real, so you just then called yourself dumb.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
You
What I
did.
said was
you just shot yourself in the other foot.
no. I said no. That's not what I said. I said whoever saw the other footage are dumb people.
Yeah, dude, this is recorded. We have you on YouTube. This is going to be clipped up, and we're going to replay it. Yeah,
Roll it back.
Don't you worry about it.
Roll it back.
Gotcha,
Hey,
bitch.
roll it back. You said gotcha.
Gotcha.
Wait. Hang on. So that means you believe in moon landing?
No, right? You do, but you also think that the footage. You also think that the footage looks fake.
No. That doesn't make sense.
That only dumb people like you would think that it's real.
No. I'm asking you. Based on this footage you showed me, right?
Yeah, it's obviously fake. Only dumb people would think it's real, just like you said.
No.
That's my opinion too. I don't think it's real because I'm not dumb, right? But you, right?
No, that's real though. You just said that's real. You just said it's by NASA.
No,
you just said it's by NASA.
I said
so
NASA.
It's real.
I said NASA. NASA claims it to be real.
No, yeah. If NASA claims it to be real, then it's real. I'm not gonna go against it.
Right.
Wow.
But you all. That's
Wow.
good. Thank you for that. That is the conclusion to the clip. Thank you, sir.
I still don't understand how come you're not answering my main point.
I do. I still don't understand how I'm being Jedi mind tricked here. Like how?
What can they say to you if you're just gonna believe everything NASA says? Nothing that can be said here will process with you because you just want to believe NASA for everything.
Yeah,
so
what's
it
wrong
seems
with
like.
believing in third parties? So, do you guys own a car?
Always with the car, isn't it? Always straight to the car.
All right, fine. Do you guys own a pencil?
This is so funny. Shout out to myself when I hear this on the level in a few days. I was here for it. Thank you, DJ.
So you guys just chilling here or what?
No, we were just listening to something and it just ended.
Ah, okay. I'm too late.
Well, that was wild at the end, man. Like, do you want a car? How about a pencil? Do you want a pencil? Do you have fingernails? Have you ever seen a cactus? I hope I was never that random.
Hello.
Hello, Jason Statham.
Hello, what are you doing here? Are you discussing a flat Earth?
We're just chilling.
Are you flat Earth proponents? Are you flat Earth proponents?
Proponents? What is proponents? Sorry, I just didn't understand it.
Proponent is a person who defends the flat Earth.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just here from content.
Alright, so what content? Like a recording or something?
No, I just wanted to listen to people and their beliefs.
I believe is Earth is round, it's sphere. Right?
Is that what
What do you think?
Is that what the GM stands for? Globe Master? Are you the Globe Master coming to bring the globe?
Grandmaster.
I think
I
it's
mean
Globe
back.
Master.
Alright, so what's your argument against the Earth being round?
Long distance.
You remember me or not? I was talking to you before.
Yeah, I remember you, man. I know you're from chess.com. You got the tag from chess.com. I was joking. Globe Master.
Alright. So
yeah, I remember talking to you.
So there is a few fake people here, but some of them is not fake, right? Like Katos and Yaga Bruno is 100% fake. It's from your account, but anyone else that is not fake, I want to talk about this one.
Kathos, write something in the side chat. You could just scroll in the side chat. Kathos writes stuff in the side chat.
Alright. So, the laser thing, did you get over this already or not? Or are you defending something?
No. We have laser tests that are impossible on a globe.
Alright, how do you know this? The Earth is flat. How do you know this?
Because laser tests continuously hit their targets. Long distance observations show zero curvature. Long distance radio wave transmissions show no curvature. High altitude footage from airplanes using infrared shows zero curvature, and we can see things that should be hidden behind the horizon by miles.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no evidence to the contrary. That's not faith-based.
All right. So, okay. So, do you see the sun before its sunrise? You see the
No,
sun before the sunrise?
no, you won't see the sun until the sunrise happens.
What do you mean?
But you see the light from the sun, though.
Yeah, you can test it tomorrow. You can go outside tomorrow. You can check the sunrise tomorrow. What time?
No, I've checked
5.
sunrises. Yeah, I've checked sunrises. That's exactly what we would expect on a flat surface that's this size.
All right, so sunrise Australia time. Let's Google it. All right, 7:01 at this time of the year. But if you go at 6:30, you will see the light outside, right?
Yeah.
You?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So, but how do you understand this one? If the sun rays are traveling through this atmosphere,
because the
and hit
sun
your
rays,
eye.
because the sun's very powerful, right? So the sun rays are able to travel a long distance. So you're going to see the scattered rays through the atmosphere. You're going to see the light rays scattering all through the particles, the gas particles, all through the atmosphere.
Are you confident in this one? If you go tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. and sunrise at 7:01, you can Google it. Yeah, you can check the sunrise in Australia tomorrow at
Yeah,
7:01.
no flat earthers deny sunrises, dude. It's not a very good argument.
Okay, but you have argument against the not against around lasers. So
lasers, yeah. So the long distance observations and laser tests debunk the globe. Sunset and sunrise, that's possible on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Okay, so this is your opinion, or
But
is it
where
your
the
knowledge?
sun goes underneath the flat Earth, or
No,
what?
no. It goes to a different part of the Earth, right? Like it'll be above Australia, and it'll be nighttime in Poland, and then 12 hours later, it will be the opposite. It'll be daytime in Poland and nighttime in Australia.
But if the world is flat, why I can't see sun where it is not below, just up the Australia, for example. If the Earth is flat, I should see sun from everywhere.
Well, if the sun was the size that they say the sun is in the globe model, and it was 93 million miles away, and the Earth was a flat disk floating in space or something like that, then yeah, you would see the sun all the time. But we don't think that the flat Earth is a flat disk floating around in space with a 93 million mile away sun that's many times larger than the Earth. If the sun is smaller and local to the Earth than in the globe model, as the sun moves away from you, it's moving through the atmosphere. So the light that's coming off the sun that's being distributed away from the sun. It has to push through all of that atmosphere, and the atmosphere scatters the light, right? So that's why at sunset we only see the red color, like the red spectrum, because the blue spectrum's a very short wavelength and it's not able to push very far through the atmosphere. Hold on, K. I'm halfway through my answer. Hold on a second.
So how big is the sun?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how big the sun is, but the sun and the moon appear approximately the same size. But I'm not claiming that they are the same size. I'm just saying what we observe. We all observe the sun and the moon approximately the same size, right? Almost exactly the same size, and they move in cycles above us. And light can't travel forever through the atmosphere, and light also diminishes in intensity, right? Like the intensity of the light reduces as it moves away from the light source.
Okay,
It's called the inverse square law of light. So yeah, we wouldn't expect to be able to see forever, right? Like I could shine a torch, and it's not like everybody in my town can see the torch because the light doesn't travel forever through an atmosphere.
But if you check on the Google the model of the day and night on the globe, you can see that the lighted parts are very. Sorry, but my English is not very well, and I'm just looking for the proper words for that.
It's okay.
Okay, give me a minute. Okay, so in the day and night model, we can see that sunlight is distributed very unevenly across the globe. So this means that the sun will have to shine unevenly on different parts of the earth. So that's very strange. I can show you that. I don't know if I can find it. Okay. Oh, okay. I have one. For example. I'm not sure if I can share a photo with you on the chat group.
Yeah, I'll give you the permission to post. I'll try to anyway. Just give me a.
Okay. Oh. Yeah. And you can see on that photo that the light is over Europe in Africa. But east side isn't lighted. So it does mean the light of the sun is unevenly. Because it stop with line of Europe, but it cover and Europe and Africa also. So on the flat Earth, it isn't possible something like that.
I'll respond in just a moment. Just a second.
So where is the sun? In what place in that case?
Sorry, my wife was just asking me something, so I'll be back in a second,
Okay.
and I'll respond to your question. All right. Well, I mean, here's a conceptual model in the side chat just to show you that on a flat surface we can replicate the exact day and night time patterns that we have on timeanddate.com, right? Or if you go to suncalc.com or any of these mainstream websites that show the movement of the sun over the surface of the Earth on a globe, we can simulate that over a flat surface, and it matches up perfectly. So this is just to give you an idea of how it could work on a flat surface. So the one on the left is the day-night cycle, matching up perfectly with exactly how we experience on a globe projection. Yeah, so there's a couple of examples in the side chat there that can give you an idea of how it could work on a flat surface. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. Still
Did
here.
you hear what I said?
Yes, I hear that.
Oh, okay. All right. Now I have
I'm
a
just
question.
okay, okay.
Unless you want to have a response to what I said.
No question for that moment.
Okay. All right. Here's one. Here's one that's interesting. Now, what I'm posting now, this is high altitude balloon footage, right? Like a weather balloon. And it has a camera on it, and it's up at around 100,000 feet height. So I'll post it in the side chat, and then I'll explain the question. So if the Earth is a globe and the sun is 93 million miles away, I don't know what that is in kilometers, 150,000 kilometers, 150 million kilometers away or something like that.
A lot.
Then how would it be possible? Yeah, a lot. How would it be possible for the sun to be casting this little hot spot, right? This little light right underneath the sun, right? We see the sun, and then we can see, and you would call that a hot spot, right? Like if you hold up a light source and you hold it close to something, it's going to make a hot spot. There's going to be a bright spot of light. Now, if you move that light source very, very far away, like they say the sun is, then you're not going to have a hot spot. Everything's going to be pretty evenly lit. So here's a couple more. Here's just with the contrast and the negative adjusted in these images here. So we can clearly see the hot spot from the light source, almost as if it's very close. Now, I'm not really making a claim about this footage other than saying how would this work on a globe if the sun's 93 million miles away? How would it be lighting up this section of the clouds like this? It doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah, and find a little trouble here because I just don't know what photo is it? What is on this photo? Like,
Yeah, so this is just a weather balloon called Dog Camp, and if you go to YouTube, you can find the full footage. So I'll post the full footage. So this is just a weather balloon launch. This is just someone putting a weather balloon up to about 100,000 feet, and this is the footage from the weather balloon.
I don't know what this hotspot, what it could be.
Yeah, me neither. It looks like it's directly underneath where the sun appears, and if the sun's 93 million miles away, we shouldn't see a hotspot like this. I think it's from this video.
Maybe it's reflection, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, a reflection. Yeah, it looks like a reflection to me. That's what I would say. Like a reflection of the local light source, perhaps. See, personally, I think the sun is. I don't know exactly what the sun is. I don't make specific claims about things that I can't validate, like the sun. All I know is the story that we've been taught about, about the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets. But all of that is, it's a mathematical, theoretical concept, in my opinion. I don't think we truly know how the sky works, personally, because, well, we can't know for ourselves. Yeah. So that's why we like to stick with evidence that we can all go and check here on the Earth. For example, if we go to a large body of water, like a giant lake or a large section of the ocean, and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and then we can test for the curvature using different types of technology, like laser beams, long distance, high powered laser beams, or long distance zoom photography. So we could zoom in and we could see things. We could say, okay, so the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by 50 meters, for example, behind the curvature of the Earth. So if the Earth's a globe, the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by 50 meters. And then we can zoom in across the lake and see if we can see the shoreline or not. And it turns out that we can actually see the shoreline when we test for that curvature. And then we say, hey, that wouldn't be possible on a globe, because gravity is supposed to be pulling everything towards the center of mass, and that water should be curving, and we can calculate exactly how much it should be curving. And then when we go and check it, it's just flat, and we just see flat across the water. And then we can check it again and again and again and again and again and again in all sorts of different places using different types of weather conditions, different types of cameras. And each time we do that, we don't find the curvature that should be there. So it's not that we're even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. I'm not claiming that. But a lot of people say it's a globe. A lot of people say it's a globe, and it has a radius value of 6,371 kilometers and all of that stuff. So when we go out and check that to test for it, it's not passing the test. It's failing the test. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you for nice conversation. Take care of yourself and goodbye.
Yeah, thank you for the conversation. I appreciate you. You're very well mannered, and your English is also very good. You could probably change your role from beginner to intermediate, I think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to improve my English. I have to talk more with people about different topics. But thank you very much and ciao.
Ciao.
How about that? A modest Glover.
Yep, yep. The Polish are nice people. But in saying that, we've also had some spaz Polish people as well that come in and just have a meltdown just like everyone else. So yeah, Phil Flat. That's some interesting speculation, and could be correct. Makes a lot of sense. That's why when they say, "Oh, you know, we know the distance to the moon because we can bounce things off it," you know, a whole ton of assumptions go into that claim. We can only measure the pressure of the atmosphere up to about 30 miles or something like that before the mesosphere even starts. And, once we go up higher than we can get to, you know, we're relying on computer models, right, that presuppose the heliocentric model and that kind of thing, you know, about what happens above a certain height.
How good did your Polish get while you were out in Poland, DJ?
Not very good.
After 2 years of Spanish with my wife, I would consider myself like 25% conversational. Not really that good. Maybe not even
What's
that.
that,
Probably give
Sheepdog?
them
What did you say?
2 years of Spanish with my wife.
Oh yeah, I bet you're doing pretty good though.
I'm like 20% conversational. Not too great. There's still a lot of basic things I should know that I don't.
And what percent conversational do you think she is in English?
She's probably close to 20%. Like I have a history of Spanish prior to meeting her. So, and she really doesn't have a history of English. So,
what's the main language you guys talk?
Spanish.
Really? Great way to learn a second language.
When you get in an argument, Sheepdog, you got to switch back to English. Works for me every time. Otherwise, she'll absolutely destroy me.
Oh, I do. Every single time she gets mad at me, she'll like demand a response immediately. I'm like, I don't know the word in Spanish, so I'll just start talking to her in English. Does your wife know anybody in Caracas? I heard there was a bad earthquake there.
No, there was no earthquake there. Krakow.
Caracas, Venezuela? Caracas?
I'm in Poland.
No, I was talking to Timbo.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
I know his wife.
I got confused because we have a place called Krakow, just a few hours away.
Yeah, no, I know Timbo's wife's nationality, so.
Sorry, dude, I'm making a lot of noise.
Talking about me, it is what it is, man. If I'm on microphone, you got to deal with it.
I hope everybody's having a good day. And I need a T-shirt that says, "Please stop fluoride staring at me."
It's funny that you say that because Matthew Learns was in the other day and people were talking about fluoride. And he was saying how he drinks tap water. But it's okay because he drinks it through a glass and not a plastic cup.
I was gonna say I can tell that he drinks tap water.
Yeah, it's like makes a lot of sense now. All the pieces fit together now. And some other Glober came in defending fluoride as well.
Another thing I find really silly about the whole like fluoride in the water thing is, even if that's the case, how would they be regulating the dosages that people are getting of it? Like, what if someone drinks a ton of water, or someone doesn't drink very much water? It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I mean, some people, some people like to drink 3 or 4 liters a day. So, I mean,
Got to keep the
yeah.
masses docile.
Right. Kathos says, what do you guys do? Bottled water is pretty bad too. I just filter my tap. But then salt it a bit. Typically, yeah, look, with the tap water, it depends where you live. They don't add fluoride to the tap water here in Poland. So for all our cooking and stuff like that, we have a water filter and we just put the tap water through the water filter. Doesn't have fluoride in it. And then for drinking water, we used to go to the well. They got free wells here, and you can just go and fill up. We would take stacks of 5-liter bottles and just fill them up. But now we kind of got lazy because it's a bit of a mission. So now we just buy this nice semi-sparkling bottled water from the store. It's pretty cheap as well. So I think bottled, plastic bottled water is not the best. It depends how long obviously how good the plastic is and how long the water's been sitting in the plastic and then what conditions it's being kept in as well. So, I mean, when we get to Cambodia, you just get these big, I think like they're like 20-liter jugs. They're plastic, but they get filled up, and then you consume them straight away. It's not like they sit there. So it's probably not ideal, but it's what we'll be doing. I think it's reverse osmosis or something like that. I used to distill my water, but it's gets a bit tedious after a while.
We were talking about this the other day. It might have been yesterday. I don't know. Time's weird. But here in America, of course, the situation for most people with drinking water is just fucked. And I've been doing bottled water for so long. But what I was reading up on it's hard for a lot of people, just like normal people, especially for money wise and just convenience wise, to get water. So if you can get it, if you have to get it at the store and you have to get it in plastic, get it as close to you as you can. Like my two waters I get are ones from just across the mountain range, one's from just down south in the mountain range. So they spend less time in the bottle, less plastic leaching. They're distilled. They're not part of a big corporation. So it's kind of doing the best you can, the best as you can. Any improvement is a huge deal. Even with something like that, just getting close water that hasn't been sitting in the plastic as much.
Yeah, man. Yep. It's pretty good in Cambodia, I think. The water, I think you pay $5 for the first jug of 20 liters, and then you just put it outside your door, and then they just come back and fill it up for you for $1. So every time you get 20 liters, it's $1, and I think it's reverse osmosis. It's a pretty good deal.
It is, of course, where I live at. You definitely don't want to drink the tap water. I mean, pour yourself get a nice clean glass and pour yourself a nice fresh glass of tap water, and you look at it, and you see just like flakes and spots of like white junk floating in it. And we live in a very new building, so the pipe's definitely not the pipes. And so I don't drink that because it tastes like ass, and I don't like what's floating in it.
Yeah, definitely don't drink it. Doesn't sound good. Yeah, they have the free springs everywhere here, and you can just go get your spring water for free. But in Australia, they sold all of the rights to the springs to all of the like companies, like Coca-Cola, and they just go because they own all the bottled water as well. So there's just trucks 24 hours a day just going back and forth, just drenching the underground water supplies and all the springs, and the general public aren't even allowed to go and get any.
In Virginia, of course, where I live, and a lot of other states here in the U.S., it's illegal to collect rainwater.
Yeah, that's insane. Some guy here in Poland, right? Some like farmer, poor farmer, right? It's not even in it, not a rich guy, not a big farmer, but he had a lot of people have wells in their yard here, and he was using his well water and using his own well water to feed his pigs, and he got a huge fine from the government because like maybe one of the neighbors dobbed him in or something like that, and he got. I'll just check how much the fine. Yeah, like 100,000 zloty, which is like 35,000 USD, something.
That's bonkers.
That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, there's some bullshit fines here that you get. We got a $3,500 fine. We were in Sri Lanka for 6 months, and we weren't driving our car, and the insurance ran out. It's like, all right, well, we'll just renew it when we get back, because that's what you would do in Australia. Like it just runs out. As long as you don't drive it, you won't get in trouble. But we got back and got a $3,500 fine for letting the insurance run out. It's like, what? We didn't drive the freaking car. So we feel like we got scammed by the government.
Sounds like it at the same time, man. I mean, we got some crazy stuff around here. As laughing earlier, I couldn't say something, but you talk about living in Poland. And are you aware of southeastern U.S.'s jokes about Polish people?
I've heard some of them. In Australia, we don't have them about Polish people. All our jokes are about German people in Australia for some reason. So I found it interesting to see that US has similar ones that what we have about the German people, but about Polish people. I find that kind of funny.
Have you seen the one with like the Polish pistol that's a Mauser with the barrel pointing back at the user?
No. What is it?
It's sold as a joke pistol. It's like a Mauser pistol, like the old one, and it has the grip, trigger, magazine, and everything. But the barrel is actually pointed back towards the person shooting the gun. And it's like, look at these idiots, That's kind of how all the jokes are about Polish people around here. They're backwards and stupid.
That's pretty funny.
What's funny about it is it's coming from the people who are the world's default stupid person voice. As you think about it.
Well, I mean, it's probably Copernicus was Polish. Heliocentrism. There we go. So it kind of fits.
Yeah, it's just the comedian Bill Burr. He has an old joke about it, and he's like, "Why whenever I want to say something stupid, does it end up being in a Southern accent?" And he's like, "So whenever somebody wants somebody to sound stupid, they just say it in a Southern accent." This guy could be like, equals MC squared. Everybody's like, oh, shut the fuck up, you redneck. And he's like, what? How can this fucking shit works?
You know what's funny though? The average Polish IQ is higher than the average American IQ. I just checked. So if the Polish people are dumb, then uh-oh.
I live here, bro. I know.
I know you're not from there anyway, but
What do you have against Polish people, kurwa?
Polish people? What are you talking about? I'm half Polish and I live in Poland and my wife's Polish. Polish people are awesome.
Alright. So are you still debating flitters or something?
There's no debate, Kay. The debate's done. We've
There's
done
no
thousands
debate,
of tests. It's
Thousands of
over. It's not a
tests with
globe. It's not a globe.
lasers. Fucking lasers. Let's go. I did
Yeah,
laser
lasers.
test.
Huh?
Bro. Yeah, it's fucked up. So why are you playing this game? Why are you playing this game? Are you entertaining people or something?
Educating people, trying to wake people up, because most people just believe what they get taught when they're growing up, and they never go and test anything, and the governments could just tell them anything and the people would just believe it. People need to start thinking and not believing everything they hear, and that's important.
I show you smarter than all the people that believe in this shit.
Smarter about what? No, I didn't say that. Some people that are way smarter than me probably believe that the Earth's a globe. That does it just because somebody's never measured the Earth and they just assume that it's a globe, but they're also really smart. That doesn't mean that I think I'm smarter than them. They're probably smarter than me, but they haven't researched this topic before and they've not tested the Earth.
Yeah. So is your objective belief a subjective belief or what?
Objective reality. Yeah, so this is
How do you
empirical
measure?
evidence. Huh? Sorry?
Empirical evidence. How?
Empirical evidence. Yeah, that's what we base our decisions on. Comparing empirical evidence from both sides of the argument and then coming to a logical conclusion.
Do you have interior motive in this? Do you
Yes, I want to help people learn to think for themselves.
You live in Australia, the most capitalist country in the world. So
I live in Poland.
You have some.
I live in Poland.
Oh, you still need money, right? So why do you fool people?
Fool people? People are easily fooled, but I don't fool people. People are already fooled, and I'm trying to tell them that you're being fooled, and then they try to defend the people that fooled them. This is Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndrome. I'm trying to help people learn that they're under a spell, and that maybe they should go and check for themselves, right? So if that's me trying to trick people, telling them to not believe me, go and check for yourself.
What's your wife thinking about this? Do you have a wife or you got divorced?
Yeah, my wife's awesome. Yeah, she thinks that people are under a spell and they just believe whatever they get taught and they don't think for themselves. And it's a big problem and it's very dangerous for humanity.
I listened to you. You had few arguments here. Do you seek for truth or do you seek to defend what you already made up in your head? You already made up this position in your head that you're trying to defend with all your power.
No, I didn't make it up. I just went out and tested it, and it's already what we all observe anyway. It's already what we all experience. You know, we just went and tested the globe, and it failed. It's not our fault.
Okay, so what did you test? Lasers?
Oh, there's thousands of different ways.
Convince you? What convinced
long distance observations being repeated hundreds of different times, and laser tests. It's an accumulation of evidence.
I debunk any of your arguments. What was the argument you got?
Sorry, you got muted.
I don't think you could debunk any of my arguments.
All right. Push later arguments.
Okay. All right. So the surface. All right. So I can show you. I'd have to show you an observation, and then you try to debunk it. How about that?
All right.
Sounds
Go ahead.
Sounds like a fun game to play.
Please.
All right. Just a
All
second.
right. You like it? You got dopamine. You got dopamine from this. All right. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. The adrenaline's flowing.
So
Addicted to the adrenaline of wrecking globers.
Any person that debate you here, not anybody made you think twice?
Nope.
Or anyone?
No. The more globe earthers I talk to, the more it reinforces my position, and the more it adds up to people of all levels of education, generally not understanding their own model that they believe in, and not understanding our arguments, and thinking that they can come in here and do well in a debate against people
because
they don't understand.
This experiment. All right, so show me the experiment that I can believe in. The trust.
Yeah, I'm just showing you just a simple observation, and you're supposed to try to debunk it. So I'm going to say, how come we can see the bases of the windmills touching the water in this observation when they should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth? And I can tell you all of the mathematics and all of the information that you need to know. Okay, so I'm going to tell you that if the Earth's a globe, let's focus on one of the. You can see the windmills in the video, right? Look at the one on the right-hand side. Let's in the side chat.
Did you see it yourself?
Yeah, I've done it myself. I've repeated this myself for my own personal verification.
Right. And the man standing on the sphere will observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance. What is this? What are you showing?
Well, this is showing you that if you live on a globe, the horizon should be a certain distance away from you, and all of the water beyond that horizon should be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
You like to debate people, or you truly believe this? I asked you a question a few, maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago. I joined here. Yep. How do you when the sun rises at 7 a.m. in Australia, where you in Poland, right? So just go check the sunrise in Poland.
It doesn't matter what time the sun rises, does it? So it rises at about, I don't know, 4 a.m. or something here at the moment. Very early.
You know that. Photons traveling the least resistant distance, and they hit your eye by traveling the least resistant distance.
You talking about Fermat's principle?
What? No, I'm talking about the common sense.
Common sense. Right. So you said, right, so this is what happened, right? You told me to show you evidence, and then you would debunk it, and then I showed you evidence, and you just ran away from it and started asking me questions about something different.
Yeah, the sunrise. You go outside tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. You're gonna see the sun if the sun is not there.
Yeah, the sun is there though at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, so.
Well, so therefore the Earth's a globe because there's a sun?
Right, so let's check polar sunrise. 4:19, man. If you go at 4 a.m. tomorrow, you step outside from your house, you're gonna still see the light, because this is how the light traveling, right?
Yeah.
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 So whatever your argument was about the windmill or something, you're just traveling through the air.
What?
The list.
No, my observation debunks the globe, right? You're just talking about going out and observing a sunrise.
Yeah, and using the brain, applying the logic.
What logic? Explain the logic to me. Put it in a logical syllogism for me.
syllogism? What does it mean? Like like
Premise
it depends on
one.
the...
Yeah, premise conclusion. Just explain it. Just make it make sense, right? So if the Earth is flat, I would expect to see a sunrise. I see a sunrise, therefore the Earth is flat.
mean?
That would just be shitty logic.
What does
If the Earth is a globe and I see a
syllogism.
sunrise, like therefore the Earth is a globe, it's just dumb. It's not a good evidence. See that when you asked me when globe Earthers come in here, right? Do they get me questioning the flat Earth? No, right? You guys have weak arguments consistently. It makes me more confident when people like you come in and make weak arguments. It's funny. It also
this guy talking about anything other than the measurements. All right, so what's the measurements?
I showed you. I showed you, right? I showed you I showed you an observation that's impossible if the Earth's a globe. And you won't even look at it. You're scared to even look at it.
Can you duplicate it? Can you send it again, please?
It's in the site. It's still there, bro. It didn't disappear. I don't need to send it again.
Where?
It's at 30 minutes after the hour.
Okay,
30 minutes after the hour.
All right. So what does it say? Can you explain it?
Yeah, sure. The guy has the camera set up at 1 meter above the surface of the water. Right? That means that if you live on a globe, the horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. And then the windmill that we can see should have the bottom 16 meters hidden behind the horizon. But it's not.
But isn't it how the light traveling?
So you think that the light
resistance? If you see the sun down, or how do you call it? When the sun goes under the horizon, like you don't see the sun
go
actually.
Yeah, the sun doesn't go under the horizon.
Reflection. It's just a reflection of the sun, right? Like it's
the sun
just
doesn't. The sun doesn't go under the horizon.
Oh my god! So do you make money from this or not?
No, the sun disappears above the horizon. If you zoom in to a sunset.
And you can rank from this. Do you make money from this or not?
Yeah, of course. Millions of dollars every single second. Millions.
DJ, I want to hear what this guy has to say about the laser test.
He's just hand-wave dismissing everything.
Fucking laser test. What do you have?
Mind if I explain the laser test
in your head?
Bro, yeah, go ahead. Give it a try. Good luck.
Okay, Kay, listen. Use your ears.
Position in the atmosphere. The light takes the least resistance position in the atmosphere. It just goes through all directions. Like you skip physics of 8th grade.
Okay, Kay, can you listen?
From the atom, from the particle, the light goes to all directions, and what's it called? Photon that hits your eye is taking the least resistance path. This is the...
Yeah, I already told you it's called Fermat's principle, but you didn't even know what that was.
I explained it. What is it?
Light will take the path of least resistance. It will take the quickest path to get through the medium.
Yes, it goes
through varying mediums.
It goes
doesn't go
degrees,
always,
right? It goes 360 degrees, right?
Yes. Not necessarily. If I shoot a laser beam, it doesn't go 360 degrees. Obviously, it just goes in a line in the distance.
But it's
Do you think if I shoot a laser beam, it goes 360 degrees?
Do you shoot one photon that goes to one direction? No, you shoot many photons from this laser, right? So it's
and they all just they go in a line. Yeah, they go in a line. It's called a laser beam. It's a beam of light. Doesn't go in 360 degrees.
All right, let the other guy talk. What do you want to say? What is your
argument? Good luck.
Sorry, what's your argument? I interrupted you.
Sorry, did you? I think you've already discussed this with someone else. I might be mistaken. I was going to discuss the laser measurements done by FE Core with you.
No worries. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Okay, so can I just explain an experiment that's been conducted that empirically proves the world to be flat? So
Yeah, no worries.
there was an organization called FE Corps. FE Corps were I'm just going to run over it quickly. We're essentially a group of globers who wanted to disprove flat Earth by conducting a laser test. The laser test that they were going to conduct would shoot a very high-powered, expensive laser across a 25-mile lake, and then the laser would not hit the target at the end of the lake, given that the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared. So that would essentially empirically prove that the world is flat. Sorry, a globe, right? If that experiment was conducted and had that result. So what they done is they done that exact laser test, and the laser hit the target on the other end of the lake, right? So how can you explain that a laser doesn't curve over 25 miles? How can you explain that there's no curvature to be detected over that distance when the curvature itself should be 280 feet of drop?
Are you physicist?
That's irrelevant to the answer, so I'm not going to answer personal questions. I just want you to answer it based on the information I've given you.
In your opinion, as not physicist, as a normal human, does laser travel in a straight line?
Lasers. Yes. Yes. Lasers are used in military. Generally, they're used in military and implications to be, straight.
Yes
right?
or no type of question. Like, does laser travel in a straight line? Does laser
In this instance, the laser was shot in a straight line. And in the instance of the FE Corps test, it was shot in a straight line to measure curvature of the Earth, right? And it was a very high-powered, very expensive laser.
Yeah, and you can see it going in a straight line as well in the footage.
All right, sure. What do you mean you can see? Your eyes is shitty.
They give you a side angle of the laser,
in evolution,
and
right?
it didn't curve.
You believe in evolution. Your eyes.
But you would be able to see 280 feet of curvature on a laser.
My eyes is shitty.
Hey, have you ever actually watched the video? Or are you just here arguing from your your belief that these physicists you talk of are right? These omniscient fucking physicists.
I ask you a question.
What religion is that, bro?
Is the laser traveling in a straight line? In your opinion, as a not physicist?
Well, it's not No. The question that I would want to ask you is the laser curving at 8 inches per mile squared to hit the target on the other side of the lake?
I don't know.
It's a yes or no question, Kay.
I'm not physicist, but I believe the laser over 25 kilometers or 40
25 miles.
You British, why do you use miles? Like
a big distance.
22 miles.
40
like
kilometers, dude. Learn both. It's 40 kilometers.
Listen, like all Western countries using metric system in physics.
Yeah, but flat earthers are advanced. We know both.
So America using miles, then you have to use miles because all your videos in miles. So the question is, laser traveling in straight line.
I've answered your question. I want you to answer my question. My question to you was:
laser traveling in straight line.
Sorry, I'm talking. Is the laser curving at 8 inches per mile squared over 25 miles? And we would be able to observe that from a side angle view. That is a lot of curvature. So are you telling me that laser is curving?
What does it mean 8 miles per 8 squared?
It's curving around the Earth and hitting the target on the other side of the 25-mile lake. Yes or no?
What does it mean per miles? What did you say? 8 meters per mile?
No. So 8 inches. So the Earth allegedly curves on the globe model. It allegedly curves at 8 inches every mile squared that you travel. Right? There is 8 inches of curvature.
What do you mean? What do you mean by 8 inches? What do you mean by 8 inches per mile squared?
There's 8 inches of drop. There is 8 inches of surface curvature, allegedly, on the globe model per mile squared.
Per mile. Why do you say squared? Squared is like a square, right?
Yeah.
So you need to use 8 miles. So
okay. If you want to say that, then if that's what your model dictates, then you can say 8 inches per mile. So is there 8 inches per mile curvature detected in the FE Corps video?
Well, no, it's
okay. How was the number
derived?
How was it?
You have to square it. There's a chart in the side chat. There's a chart in the side chat that shows the mathematics. It uses the Pythagorean theorem, and it's got all of the metrics. And I even made it colors that you guys like.
All right, so if we calculate, so a drop 8 inches, but as I said before, the light travels the path of least resistance in the atmosphere, right? So the path of you can Google how light travels, like it goes through all directions at the same time. If you go to different directions, it's gonna hit your eye anyways with some distance, but
we're not
it travels
talking
the
about an
path of
eye here. We're
least
talking about
resistance.
a physical target. Okay.
All right, 8 inches per mile. The drop.
Squared.
Squared. Okay, how was it measured?
That's what your
How was
model
it measured?
dictates, okay? That's what your model dictates.
How was it measured?
Can you just explain to me how the
No, explain how
I don't know how
measured.
it was measured. It's not my model, okay? I believe that the world isn't
Right,
curving
so
8 inches per mile squared, right? But you guys do believe that. So you should choose. You should describe to me how it was measured, right?
All right, I see that.
So answer my question. Okay, answer my question. How is the laser hitting the other end of the target? How is that happening?
Because the light takes the path of least resistance.
Are you alleging that the laser is curving around the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but it till some distance, right? And it's gonna deviate. You're not gonna see laser from like 500 kilometers away. You're gonna see it in short distances because it takes the path of least resistance, right?
Okay, and it just happens to be that every time we do a laser test, the path of least resistance happens to be, 8 inches per mile squared of curvature, and it just happens to do it so perftly every
What
time
does
and
it
hit the
mean?
target
How
on the
was
other
it
end.
measured? What do you mean
Is
by
the path of least
square?
resistance just the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Is that what you're alleging?
All right, let's get back to initial. What is the 8 inches per mile squared? What does it even mean?
To me, it means nothing. It's what does it mean to you, because this is your model, right?
No.
To me, it's just a
Where did you
fantasy.
get?
It's just a
Where did you
made-up
get?
piece of fiction.
What's your sources? Where did you get this one? 8 inches per
Well,
square
my
mile. I
sources
never heard this
are
one.
the FE Core video, right? That's what makes me substantiate my claim that I think it's all a nonsense. I think it's all a fairy tale.
Yeah. Every mile there is drops. From where? What is the initial point of observation? Is like
1.5 meters height above the water.
okay, so if I travel 2 miles, I drop 16 inches. Yeah?
No.
So I 16 inches, what is it in centimeters? Like I don't know, inches.
You have to square it.
If you get in your car,
or...
if you get in your car and you travel
Mm-hmm.
for let's look at the chart. Let's give you a little
1 mile. All right,
hold on.
mile
If you
is
1 second, if you travel
1.4
10
kilometers.
miles in a
Bro,
line,
you from Britain?
you are
Use
dropping 66
kilometers.
feet. You're traveling over 66 feet of Earth curvature on your model, right? If you get in
So
your
I'm not
car
gonna-
and drive
I'm gonna-
10 miles, then you are in a straight line. You are dropping 66 feet on your model. Give or take,
Okay, you just
roughly.
Okay, I do.
Depending on
Okay.
depending on the terrain.
All right, I do.
How did you measure that?
6. I cannot see myself. There's atmosphere, no fog, nothing.
What are you talking about, bro?
What are you talking about? There is no. How do you use this word? Refraction or something? So
His
if there
brain
no
is taking the least path of resistance. Oh my god, Toby. That's so funny.
What? Yeah,
Yeah, so funny. He said your brain
That's
is
so
taking
funny.
the least path of resistance.
That is brilliant.
That's the best call. That's the best call of
Are
the
you gonna
day.
interrupt me or what? Can I answer the question? Can you recite
Please
your question in
answer
a
it.
different way?
Please. Just crack
What
me
did
up.
you ask? Can you remind your question again?
My question, sorry.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Yeah, was how is the can you please prove your bendy lasers is probably what I'm trying to ask, right? If you're saying that it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared across the curve of the earth, and it's curving 280 feet over 25
you
miles,
definitely
and I
answered
just
what I
want
asked. What
you
did you
to
ask?
prove that. I just want you to prove it. That's all I want you to do, because that's a pretty big claim you're making, right?
The Earth is isn't it fucking, how do you say, sphere? Because it would, atmosphere, and it would be square, right? You need to
Bro, are
use
you trying to
atmosphere.
say that the world is a globe, right? Just for everybody in the chat that didn't make out what he was saying,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah,
You're trying to
because
say
it's
that the world is a
atmosphere.
hold on, I'm
Bro,
talking.
it's atmosphere. It's
I'm talking.
atmosphere.
I am talking. Okay? I am talking.
Right, go ahead.
You're
Go
basically
ahead. Go
saying
ahead.
that the earth is a sphere because of the word atmosphere, because it would otherwise be
Yes.
called atmosphere.
Yes. Atmos flat.
My friend, I have to tell you that you are retarded, okay? And I've enjoyed having a conversation with you. But I think that we've
No,
got to the. I think that what you've just done is you have single-handedly proven that you cannot prove that the world is a globe, because you are now just becoming so insanely retarded that
Listen, the atmosphere, called by other PhD scientists, and they all recite this. They all fight each other. It's all atmosphere, right? Not
hey, it's done.
flat.
It's done. It's done. It's done. I promise you. You cannot make yourself look any more stupid than what you already have. You
in
cannot
front
do
of
it.
your flat Earth believers, right?
But you can't even prove it's
I can
not.
take the damage. I can take
You
the
look
damage.
so stupid right now. You look so silly. Okay, I'm done. If anybody else wants to use this guy as a punching bag.
All right, use me as a punching bag, guys. Go ahead, please. Please, guys. I beg you. Use me as a punching
Hey, I
bag.
would love it, okay? Because I used to be a bit like you, okay? I would love it if you went and watched the FE Core video and tried to disprove it
I'm
yourself.
not like everybody else. I watch a video on YouTube and I change all my beliefs. What the fuck, man? You didn't get
This
a
was what
decision,
you
man.
asked. This was what
Physics
you
not
asked us
good?
for. Okay, this is what you asked us for. You said that if we present evidence, you'll debunk it, and you haven't been able to debunk it.
What's the evidence? Come again.
Okay, so the
What was
laser,
the evidence?
the laser hit the target 40 kilometers away, which is
Yes.
impossible on a globe, right? If the Earth's a globe, the Earth curvature should have blocked the laser from hitting the target.
My debunk is the light travels least resistant path, right? Isn't it true?
So so how is the laser hitting the target?
Which target?
The target, the sensor of the camera, that's the target. It's going right into the sensor of the camera.
Where? Show me. Where
It's in the
did you
video.
get it? You
We
just your words.
already
Just your
posted.
words.
There's a 120 page PDF document, and there's an hour-long
No.
documentary that shows the entire process. They're using a $30,000 laser. This is a team of engineers, and it's all in the side chat at 42 minutes after the hour.
No. You show me some graph. 30 minutes
No,
after the
I
hour.
just told you how to find it. I'll tag you again in it.
Bro,
right?
you give me paint document.
No, I gave you a 120 page. You sneaky man, you. 120, bro. Listen. 120 page PDF document showing all of the technical specifications of the 6 different tests that were performed, and an hour-long documentary made by the engineers that performed the test. This debunks the globe. Go and watch it if you want. I just tagged you.
Does these engineers have interior motive? Does these engineers have interior motive? Does they have families?
Yep.
To make
To
money
prove the
off
globe.
of this documentary?
Nope.
No,
This
does
cost
they have
them.
families?
This cost them 30,000 euros just to build the laser beam.
All right,
Just
so
the
they
just
wanted
the
to
parts for the laser
all right,
beam.
should they make money off this or not?
No, I just told you it cost them 30,000 euros just for the parts to build the laser.
Where they make money? These people that produce
They're
the documentary that
engineers.
you watch on YouTube.
They're engineers.
So
How do
you're telling
engineers
me
make
that
money? From their
points.
jobs as engineers, they make a lot of money, and they wanted to test the globe.
You're saying a YouTube video changed your mind?
Nope. I went and tested the Earth myself, and you can test it yourself. And I've researched this topic for 8 years. So yeah, not a YouTube video didn't change my mind. A YouTube
Right,
video
so-
got me thinking about the topic, and then I did a lot of research and a lot of testing, and then a lot more research, and then a lot more testing. And I don't think that you've done any research or any testing.
Yeah, I just use my brain here. And
It's not, well, it doesn't work very well, unfortunately.
It's called
Hey, how are
biased,
you using
you
your
know?
own brain? How are you using your own brain whenever all you've got for us is, well, I'm not a physicist, but the physicist said.
What they said, right?
Yeah, you said that they said that the world is a globe, right? You said, oh, I'm not a physicist, but the physicists know, you know.
All right, so the laser hit market, 26 miles, 40 kilometers. What is the conclusion you have about this one?
That there's no Earth curvature.
Yeah.
All right. So, how's your thought process come to there is no curvature?
Bro, we've explained it to you 3 times now.
No, you just got the end result, but you didn't get any complications that come in with this.
Yeah, so I don't think you understand.
Refraction.
Right? So if
you didn't
yeah,
calculate how
they
light
did.
travels.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. It's all in the paper. It's all in the documentation that you haven't even looked at. It's all there.
All right, so this is one observation that you cite.
No, they did
But
6 different
lasers.
observations. There's 6 different observations, and we could share dozens more observations with you. But you won't watch
Right.
them because you're not here to learn.
All right. I'm here to learn. I'm not aggressive. I'm not pushing you. What is the number 2 observation? Because we stuck on this one. I don't want to continue. You probably don't want to because it's boring. Maybe you have another observation.
Yeah, there's 6 in the PDF document. Go to number 2.
Okay, number 2. What is it?
It's a different
You
laser
aren't
test.
a brain in a jar.
Like you.
Yeah, that's you typing, right? From different accounts. Okay, may I ask you, does
You're
the
quite the
light...
conspiracy theory, Mr. Russia or Ukraine.
All right. Does the light travel in a perfectly straight line on Earth?
Sometimes.
When is this condition happens? And throughout what duration?
If you don't have a change in the refractive index, then it will go in a perfectly straight line.
Okay, but it's not possible, right? Because you have atmosphere.
Yeah, but we can make vacuums as well.
Right, so
vacuum chambers.
You
can shoot lasers through them.
How long you can make a vacuum?
Doesn't matter. You just asked if lasers can go in a straight line, and I said, yeah, if you put them in a vacuum, you can't go in a straight line.
Yeah.
So I was just debunking your point. You said that they can't go in a straight line.
Right.
I just said, yeah, it can. Can go in a straight line.
So what is no atmosphere, right? And that's when we have on the moon we have this.
There's atmosphere on the moon.
I remember
as
from
well,
the school, right?
According
So
to your model.
We have this triangled.
You know what's good?
Glass.
We have a side view of the laser test. Of many laser tests, we have a side view. So we can look at the laser from the side and see that it's not curving.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So
Yeah,
atmosphere
that's
doesn't have a temperature, pressure, wind.
Wow, that's a crazy claim. That's a crazy claim that you're making right now. Yes, it
You
does.
don't know all of that. You don't know
Why
all
would
of that,
you?
right?
Why are you saying that the atmosphere doesn't have pressure and temperature and
Because
humidity and
it
things
has
like that?
fucking molecules. It has fucking molecules.
Yeah, obviously. So why would you say it doesn't have any temperature and pressure? And that's a crazy claim. Why would you say such a thing?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
No, you were making a statement. That's not how you
Hey.
ask questions.
Wait, does
So
light travel in a straight
maybe you
line
should
on
jump
the
down into
atmosphere
the
of Earth?
beginner English channels before you try to engage with native English speakers.
Native English speakers. Shut your fucking
Yeah.
mouth. Hey, listen.
All
Listen,
right,
you just
Mr. Beginner, go down to the beginner
Hey,
channels
why
and
you
learn
insult me? Why
the
you
difference
fucking
between a statement
insulting
and a
me?
question. No, I'm not. I'm teaching you.
You understand
Click
what I'm
my
talking about? You
click
understand?
my
You're
role.
not
I'm
gonna teach
actually
me, right?
an English teacher in the server,
Oh my
and I'm
god!
teaching you
Look
the
at me.
difference. I'm teaching you the difference between a question and a statement right now.
Right.
Very
Is
different
there any
things.
are there any normal people left or not?
Run away.
All right. Right. Why you insult me? You perfectly
No,
understand
I'm
what I'm
just
talking
teaching
about.
you. I'm teaching you for free and helping you with your
Okay.
English.
Okay. Thank you very much for spending your time. But
Not a
does
problem,
the
my
light
friend.
travel in a straight line? It doesn't.
It can,
In
or
the
it can
Earth's
be.
atmosphere.
Yeah, it depends on the refractive index.
Refractive index.
Yeah, refractive index.
What does it mean?
It's the optical density.
Optical density?
Yeah. If you don't know what either of those things mean, then you probably haven't done any research on atmospheric refraction before.
You did your research, but you don't understand precisely, right? Dunning-Kruger effect.
That's what you have, it seems.
So you saying that all schooling that I did,
Not all the
all
schooling, the parts where they told you that the Earth's a globe. Just that
like
part.
6 months, great.
You had a
my
globe class, did
observation.
you? Did you have globe class in Russia?
Yeah, like
You go to globe
geography.
class, do you?
Yeah, geography, man, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how
That's
come
good.
you don't know anything about the globe? If you went to globe class, like, how big is the globe? Do you know the size of the globe? What's the radius or the circumference or the diameter? Do you know these things?
No, yeah.
No, you
40,000
don't, do
kilometers?
you? No.
40,000 kilometers? What? What is it?
Well, you're just guessing now. I didn't ask you to guess. I asked you to be honest and say if you know things. Okay, how fast does the Earth spin? Do you know that one?
1,700 kilometers per hour.
1,700 kilometers per hour.
No, yeah, 1,700 goes. As far as I remember.
Where at? Where does it spin that speed?
Compared to the.
Is that how fast you think you're going
center?
right now? Do you think that you're going 1,700 kilometers per hour right now?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
So you live on the equator, do you?
Bro, you know, if you. Alright, so if you on the bicycle, alright, you travel 50, like you go very fast. You go 50 kilometers per hour.
That's pretty fast for a bicycle.
Okay, but if this speed is stable, you don't feel nothing, right?
Yeah, of course you do on a bicycle. You're never gonna have
You
some.
don't feel. You don't feel nothing. You don't feel the
What kind of
pressure pushing
bicycles do you
back
have
or
in
forward.
Russia? Got some
Don't
magical
blame,
bicycles that you don't know that you're moving?
They're definitely
we're just
powered
hoping,
by like a special kind of ethanol called vodka.
Yeah, if you run your Yeah, so you don't know, right? So the speed, the linear velocity of the globe would be around 1700 kilometers per hour at the equator. Only at the equator. It's not going to be that in Russia. It would be much less. So you wouldn't be moving that fast. Right? It would change. The speed would change depending on your latitude.
Wait, compared to what? Compared to what?
No, the linear speed, the linear velocity.
Compared to what? Where do you take the measurement point?
The Earth doesn't spin. This is what you guys claim. That's what you think. The Earth doesn't move, but you think it
No,
does.
1700
That's
kilometers per hour. Compared to what? Where do you take the measurement point?
compared to no kilometers per hour. What are you talking about? The Earth doesn't move, right? So ask yourself the same question.
The Earth is round. Get me anywhere.
Oh yeah, if you chant it, maybe if you keep chanting it, then it will come true.
Oh, don't worry. Wait.
Go to your mirror and chant it, and then if you say it 3 times in a row, maybe it'll come true.
Not the mouse. Listen. Fucking drunk. Why is this channel exist?
Does this? Wow, you don't think the sun exists?
Who the fuck is going in here?
Wow, you're getting more drunk by the second.
He said, "Why does this channel even exist? Who comes in here?"
Yeah, who comes in here?
Oh yeah, so this is one of the most popular channels in the entire English Observer. People love this channel. This channel's usually #1 ranked.
All right, Morvis.
This is the most important.
Ethos, Yaga Bruno is all your like discords.
He's a conspiracy theorist now. He's going to claim that we're all fake. We're all fake and we're not real and we're robots. Mr. Russian conspiracy theorist.
No, there's no one to say it. Who is gonna talk here? I don't talk to this Australian guy. He's making money off you guys.
Who is? Oh yeah, I already told you I make money doing this. Millions of dollars every minute. Look, there's me typing on my other alt account as Yaga Bruno. Says you don't know me, bro.
Can you say something? I asked him here 5 times, please. Can you say something? No, he doesn't open his mic.
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to open his mic.
As far as I know, there is like 3 people talking here.
Okay, that's not true. But
doing this.
Okay.
What's your?
Yeah, we have control. We have controlled conversations here. And instead of engaging in the topic, what you're doing right now is you're just kind of like spazzing out. Spazzing is when you're acting erratically.
When you're acting like
Yeah, my friend, you insult me for no reason.
We're just insulting your intelligence. We're just insulting your intelligence. That's all. You know,
Yeah,
you as a person.
you're kind of trolling.
I know. I kind of feel a little bit sorry for you, to be honest, as a person. You know, like deep down.
Why? As far as I'm concerned, you just sound waves in Discord. What do you feel sorry for?
Wow.
Listen, my friend.
You're so philosophical. You're like Aristotle.
My arguments. You insult my arguments.
Your arguments are. They're not very. What arguments? Sunrises prove the globe. Appealing to authority. You just got fallacies and feelings like all the other globers. You don't have any arguments. You haven't presented anything in the chat, right? You don't have any empirical evidence. You just have copium. Do you know what copium is?
Because I'm not a normal person. I don't need to study this. Scriptures.
Look, a normie. You're a normie. Yeah, a normie.
Okay, it comes down to one thing.
What do you mean?
If you want to claim, hold on, I'm talking.
What do you
I'm
mean?
talking.
How do I
I'm
fucking appeal to
talking.
authority?
I'm talking.
Shut your mouth, Aris.
I'm talking.
You insult me.
If you want to, I'm talking. Hold on. If you want to claim the world as a globe, then just give us a measurement, okay? Until then, you're probably best just not saying anything at all. And that's me being honest with you.
I don't need. I just
You know,
play my
you're just lucky that there isn't more globe earthers in here to talk to right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking.
Yeah. You're just stupid. You're just being stupid. No, you know, there's no. You're just like our punching bag. Like we're just using you like a punching bag, or like how a dog uses a chew toy. You know, that's just how we're using you right.
That's what I should have said. They're bullies when you were young.
Oh, you poor victim. Such a victim.
What? No, I'm just saying to this guy, like, why are you insulting me?
Why? I thought Russian people weren't snowflakes. Why are you a snowflake?
My friend, you didn't give me any fucking evidence.
We showed you evidence, but you just ran away from it.
Nothing is gonna satisfy you. Nothing is gonna satisfy you.
It sounds like you're having a meltdown. You're like mid meltdown right now. It's broadcasting on YouTube as well. What's that?
He partially took your advice. He partially took your advice. He went to the mirror and he spoke to the mirror and he said, "Nothing is going to convince you."
Shut your mouth, fucking pussy.
Wow, now you're attacking No Tanks. Who's on your side? No Tanks was about to defend you, and now he might not.
I would still defend Kay. I mean, like Kay, like if the world told you that, like if the powers that be, if they told you the Earth was flat, you would just accept it. Like how could you know? You know what I mean? And you're just gonna do the right thing and just follow the world. What's wrong with that?
No. I will push back.
Why would you push back?
Because I know physics of 8th grade. Push back.
All right, so do you think, like, I don't know, are they exclusive?
Right. I provide fucking evidence.
To a shape?
You can go outside tomorrow at 6 a.m. You're gonna see the sun. That's how light travels throughout the atmosphere. If I provide evidence, you push me back. Right? You're gonna still.
Yeah, but if the school system and the powers that be, they told you the evidence of the flat Earth is that there is an atmosphere that exists,
bro,
you would have to accept that, right?
We all psyoped in economic system. We all psyoped in political system. But what is the interior motive of pushing us to this one?
What one?
To the claim that you made just yet.
That if the powers that be were to tell you that that this is reality, whatever it is, if it's a flat Earth reality, they told it you don't have the ability to prove it.
How they gonna make money? All right, so it's all about money. We live in a capitalist world in Western countries. What is the benefit?
How does the globe make money? So we live in a capitalist world. We live in an economy.
Geography teachers, right? They're sponsoring geography teachers. They are sponsoring the production of the geography books, of the physics, and they all got psyoped.
All right, it seems like you're answering your own question again. You just said that they all participate in the production of books and classes. And how does that make them money? Are you answering me or asking me? Were you answering your own question or were you asking me? Because you just put forth this idea. Not that I'm on board with it. It's kind of insightful of you.
Of English.
Well, you need to practice your English?
Practice on English. Yes, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so the question Kay put out there a moment ago was he said something about how could anybody benefit financially when we live in an economy where people put out physics books and geography books and classes and schooling systems and entire institutions devoted to this. And then I think maybe he just stopped there because he was just explaining an economic system with tons of money being made through this mechanism of what he claims is a lie.
Excellent. Excellent,
Or
brother.
psyop, I guess. I was psyop the word that you used.
Excellent. Your argument is impenetrable.
No, that was your argument. But all I was doing was sympathizing with you and saying that like if like whoever it is that went out there and proved Saturn, like you don't have the capabilities to prove Saturn in the way that they do. Like why would we expect you to know what reality is? Like how would you have access to reality to then tell the world like this is what the world is? You're just a guy on you're just sound waves on the internet.
You cannot prove Saturn, yeah. Yeah, that's true. You cannot prove Saturn.
I mean, can you prove anything about the world?
What do you mean by proof?
Yeah,
What do I need to prove?
Anything. Could you prove anything about the tangible empirical world?
Can you prove anything that exists outside of your mind?
Yeah. How about you?
So you have shitty eyes, shitty mentality, you live in your community, you can prove anything outside of that. Just need to test.
Have you proven that?
Can you provide absolute proof?
Yeah, that it's I mean, I could. We could do that later. But I was asking you, or I kind of just stating to you that you've claimed that you don't have the ability to prove, empirically, anything about the world. You don't have that ability at the moment. So, like, why should we expect you to be able to know what the world is? Like, how would you go about learning? How would you go about coming to knowledge in regards to the world?
Using my brain. I can use my brain, brother.
Okay, you can reason to the truth. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What reason do you have to believe that the world is what you think it is?
My blood.
All right. Is it you're giving up? You give up?
Oh yeah. No, I give up again this year. Right.
Well, I felt like we were in a very deep conversation,
I
you and
accept
I.
the defeat.
Yeah.
I accept the defeat. You won on the argument.
All right. I didn't make an argument. I was just making the case. I was trying to convince you that you do have the ability to make an argument. I was appealing to your better nature. I mean, it seemed like step one is that you need to accept the revelation of the external world. That seems like step one. There is the world does exist external to your mind. That's for you.
Emotional damage.
Alright, who the fuck is it? Shut your mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. My friend. Where is my zin? My zin.
All right, you finished now? Because you're just dribbling shit now.
Yeah, I'm talking to myself. I'm trying to find my zin.
All right, well, put yourself on mute if you want to talk to yourself.
Shut your mouth. Are you gonna kick me or something?
I could if I wanted to, but I don't feel like doing that right yet.
I choose for that. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
I found my zin. So
You found your zing?
Since
Zwingst?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Hello, gentle reader. Are you a speaker or just a reader? I could put something in text chat so you can read it.
Oh, I'll start an event so we can get someone better to talk to than Kay.
Fuck you. You are looking at me like this. Denigrating me here. What?
Emotional damage.
How many viewers they have? Like 5 or something? What is the viewers count in your channel?
Gangster. What's up, G?
What do you say?
What's up, gangster?
What's up, bro? How are you?
What's up,
Good.
bro? Do you believe in flat Earth? Flat Earth is existing. You cannot prove laser. We did experiment on the lasers.
Well, gangster K just became. I think he's dealing with like an epistemic issue at the moment, and he's somewhat accepting of this flat Earth, and he's asking you to come along with him.
Yeah, nobody else interesting to talk to. Other rooms gonna ask me where I'm from and all this bullshit.
Oh yeah,
It's the messages,
where are you from, my brother? What do you do for work? That's what you get in every other room, man. In here, you learn about science and engineering and terms
bro,
that you
refraction.
wouldn't know. You could
did
you could
you
get
find
up
the
to
reflection?
a reflection. Oh my god, you said it correctly earlier.
Refraction. I didn't know this.
Very good. Very good, Kate.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Can you define refraction?
Not yet, but I understand the concept. Maybe 40% there.
Okay, can you give me your 40% understanding? Give me a basic.
Great.
How does it work?
Diffraction is where the light bouncing off of molecules of the air travels to your eye or to the thing you capture in this. Is it 40% understandable or not?
I wouldn't.
You can correct me if you want.
You're kind of mixing up refraction and diffraction.
Oh, really?
It's kind of like it's a little bit.
I said
It's a little bit
40%
foggy. It's a foggy description.
All right, no worries.
But good attempt.
So what do you do beside this one?
I just do this 24 hours a day because it's $1 million a minute. So
you don't. What else you doing in your life?
I play chess.
What's your elo?
1900.
Are you sure? You're smart.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're fucking smart. Alright, can I challenge you or not? You're gonna beat me. I'm only 1100.
No, I'll give you. Look, I don't. I'll play you in 1 minute games. I'll play you in a 60-second game.
No,
all right.
no
I'll send you
worries, yeah, no worries.
I'll send you a link in the side chat.
No worries. All right.
There's the link to the game. Oh, hold on, that's not the right link. Let me try again. Hold on, they recently did an update. Let me
Yeah, like this. I don't want to play. I'm too drunk.
No, let's just play one game. It'll be fun.
Forget about this.
Oh, here we go. Share. All right, here we go. There's the link to the game. There you can see my rating there. It's actually 1901. I undercut myself by 1 point.
Fuck is this? Alright.
Because when you came in, you said you're a grandmaster.
No, it's just a server. Let's see, man. Oh my god. Bro, I'm drunk. I just going through the moment. What? Bro, you like 1%? 1%? In 1900? Impossible. Oh my god. What? Oh my god, I misclicked. I misclicked, brother. Alright, just take my pound. What the? Oh my god, I lost.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I used 4 seconds of my time in the entire game.
Yeah, I thought it's your move. Sorry, man, you would beat me. You would beat me anyway, so I give you that. 1900 against 1100.
Good game. No, I'm not a sore winner. Good game. GG's.
Alright, so forget about this. So, how do you make money? Or is it not the channel to talk about this one?
It's a secret.
Can I ask you this question or not? It's a secret, right?
Let's say I'm a digital creator and I have online businesses as well.
Do you edit videos?
Yes, that's part of it.
Can you narrate the video that I would edit? It would not spend a lot of time. Like 15 minutes, you still stay here.
Is it your story of leaving the globe?
Oh, not about this one, like some general stuff. You know, like economics, maybe some psychology a little bit, philosophy, whatever. So what do you think?
Brother, it's something boring.
Something boring, man, but
sounds economics. I don't know, man.
you make money, right? Could make money, right? You English teacher, so are you making money on teaching English or not?
No, I don't make any money teaching English.
Alright, but you need to feed yourself. Keep your belt on your hips. You're gonna starve yourself. You're gonna make money. So, my friend.
As long as I can do it in an Indian accent, then I'll take the job.
Yeah, you can do whatever accent you want. You're gonna be better mind. Can I send you a script?
You can send me a script.
All right. Are we talking? So I edit the video, I send you back. You evaluate it. You tell me the honest opinion. You don't want to post it or not. I can tell you. You can tell me, like, you can delete it. What is?
Okay.
Fucking microphone. Ooh.
Is this dude drunk or something? Sounds like Lurch.
What?
Yeah, it's been progressively kicking in more and more throughout the conversation, I think.
Yeah, I'm fucking drunk when I drink 400 milligrams of water of vodka. But you know milligrams, right? It's like 8 ounces or something. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I banned another service. So, do you know yourself? Did you learn yourself or not, my friend?
Sorry, say that again.
Did you learn yourself? Do you know yourself much? Or is
Did
it
I
to be
learn?
living in Poland?
I don't know what you mean. Do I know? Did I learn myself? Did I learn what myself?
Yeah, how do you manage in living in different country by yourself?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I run online businesses, so I just need internet. As long as I have internet.
Mm. Right. Right, my friend. See you later.
All right, see you later, Kay.
Okay.
Yeesh.
That was painful.
Ugh, yeah.
Good job staying calm.
The guy was being such an asshole.
Imik is worse than Ipo.
Hey, Lats, CB was in here last night.
Oh, really?
Hey, really? Oh shit, that's
Maybe it was
funny.
just
Yeah.
Lats. Maybe it was just
Yeah.
Lats, and you thought it was CB.
That's pretty funny. I was in politics on the other side all last night, conveniently enough.
Any good conversations in politics, or was it just Ice JJ Fish?
Actually, I haven't seen Ice JJ in a while. It's probably been a week since I last saw him.
He was around last night. I seen him as Donald J. Epstein or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see him. I saw Ipo again though. Damn, dude, she's in there like all the time, dude. She's in there more than me now. Oh yeah. Just can't
Maybe
stand her
some.
annoying like Gen X, Gen Z, whatever the hell generation it is now.
Yeah.
Her high pitched banter and
It's just nothing but brain rot comes out of her mouth, basically.
I know it's so bad, dude. It's so bad. I use her though to see if I can pester the other Globers enough. Like, you guys agree with what she's saying? You guys cool with that?
Yeah, I noticed Globers generally don't call other Globers out as much.
Yeah, I know, dude. It's so crazy.
They'll defend the most retarded arguments ever, just because it's another Glober.
I think my favorite one from her is Earthquakes, Therefore Globe. That one's
Man,
pretty good.
I think I deleted it by accident, but I clipped when she was trying to tell us about Eratosthenes, but she couldn't say the name. Not even close, like not even. Man, what happened to that clip? How could I delete
Dude, I
that?
think I got her the other day saying Helen's crusty knees, dude.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
shit was
something
so
like
funny.
that. Yeah.
Damn, dude. It's so funny because we were just talking about how people are reading these things for the first time in their whole life. Kind of presented to us like they knew it all along.
Oh, Daggers, legend. Alrighty, gotta play it.
Oh
Have
yeah,
to play
dude.
it.
Of the very first, one of the first people to make a very accurate measurement of the circumference of the Earth was Eratosthenes, a Greek philologist,
Eratosthenes?
a Greek philosopher who lived in Alexandria around 250
Holy
years
crap. Hey, listen. You know what? One time I got pulled over by a Philly officer. It was when I was in Pennsylvania.
Funny. No, I wasn't saying Philly officer. I said Erotronas.
Erotronas?
Hold up. Wait.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Brother.
I say Eratosthenes.
Classic clip.
What am I listening to?
That was one of the top Globers on politics server. Named
Yeah, somebody from your side, dude.
No, that's fucking real. The AI got me dead, bro.
Dude, that was that was the young generation that we have to look forward to in the future.
Gen Alpha.
Yeah, come on, people. It's Eratosthenes.
Is that the same one that couldn't figure out how to change her battery in her fire alarm?
Yes.
Jesus.
Funny stuff.
And meanwhile, my 9-year-old, I don't know how, because it's fucking not for me. I don't think so, at least. But he can correctly and easily pronounce whatever that longest word in the English language is. I don't even fucking know part of it. He can drill that. I don't know what I did.
Yeah, I was just kind of relating that to my daughter. Our neighbor was blown away. This lady was driving by and she had a flat tire. And my daughter's 13 years old, and she went out there and got the lady's tire changed and sent her on her way. And both the lady driving and my neighbor, they just couldn't believe that she was 13 and did all that. And then you get girls like that, can't change a battery and a smoke alarm. It's like, what is wrong with the world?
I even sent her tutorials and still didn't do the job.
TJ, I was thinking about all of this stuff because I came to Flat Earth before I came and found y'all, and I kind of wish it'd been the other way around because you guys could have used the layup. Because when I first found out about it, I was pissed at myself for not fucking seeing it. I was so mad at myself.
I thought normally everybody's normally really mad at themselves. They got tricked for so long. That's how it was for me.
I was thinking about it last night too. When I first found out about it, I was lying to myself and telling myself that I seen curve on an airplane when actually I didn't. But I sure convinced myself that I did until I, kind of found out about everything and became honest with myself.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a very wide field of view, let's say you're at a peninsula and you're looking out at the ocean and you pan your head as far as you can see over the horizon, over the surface of the water, it kind of looks. I mean, it's a circle. So if when you pan your head, you're seeing in a circle. You don't see a perfect straight line. It's like a circular flat line, and it's very noticeable when you pan your head around over a huge distance. And if you had if you had that worldview and had only known that the Earth was a globe your whole life, then you could for sure think that you saw the curvature of the Earth. So when some people say that they saw the curve from this or that location, I think sometimes they're lying. Sometimes they're just saying it, but I think sometimes they're not lying.
Yeah, true that. They actually think
Yeah.
they did see it.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
mean like
actually
the
just had a
ones that are
sister.
claiming that they're astronauts?
Yeah, I just had a sister-in-law over, and she whipped out a picture and was showing me she was up real high on some mountain top, and yeah, it's curved, and she pulled out a straight edge and put it across there, and it was flat
Yeah,
as fuck.
that's
Yeah,
happened to me a bunch of times.
yeah.
I don't know if it
And
relates to this, but there's actually something called the lemon illusion, and it's where people see straight lines and think they're curved.
oh, cool. I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, I'll post something about it in the side chat in a second.
She checked that picture about 20 times with that straight edge.
Yeah, here's a little bit about it. So I don't post walls of text.
DJ, you said you wanted to explain the cloud picture I posted?
Refresh my memory. I remember something about a cloud picture, but what was it that we were talking about specifically? Oh, the clouds, like with the how we see the clouds like a big dome around us where we're in the center and the clouds look like a big dome. I was outside on a walk today looking at that. So yeah, I mean if you're outside and there's clouds in the sky and you look around you, you'll see the same distance in all directions. It's like your azimuthal circle of vision. And then over the top of you it will look like a big dome essentially. And that's how we see. And as you move, you're always in the center of it. And yeah, that's how we see the sky. Now, if you were to replace, well, actually, before I jump ahead of myself, right? If you then take off from the ground and go up to the level of those clouds, those same clouds that look like they were in a dome shape from the ground, all of a sudden, because we don't have that perspective anymore, Now all of a sudden those clouds look like a flat deck of clouds. And if there's another deck above that deck of clouds, then all of a sudden there'll be another dome of vision above you again. And then if you go up again above that deck, then that will flatten out, right? And then that will look like a flat deck again. There's a great video that I posted where a guy does that on the runway. He goes up in like an ultralight or something like that. And you can see the clouds, right, converging with the horizon. And then he goes up, and as he gets up to the level of the clouds, they get flatter, 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 and then he gets just above the surface of the clouds, and then bam, it's flat. And then all of a sudden there's another cloud deck above him, and that cloud deck above him's converging down and meeting at like another sort of horizon, like a vanishing point in the distance. And then he goes up above that cloud deck, and then bam, it's flat again. So all I'm saying is that if you're on the ground and you see that dome of clouds around you, have a look around next time you go out and you'll see it. And you could just replace those clouds with stars, right? So I'm suggesting that as the cloud deck works, right, it looks like it's a dome, but it's just a byproduct of our perspective because those clouds aren't very far away. So if you go up high, right, so maybe the stars, and I'm just speculating because I don't know what the stars are, but maybe you're just seeing the stars like that as well because that's how our vision works. And I would call that our personal celestial sphere. You could call it something like that. You could call it our personal azimuthal grid of vision, a personal dome of perspective, whatever. There's all sorts of names people use for it. But it's real. It's how we see the sky.
But the question seems to be, I posted in side chat, why is the bottom of the clouds lit up by the sun but not the top, unless the sun is below the clouds, like setting?
I mean, yeah, no, I get you with that. That's completely different. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, this is the question I had. This image in side chat that I posted.
yeah, I was actually watching a sunset tonight, and this type of effect doesn't always happen, and I think it's to do with the angle that the sun's at a particular time, and it's light reflecting off the surface of the Earth. Now, you're above, right? You're up very high, and you're seeing only like more of the blue wavelengths, the scattered blue wavelengths. Down where there's more atmosphere, the red ones are pushing through. So it gives it that effect, but that's not always what it looks like at sunset when you're going over clouds. It varies. Sometimes, like I watch a lot of sunsets here, and I remember having conversations like that with you. And quite often when the sun sets, like today, the sun set, and it had set for 10 minutes or something like that. I watched it go down, 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 set. It was gone for a while, and I kept waiting for the clouds near the horizon's bottom to light up, and it was just the top was just lit up. And then I waited and I waited and I waited, and then it just kind of slowly got dark, and the bottom of the cloud deck never lit up. So I mean, it probably depends on a bunch of factors, but there's definitely earthshine. I mean, look how bright the moon looks on a clear night. It's like glowing. So if there's light at a certain angle and it's reflecting off the earth, which it would, just like it does off the moon, then it could absolutely light up the bottom of clouds. And also the atmosphere acts like a lens, right? I mean, if you look up the technical definitions of how mirages work and that kind of thing, it's basically say when the atmosphere acts like a lens. And when we use a lens and we set up a small scale demonstration where the light source is above the makeshift cloud deck, right? So let's say we have a light source, it's twice as high as the makeshift cloud deck. And then we get a lens to sort of replicate the atmosphere. And then when you slide that light away, you see that the bottom of that makeshift cloud deck actually lights up, just like what we see on a sunset. I actually have screenshots of that. I took screenshots from the video it's from.
I guess here's the question though: is if the light doesn't travel, like when the sun goes away, when it's dark out, the light is either like dimmed because the light will only travel so far before it fades through the atmosphere, or something like that, right? Or the sun's like lower down, so like it's just not, it has lower altitude, so it like doesn't travel as far, so like that would play into it. but it wouldn't make sense for how, like in this situation, how it could travel through more atmosphere to travel down to reflect off the ocean and then back up, because it's traveling through a lot more air to reach the bottom of the clouds than the top of the clouds, which are just dark and no light's hitting them at all.
Yeah, there is light hitting them. You can see them, so obviously there's light hitting them.
Well, it's not. There's
But
no
it's
like.
it's the blue spectrum, because down lower, that blue spectrum's not able to push through that, because it's like 40 times more dense down lower than it is up at that level where the plane is. Right, so you're
Yeah.
seeing the blue light scattering around, but down low, that blue light isn't able to penetrate that far, and it's being diminished, absorbed or whatever you want to call it. But the red spectrum is pushing through. I don't know, man. Look, there's lots of interesting anomalies, and you might find some observations that it's like, okay, this works better on a globe, and then another observation is like, what the hell's the sun doing this time? That doesn't seem to align with what we would expect on a globe. And there's a lot of variation when it comes to sunsets and that kind of thing. I think that there's so many things to take into account, and then potential unknown variables, all sorts of different things. So.
Yeah, like it looks like there's indirect light on top of the clouds. And on the bottom it looks like direct light.
Yeah, but it does in this I took a screen capture of the video, and it's in the side chat there. So it looks like direct light on the left-hand side on the bottom of this makeshift cloud deck, but the light source is actually way above the makeshift cloud deck, if you want to check out that little video there. Yeah, so this guy's able to replicate exactly what we see on a flat surface, just to show you that it's possible, right? It's not everything might be completely analogous to the to the real world, but he's just showing you that if you have a light source that's above the cloud deck, it can still light up the bottom of the cloud deck. And it doesn't always happen. I've got so much footage, and I wish I still had it all. I mean, I just do have it, but I need to dig through my files. But there's tons of times it doesn't happen. So you can have the sun's already set, and it never lit up the bottom of the clouds, and it does look like the tops of the clouds lit. I saw it tonight with the sunset. The top of the cloud decks were lit, and I kept waiting for it and waiting for it. I watched the sunset, like, right, and then I waited 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I'm like, all right, at any moment, that bottom of that cloud deck should get lit up. And it didn't happen. It just kept looking like the top of the cloud deck was lit until it slowly faded out and got too dark. So it doesn't always happen. It's inconsistent. I think it depends on angles and refraction and all sorts of different things. Probably humidity and yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the sun, when it sets here, it looks like it's freaking giant, and then other days it doesn't do that. It's just all sorts of anomalies when it comes to sunsets. And I spent a whole day watching not a whole day, but watched a shitload of sunset zoom videos over the ocean on YouTube, and never saw a single clean sunset. Not one. I couldn't find it. Just a sun setting from bottom to top, where the sun just cleanly sets. The bottom starts to disappear, and then more and more and more until it disappears behind the horizon. Couldn't find it. What seems to be what happens most of the time, pretty much in any example where there wasn't a crazy mirage, the sun, like this, you can only really notice it when you zoom right in on the sunset. Okay, so if there's no waves, nice clear day, and nothing physically blocking where the perspective horizon would be, right? So not over a mountain range, not over when there's big ocean swells and you're low to the ground, just a clear day where the ocean, there's no waves. Anyway, zoom in, and you've got to zoom right in on the sunset, and you'll see that the bottom of the sun starts to vertically compress from the bottom, and it compresses and it compresses and it compresses just above the horizon, and then the sun will be like a football shape just before it fades away, and it fades away just above the horizon. That's what seems to happen consistently when we don't have like a physical horizon, like a what they call a local horizon, blocking the apparent horizon or perspective horizon or whatever you want to call it. Just like what Showdown just posted an example of it, which is a pretty damn cool video. I think it's an eclipse or something like that. But this is the same sort of thing, right? You can see the bottom of the sun squishes. It's actually a really good video. It's a good example of it right there. That seems to be what happens like most of the time. If there was a mountain range there, if there was elevated land, if there was like large ocean swells and you were close to the surface, then it could look like the bottom of the sun sets cleanly. And people would be like, oh, see, it sets from bottom to top, and that's what we would expect on a globe. But when you don't have those obstructions, this is kind of what it does. It sort of squishes into the horizon.
I guess
It's a weird
Globers want an
effect.
explanation for everything. Like, I guess we're spoiled, right? Because like we kind of have explanations for a lot of this stuff already that
Yeah,
we've been like told our whole lives. So like when
totally.
when you rip out that rug, suddenly like you have to reconfigure all of these things that you were taught and like what you thought you knew. So there's a bunch of beliefs in bulk that have to be satisfied, and it can be like uncomfortable for a glober to just be like, well, we can't know, and sorry, like, but you got to be happy with that.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
religion's
I
a hell of a
agree.
thing. Religious, faith-based systems of authority. They just tell you one thing, you never checked it. Well, they must be right. They're in the position of power. Yes, really that laziness that they just tell you. They tell you what for, and you just believe it. You don't need to do any thinking. They did the thinking for you. And you're like, yep, sounds good.
All right, that's all. That's all I had.
Guys, do you believe Earth is flat?
Yes. No.
No way.
Yes, it's totally a belief.
But why?
Well, when I went out and measured for curvature, I found no curvature, so I don't know what else to believe. I can't believe it's a flaw.
When it's okay, never mind. It seems like you are talking from a space station.
No, I'm talking from Earth. Another
Exactly.
evidence Earth is flat and space is fake.
No, I was just asking, like, if someone
Should I
believe I'm
research
ready
some
for
type of
debate. Anyone want to debate me? I'm ready. I'll give you some knowledge
Why do
about
you think the Earth is a ball?
physics.
Okay, why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Hmm?
Why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Because it's natural to, circle is um, how to say, perfectly balanced shape in vacuum or universe. Like anything which have like gravity, it will have some oval shape. If you see all the planets, because that's the most convenient position or shape to be in universe.
So you
Circle.
believe it out of convenience.
Because all the stars planets are circle, these things are noticeable, these things are like common sense.
What makes you think the Earth is like the planets in the sky?
What?
What makes you think the Earth is like the planets in the sky?
Because it's like mathematically proven. Like what more scientists have to prove, like Earth is um, oval or circle.
It wasn't mathematically proven. If it
Is
was
it?
mathematically proven, then there would be measurable curvature.
Yeah, everything is there mathematically.
Okay, so then where's the measurable curvature?
There are, you just have to see internet.
Yeah, when I go up in an airplane, it still looks flat. And then when I watch boats go fly away, they don't go behind the curve.
Man, you're not flying that high that you will see curve. You're not flying that high. You have to go like outside troposphere if you want to see that kind of like circular path.
How do you know that?
Because our commercial airplane fly maybe 3-4 kilometer above, not more than that. Even our space station is like 8 kilometer above from us.
8 kilometers?
Yeah, it's like that.
How
Space
far is
station
a
is not.
kilometer?
It's like 1,000 meter.
Right. Have you ever walked 1,000 meters?
Yeah, I run every morning 7 kilometer.
Yeah. So the idea that the space station is 8 kilometers away, that's just a very, I don't want to be mean, but man, that's a stupid claim.
See, man, Earth is not flat.
It is flat. There's no measurable curvature. How
No,
far
how?
away is the horizon when you're at the beach?
See, I will not walk all around Earth just to verify it's flat or no. But come on, it's pointless. It seems like you being dumb on purpose. I don't know.
How far away is the horizon when you're at the beach?
Man, horizon is just hypothetical point where sun sets. It's nothing
So
more.
it's not physical.
It's not physical. It's a hypothetical
So,
point.
so, so the geometry, the
I'll
geometry
ask.
of the Earth.
I think
Hold on,
enough asked.
hold on. You're freaking out. Hold on, relax. The geometry of the Earth does not get in the way of the sun or the moon.
Come again?
The geometry of the Earth does not get in the way of the sun or the moon.
Geometry of what?
Of the Earth.
Uh-huh. Geometry of Earth and
Yeah, the geometry, the edge of the ball does not get in the way of the sun and the moon. If the horizon is not physical, then you have no ball Earth.
okay, man, I will ask you something. Like, okay, I respect your decision. You believe Earth is flat, but if you think Earth is flat, then you are completely disobeying solar system rules. You know.
Yeah,
So how
I agree. We don't live in a solar system. Everything moves above our head. We don't go around the sun. When I look up, the sun moves. The Earth is not moving. You're right.
It's okay. It's okay.
When you look up in the sky, does the sun move or is the Earth moving?
Both.
How do
Everything
you
is
know the
moving.
Earth is moving? How do you know
Everything.
the Earth is moving?
Everything in space is moving.
There's no space. How do you know the Earth is moving?
Because Earth has to move. Rotate. You are standing on Earth. The gravity is because of rotation. You know.
But you don't feel it. There's no mechanism to detect it.
Man, you don't feel gravity.
Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
Yeah.
Well, then show me the curvature.
What do you want me to do? Go measure with a, I don't know, fucking compass.
Well, when you're 6 feet tall, or 5 feet 10 inches tall, about 175 centimeters, 180 centimeters, and you go to the beach, the horizon is about 4.8 kilometers away. That's what it's supposed to be.
Man, I don't know why you are so obsessed with the horizon, but it's okay. It's okay. You know what?
Well, that's because of the geometry.
I believe Earth is flat. No, never mind. But you should have some basic knowledge. You know, I will suggest you to read some physics. You know, how things work in universe. Is mathematically proven. Like, you think our scientists are like fucking dumb guys, like they just make their decisions. Uh, if they are wrong, they will be punished. Come on. If they are like,
Well, if there's no curvature, then what is it?
man, what curvature you want in Earth?
Well, like I said, when you look at the
Okay,
horizon,
just tell me why is Earth flat? Why you think Earth flat?
because the
Give
surface of water is flat.
what made you think that?
Because when I measure it, there's no curvature.
Where you measured?
20 Mile Lake.
Like where? How you measured?
Well, when we look across the lake, we can see the shoreline on the other side.
Are you smoking, my boy?
Don't you think that there should be a hill of water
No,
getting in the
man.
way of the shoreline?
You're smoking too much lately. It's okay.
Nigger.
Of course, a degenerate would pop in here and say something like that.
But I can give you some physics lesson if you want.
So I'm gonna show you a video. I'm gonna
Man,
let you watch it.
please, for God's
It's
sake.
it's a documentary
Nah, man.
about why the curvature of the Earth does not
No, man.
exist.
I don't want to watch it.
Why not?
Because it make no sense. Come on.
Why are you giggling and you think this is funny?
What?
I said, why are you giggling and you think this is funny? You think we're trolling you?
Yeah.
Why would you think we're killing you? Do
Man,
you know that every military? Do you know that every military, every nation, they treat the Earth as flat. They use it as flat. That's a big axiom. You observe the Earth as flat. You don't. You don't. You don't
naive.
observe it as a ball anywhere. You
What?
realize that, right?
What?
You don't see. You don't see. You don't use the Earth as a ball ever.
Why will I use Earth as
You
a
understand
ball?
that? Right. So what makes you think that Earth is a ball when you don't use it like that, you don't see it like that? Airplanes don't use it as a ball, nobody does.
What make you think like, man, we are nothing in comparison to Earth, you know? Airplane is nothing in comparison to Earth.
Okay.
Man, you are comparing a
So Earth
fucking
too big.
airplane like which is like a grain of sand in front of a Sahara desert.
Okay, so Earth too biggy then, right?
Earth is fucking gigantic.
So you can't see the curve, so boats don't disappear behind the curve then, right?
No, Earth is so big you will not see curve.
Okay, so boats don't disappear behind the curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah, if for ant there is no curve, how will ant see a curve? Because it's so fucking
You're
small.
not answering my question. Do
Okay.
boats go over the curve of the Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, so Earth's not too biggy then.
Earth is big, but they
So we're
sail
not
for
like
long
amoeba
way.
on.
No, they sail
Oh,
for like
Earth is
long.
big, but boats do go over the curve.
Yeah, they go over curve. But there is
Oh,
gravity,
so
my
then we
boy.
should be able to.
You're missing gravity. Because of gravity, everything
Then
is
we.
possible.
Okay, now gravity. Gravity is your god.
No, not God. I'm not making gravity God.
Oh, so then if boats go over the curve, then we should be able to measure that, shouldn't we?
You can measure both measure everything. That's how they can like see where they are in like geo coordinate. Like they can be accurate where they
No.
are,
Boats,
where there is storm, where storm is
ship.
coming from. They have everything measured. My guy, you have
No.
no knowledge and you talking big things here.
Great. Then how big is the Earth?
No. Ship captains.
Okay, just prove me wrong. Earth is
How big is the Earth?
no, just you guys tell me
No, no,
like
no.
how
You
Earth
say
is
that
flat.
everything's been
No,
measured, so let's talk
okay,
about
okay,
the measurement.
I believe Earth is flat. I believe, but how? Tell me. Now
I
I
don't
will ask.
believe the Earth is flat. All right. When they show you a picture of the Earth from outer space, all that blue stuff that's sticking to the outside of the Earth is water. The problem is when we go out and measure the surface of the surface of the water is not curving. So
My
if
God.
70,
Okay,
if
I will
listen,
make a concept
stop
disappear.
freaking out. Stop
Okay,
freaking out, man. If
okay, okay.
70% of the Earth is flat, how can the Earth be a ball?
My bad. Okay. Um, I will suggest you buy a telescope, you know. Try watching other planets and
That's not
maybe
the Earth.
yeah, but space have only one rule. It's not like space have different rule for Earth. Come on.
The
There's
sky
no
is not the
even
Earth.
if you
I
think,
don't.
you know.
I look at the sky all the time, man. The sky is not the Earth.
No, like everything in universe follow physics. See, if you
No, it
um,
doesn't.
and everything is round because it have gravity. Everything spins because they need to spin. Everything need a spin.
Prove it.
Even your atom in a
Prove it.
body need a spin.
Prove it.
So just buy a telescope, watch outer space, man. It's amazing. Just don't be
That's just
delusional.
watching.
Yeah, watch, learn things like you being delusional, man. You talking things like a newborn baby. You know shit about physics. You never read physics. You never derived any calculation, and you here talking shit about Earth is flat. Man, that's ridiculous.
You haven't. You haven't done
Yeah,
anything. You haven't even shown anything.
I have done physics. I have diploma in physics.
Okay, so then you should know how to measure for the curvature of the Earth. Then.
I entered because I found it like um, I thought like they are just having fun here. Like most of them name has like flat, 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 and I was laughing like seriously like people are believing Earth is flat.
It sounds like just because you have a degree in something doesn't make you very smart. That's what it sounds like.
I don't have degree, mate. I have knowledge. That's the point.
So then you know the Earth is a ball.
Worthless, mate. Degree is worthless.
How
It's
big is
about
the Earth? How big is the Earth?
I don't know. I'm not like geography student.
Oh, I thought you had a degree in this.
I'm not like geography student, but I have like physics knowledge, like how things work, how things are calculated.
Okay, what is gravity?
Gravity is an attraction force of Earth.
How
You
do you
say
know
you know
that?
how things work. You say you know how things work, but you don't know the circumference of the ball you're on.
Man, I can Google it. It's not a big deal. What the fuck? Wait.
Is that how you got through college? You Googled it?
Yeah. Because knowledge is everything, you know.
Yes.
If you don't know, just gain it. I will not argue, you know.
So you're here to tell us how we're on a spinning ball, but you want us to educate you about your spinning ball.
It would
Interesting.
tell like you guys
Why
are
don't hey
being
listen,
useless.
Linda? Listen, Linda, shut your Dorito shoot. Why don't you go and research your and figure things out and learn what you think you know and then come back here and teach us.
One question and I will go, okay? I will ask you one question. If you answer me, I'll go, okay? So you going to tell me that all those great physicists, Michael Galileo Galilei, and all those astronomers, all those physicists who did everything to make humanity go ahead, to give new things, new new way of thinking, but you guys are proving them wrong, you know. You guys are proving those guys wrong. Like, no, Galileo Galilei was wrong. There was no solar system. Even like Einstein is wrong. There is no uh, Big
Yeah,
Bang
they
or
chose a
something.
globe.
Okay,
They
wait.
chose a
And
globe.
even Isaac Newton is wrong because
You're
what
taking
the fuck
forever
is
to get to
gravity
your
for you?
point, man.
Gravity is
Listen,
nothing for you.
they are all
Even
wrong.
Isaac Newton is wrong for you.
They
For
chose the Earth as a globe for philosophical reasons. They have no evidence for a spherical Earth. Yes, they are wrong.
Anyways, I was waiting for him to land the plane and finish the question. It was a 5-hour question he was asking, and he didn't even get to the point. Yes, flat Earth is an observation claim, right? A claim sounds like this: Earth curves, bends. Prove that shit. Go look at the horizon. Does it bend left to right? If your boat supposedly went over your edge of your Earth in a very short period of time, all of a sudden it disappears over your supposed curve, it should come up behind you pretty quick. That's a pretty small wall you're standing on. Think you're seeing a boat over your curve. Like, go learn something, man.
man, you're so funny. Trust me, I like you.
I'm waiting for those measurements.
Okay, I'll remember you. And I never laughed this hard. But it's okay, guys. Life is like that. You
You
believe.
know what that's called? You know what that's called? Hey,
What?
do you know what that's called? That's called cognitive dissonance. You're giggling because you're nervous and you
What
just
the
don't
fuck?
like what you're hearing.
I don't know what's cognitive, anything that was. I'm just laughing because You guys make no sense, trust me.
Look up
You
the
have no
yeah.
evidence.
Okay, look up the definition.
You
You're
have no
laughing because
evidence, Palmer.
you're laughing because you're too ignorant to educate yourself.
I'm reading. Someone is asking me, can you tell everyone what empirical evidence? I don't know what empirical evidence means. Sorry, whoever this is. GBT physicist. Like
But you're a physics major. You took physics in college, but you don't know what that means.
the gravity emit from the sun is also 500 seconds before our man, you are saying physics is wrong.
Hey, Saw, can I ask you a quick question, man?
Yeah.
Have you seen a vehicle or car or whatever that has like square headlights?
Square headlights.
Or like a motorcycle that has a square headlight?
Yeah. I have
Yeah.
seen.
So from far away, that light looks like a circle, right?
Yeah.
As you farther away, it looks like a circle. Okay. So that's where we're at, bro. Is that earlier you mentioned that like all this stuff in the sky with lights and stuff. It's just the lights in the sky can just easily be cubes as planets.
No,
With that
but
kind of logic, man.
you can see with your
Because
own.
we just don't know. But what
No,
you're
no.
saying is what we see is
I would
what we see
suggest
is
you.
what we
I
know, and
and
it's
watch.
just not that way sometimes. That's what
No,
you
no.
need to
You can
accept.
watch
Is what we
yourself.
see is not
Mate,
what
you can watch
looks
it
like.
yourself. I would suggest like it will be a better option. Like just grab a telescope, watch how Moon looks, watch how Mars looks, watch how Jupiter looks. Man, this is like law of physics. Like spare is the most, like pressure friendly shape. Like pressure is distributed, all the force, everything is distributed, so it's kind of like a suitable shape for anything which defy gravity. So every mass which have like gravity, they will be spinning. They have so much energy in the form of magma, maybe hydrogen. Many have. Even you see stars, they are also all like round, like oval.
Yeah, but I just proved that light far away turns into a circle no matter what. So it could be literally any shape. It could be a stop sign shape. It could be a cube. It could be a pinpoint dot. Who knows? All we see is a light in the sky, a round light in the sky. That's all we see, bro. And it goes saying
Then
that we know what that is, or you know what that is an
now
obscenity because
I'm
we
trying
can't
to
get
say
there.
like anything which have like gravity can't be in like triangle or square, like is impossible. It will be like funny if you ask some physicist
Hey,
about like
do gases pull themselves into a sphere?
yeah, if like long period of time, and if there is
Prove it.
gravity, anything
Prove it.
anything attract each other.
Prove it. Don't tell me a story. Prove that they become
Yeah,
spheres.
I can't prove it. Like it's a theory. I also read theory because it's quite strong theory.
It's not a
Like
theory. It's a
even
story.
you
It's a
saying
story.
Earth is flat is also a theory because you also can't prove it. Man, trust me, you can't
Yeah, I
prove
can
me Earth
prove
is
that it's
flat.
flat because it's not curving. If it was curving, I'd measure it.
You know, all the people who like argue about Earth is flat, they can't prove like Earth is flat, and they argue about Earth is not round more.
You don't want me to prove that the Earth is flat. Every time I try to tell you how the Earth is flat,
Okay,
you
okay,
laugh and
I'm
change the
listening.
subject.
I'm listening. Prove it. I'm listening.
Yeah, so if you're 6 feet tall and you're looking out at the horizon should be about 3 miles away.
Front of Earth, I'm nothing.
Okay, I guess
I'm
I won't tell you that.
in front of Earth.
Hey,
Even
Linda, shut your radio shoot. You interrupted the man in the middle of what he was saying. You need to pay attention.
continue, mate.
So when you're 6 feet tall and you're looking out over the water, the horizon should be about 3 miles away or 4.8, 4.9 kilometers away. After that, boats should start to sink behind the curve of the Earth. The problem is when we go out and measure for that, we can actually see things 15, 20, even 30 kilometers away.
and the horizon is still behind them. Very often we see boats vanish into the distance. We never see them just appear bottom up from obstruction, unless there's some kind of special miraging effects that are going on that day, or
Yeah,
maybe
man.
there's a wave in the way. But that's it, man. There's no measurements for a curved Earth. It's just a belief.
Man, why is about measurement? Light can curve. Light can curve, you know?
I know light can bend. I'm very aware of refraction.
Yeah, light can curve. So what was the debate about? Even there was, even
When
if
does light
wait,
bend down
let
in
me
air?
speak, let me speak, okay? If you said like you still can see if you like zoom with the camera, I also see those reels, okay? And mm,
Right, and you're going to say
light can,
light bends downward, right? You're going to say
yeah,
it bends
light
down
can
around the
bend,
curve
man.
of the Earth.
Light can bend. Even Earth is flat, light can bend.
Right, right. Well, what we see is often we see light bending upward in the air, but we never see light bend downward.
Light doesn't bend in like upward. It will go like directly up. It can even be happening because of
Again, I'm going to repeat myself. Light is often seen bending upward in air, but we never see it bend down in the air.
can be mirage.
Huh?
It can be mirage.
Oh, light bending down or light bending like
Yeah,
what do you
because
mean it can be a mirage?
air also, you know, in ocean
In
there are
order
hot
for
air
something to be a
flowing.
mirage, we would see effects of a mirage. Like we would see distortion in the air.
You are watching
That would be evidence for a mirage. Don't
you
you
are
know that?
observing something specific at that time. You said like you are watching a ship, you know, you are watching a specific object. So
Yeah,
you
I
can,
never watched any distortion. I would just see the ship go away and then poof, it disappears. It doesn't disappear bottom up. It just shrinks and then vanishes.
yeah, because Earth is round.
No, if it was round, it would disappear bottom up from 3 miles away. It would start disappearing bottom up.
Ay, man. Okay. Next, anyone? I think I'm done with him.
Do you have any measurements for Earth curve?
No, he doesn't.
Man, that was the bullshit question I have ever heard. Trust me. There are so many ways to prove Earth is round. I even told you how space and shape works. You can even see with telescope, you know, if you don't believe me.
You can see Earth's curve with the telescope.
No,
Wow.
just see other planet. Just see other
What the
planet.
fuck does what's in the sky have to do with what you're standing on, Linda?
Yeah,
We're not
because
talking about what's above your head. We're talking about
space
what you're standing on.
Earth
Stop
doesn't
talking
have
over.
different
Stop
physics.
talking
Earth doesn't
over.
have different physics, okay? Earth doesn't follow different physics, so
Hey,
it will have different
Linda.
shape. Earth is also
Linda.
part of space. Earth is nothing in front of space.
Linda,
Understand?
you're talking over me. What's above your head has nothing to do with what you're standing on. Give us your measurement. Give us your measurement for Earth's curvature.
How? I'll ask how.
Do you even know the measurement for Earth's curvature, the mathematics?
How?
Do you know how much the Earth is supposed to be
Answer my
curving?
question. You are speaking my
Linda.
question. You are speaking my question. You know?
Linda, do you know how much drop over a mile the Earth is supposed to be dropping or not?
Just answer my question. Why that doesn't answer? You know, why outer space is not like same as Earth? Why it's different?
What? Linda,
You said like
stop.
if you
Whoa,
see
whoa. You're trying to ask me why circles in the sky aren't what we're standing on. And I'm telling you, what's in the sky has nothing.
No. Listen my question. Listen my
circles,
question. No,
the
I
circles you
haven't
see in the sky.
Listen, mate. Listen, please. Listen. It's a simple question, okay? If you see from a telescope, you will see Mars, okay? It's round. So how are you saying me like Earth is not round?
Okay, so
why
you need to mute and shut the fuck up now, Linda. I just said that. You're claiming that because there's a circle in the sky, I have to be standing on a circle. That doesn't fucking compute. And I was asking you, do you even know the drop over distance, the rate of curvature that they are
Man,
giving you?
about
Whoa,
curvature.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Do you know what your educators tell you the Earth curvature calculation is? Do you know what that is? Yes or no?
What the fuck is this curvature obsession about everyone? I don't
There is a
know.
mathematical equation for how much curve that we should be observing. Do you know what that is? Yes or no?
But there are so many things that can affect curvature, like
Okay,
we
you're a
talked about
physics,
mirrors, we
you're
talked
a
about.
physics professor or something, right? You know physics? I'm asking a simple fucking question, man. Answer it, yes or no. If you don't know, I will tell you the answer. Do you know the supposed drop over distance that you are supposed to be knowing as a physics student?
Okay, I'm listening.
So you don't know.
No.
So it's 8 inches per mile squared. So that
Uh-huh.
means within 10 miles of distance, there should be 66 feet of curvature. Can you prove that? Yes or no?
Prove what?
He's a dumbass,
Can
dude.
you
Don't
can you
even.
show me
It's not even worth.
66 feet of
please.
curvature over 10 miles? Can you show me 66 feet of drop over 10 miles? Yes or no?
I think I'm done for today. But it's okay, guys. Anyway, it was nice talking to you. If anyone, I have no hate. But I would love you if you buy one telescope and watch outer space. It's so beautiful. And you will know later what's true, what's
You're
false.
not saying, dude, you're not
See you later.
saying is through a telescope, you just person.
Yeah, no, it was difficult to even have a conversation with that guy because there was a language barrier. He was just going to talk over you. He wasn't listening.
He that forward only seen was trees around, so he thought he was a tree.
You're roboting me.
Ah, hi, how are you? Ben açabiliyorum ben sesimi.
Hey,
Gel şeye, Aska Müslüme giriyoruz.
nerede? Nerede ki orası?
Eska Christian'ın altında.
Orası nerede ya? Orayı bulmak zorundayız bir daha şimdi. Bu sesin altında mı üstünde mi? Ha tamam buldum. Hadi girelim.
Hello.